monitoring questions and comments and everything else. We are here with guide Heather Safkin, who is a grant writer and consultant at Safkin Consulting. Heather, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, that's such a big question, I've been in the nonprofit space for over 20 years and business space for probably the last 15, and lived in different places all over. I think my time that really helped me bloom was when I lived in San Francisco. I learned a lot growing up in a rural community, and then going to San Francisco was a big eye opener. Anyway, learned a lot about nonprofits in that space and evaluation and just improvement, success, leadership, all those things packed in my life as I went through. And then I moved to Reno and I started my own grant writing business. I have 2 children, 10-year-old and a 3-year-old. And I've been grant writing and consulting for nonprofits and businesses to increase their bottom line, essentially looking at their efficiencies and just how do they bring in more dollars for the last 3 years. And I met Jen about, 6 years ago or so? Yeah. Super excited to be here. So that is a little about me.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, we met through amazing endeavors, and the universe is just so synchronistic. So grateful for you, and so happy that you joined us as a guide in the network. Tell us, I was just going to comment on it, but I'll just ask you instead, tell us what you do in your business. Well, you kind of did, but maybe elaborate on it a little bit more.
Sure. So for my grant writing, the grant writing component, I do support nonprofits and businesses with grant writing. That's something I kind of shifted into the last couple of years. There's a lot of funding right now for startup and growth for businesses. So I really help you get set up and ready to write those grants. I can either assist you to do it or I can do it for you. And then the consulting part comes in like so many different capacities. One, it could be an evaluation of your business or your nonprofit. And when I say evaluation, it's more so from 0 to 60. It could be an evaluation of like employee engagement or community engagement, or it could be just your finances. It's kind of a big picture. I do it with my husband in that sense. And let's see what else. That's a majority of it in a nutshell. I just started doing some trainings and support a masterclass for how to write grants and set your business up for success.
That is awesome. I can't wait to hear more about that. Since we're limited on time today, people are going to have to follow you. Let me throw your website up there in case they're like, heck yeah, like I need to know about this, and masterclass coming soon. So tell everybody, what do you do in the network?
For the network, which is interesting, right? Because I've really started to bring in some resources and around businesses, setting your business up for success, and grant writing. I show up in a different capacity than some others, which is fine because sometimes you have to have that balance, I guess, and have a little bit more of a business tactics. But I feel like I'm going to go into this space. But what's your next question? Because
I want to comment on that. So
okay,
has done some events in the network that are available and up for replay in the members back end. I think you did one about a couple personalities and goals, like writing your goal based on your personality, which I really enjoyed. That was literally almost a year ago. And then I believe you did one about grant writing, or is that an interview? We have interviews too.
Yeah, we did it kind of an interview form. Yeah, it's grant writing. I did a business grant writing, like quick class, and I gave some resources and different grants that you could go out and apply for yourself.
Yes, okay, yes, I was right. All right. Yeah. And then also showing up to events. That's the other thing too, is it's great. So a lot of people have mentioned that is that how they contribute is by showing up. And it really is such a beautiful thing because not only do we get to know you better, but you also get to shine your light. And then at some of the events, they're interactive, so you can give input too. So it's just really cool. And yes, I love we have to have the practical and the tactical side of business, not just the spiritual and, everything else. So it's perfect. Yay. Okay. My next question was, what have you gotten out of the network and why would you recommend it to people?
Right. So that's where I was about to go. I feel like that is like what I have done for the network is show up more so a lot of than anything else. But by showing up, what I've gotten out of it is I can't even put a price tag on it, to be honest. It's amazing. Showing up to the events and just being present is key. I have had personal growth out of all of this more than I could ever imagine. I had no idea that I would have been supported by so many, but also just when I say personal growth, I mean my personal well-being. And it's not just talking about it, but it's like transformation and learning that I have maybe some traumas that have been released. And I feel like a new person because I've been part of these sessions that have just helped me through a large portion of my life. Yes. And so that's what it's done for me in a personal standpoint, but also in a professional standpoint. I probably have gained three plus clients through being part of. Yeah, exactly. I have been in sessions where we've done some networking and I've had people that I've networked that have referred me. So it's not even the person I'm talking to. It's amazing. So on both sides, professional and personal, I've grown and I'm excited for the next year. Yes.
So would you say that you recommend people join us in the network?
Most definitely. Yes.
That's so awesome. I love it. And also you have done some collaborations too. I know that you have hired some help out of the network as well and met some people.
I have. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Super cool.
So there's always like this, you don't know who you're going to meet, which is exciting.
Yes.
And you have certain areas that you get clear on that you need to like grow in or even just need help with in your business. And they tend to show up. And it's just absolutely amazing.
I love that.
I really want to share though, to quantify a little more. When I said I got 3 clients just from being like participating, the membership is super low. And if paying my membership every year, I essentially brought in clients that if you were to, let's see, I'm going to quantify this in a matter of amount times 20 the membership cost. So I definitely made that back easily by just one client that I was able to get, So I don't know if that makes sense. Did it make sense, Jen?
Yes, I think it makes sense. And let me just reiterate to make sure that it made sense to me and everyone else that might be watching. So what you're saying is that what you invested in the membership for the network, and you were a founding member as well, so thanks for being with me from the beginning, is that you made your investment back times 20.
Yes.
Is that what you meant? Okay.
Yes, that is. And so I'll just quantify even better. Like I was able to bring in clients and I was able to make for $15,000 based on those 3 clients just through being part of the network. So there you go. Yeah.
I wish I had my pom-poms out.
That's all I should have said in the beginning.
I'm like, keep it simple. There we go. I love that. So since you mentioned that, I'm like, let me just go ahead and drop this real quick before we move into what your freaking amazing prize is. Right now, we do have a special today for 11/11. The first 5 people that join will get a hot seat coaching at a special VIP event that is going to be private for anyone who joins between the 1st and the 16th of November of this month. And everybody who joins between the November 1st and 16th timeline, they will be entered to win one of many prizes that the guides are donating. Heather has like the freaking granddaddy of prizes. Let's move right into that and talk about what your prize is.
Sure. So one thing that I have done over the last 2 years is, like I said, I started writing grants for businesses. And when I did that, I also recognized that as I'm starting to move through and help a business write a grant, I also realized that many businesses do not have business plans, or they don't have a clear vision. They're just kind of going. So my gift and prize is to support an individual with writing a grant, but really it's writing your business plan, getting super clear in what you're doing so that it is clear when we write the grant. So I'll support you through both of those components, which just so you know, I probably would charge easily $2,000 for that. It can go into quite a bit, and it's exciting though once you have that clarity. And you'll have a base to go write more grants for businesses, and I'll give you a couple of them.
Would it be cheating if I joined the membership as a member? Because right now I'm just the creator and founder, and I just get to show up to everything because of that. But I'm technically not a paying member. Just kidding.
Sorry,
I'm like,
Jen.
I really want to win that prize. And I was just thinking, I was like, you should make this a course because I want to write my own business plan, but I need that help and guidance. So could be a good.
So I am doing that course.
What?
You might not have realized it. If you go to my website, it is up on there, and I will have another one starting in January. I believe I have it January 8th. So that course is actually walks you through setting yourself up for your business, right? You come out with a business plan, and you will know how to at least start writing a grant. So you're going to have your business plan, and then you'll have a grant that you can write.
Okay. I got your website up here. I didn't even see that, but you know what? I was just getting I was going to your website to get the address, not to look at what you had up there.
Okay,
so, yeah. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Yay. All right. Let's move into, thank you for sharing about the network first and foremost. And that's amazing. And what I love about this is like, I'm getting to hear these live testimonials. Like I didn't realize you had gotten 3 clients. I mean, I think I knew about 1, maybe 2. I don't even know if I knew about all 3.
Yep, 3.
Yeah. And the monetary amount. Good job. That's amazing. Yeah. That's what I do here. It's the space to share our gifts and our magic together. I love that. Okay. So we talked about your prize. Let's move into the entertainment portion, as I'm calling it. You are going to be doing kind of like a reflection, right? I like that. That's what I would call it. And so I am going to get off the stage and pass it over to you. Take it away.
Awesome. Well, so in spirit of 1111 portal, and I felt like this would be a really good tie-in to some of the work that I do, as well as what you get to experience on 1111. And so this reflection is all about, you can have the lens of yourself and your personal self. You could have the lens of your business, your nonprofit, whatever you choose. But the question that we're going to dive into, and that you get to ponder a lot about, is based on your actions throughout the last year, your like how you show up, or how your business shows up, how they serve clients. Is anyone better off? This is the question that I have taught a lot in my masterclasses about, and there's so much to it. And really what you want to do is frame this question around the sense that, am I showing up? Is my business showing up? Is my nonprofit showing up to where there are other people that are better off because of us, because of me? And if you instantly can say yes, then you could probably instantly go into how. And if you pause, it's okay, because sometimes our brains aren't always geared towards thinking about, are we making somebody else better off? Because we're too busy taking care of ourselves, right? So this is something that as I help individuals or businesses go into writing grants and getting ready for a funder and writing a grant, they always they want to look at, is anyone better off because of you? And you have to prove it. You have to show, yes, and yes, I'm worth your money. And so this can be taken to all different contexts. I know I'm putting the funder grant spin on it because I want you to understand where it comes from for me at this moment. But now let's walk through a little bit of what this might look like in your daily life, what this might look like in your business. And so as I'm talking, just go ahead and continue to reflect. Is anyone better off from the last year because of me and because of the work I'm doing? Right? So go ahead and close your eyes and just picture yourself on a daily basis, where you're sitting. Are you sitting at your workstation in your house? Are you sitting at your workstation at home? Are you with your kids? Where are you at? Think about how you typically are feeling on a daily basis. Are you feeling empowered, happy, excited? Are you feeling tired, sad, depressed, angry? How are you feeling? So these are things that a lot of times we might not even tune into. And it's important that we do, because how we show up every day helps us answer this question, if anyone is better off. And I do this with my own children, especially my three, well, actually both of them, I can't even say especially. If I'm sitting there and I'm frustrated or angry, they're not going to be better off because of how I might show up for them. And I have to really remind myself on a daily basis, how am I showing up, right? So if I look over the last year, now that you've kind of got yourself in a daily basis, and you think about what it is on a daily basis, if anybody's better off because of what you're providing and what you're doing, let's think about on a monthly basis. Are there events that you go to? Are there events you put on for your clients? Are there daily routines that you have that support somebody knowing what's to expect and come about? There's so many different ways of understanding if anyone is better off because of you. And a lot of times, I'm going to take this to the next level. I talked a little bit about individual. There's two ways of looking at if anybody is better off. You can look at the individual level, that you are making an impact on someone and someone's life to be better, to improve. And this impact on an individual level, a lot of times you'll hear feedback verbally. You might feel great about that feedback. If you get feedback that's not great, then maybe you know you're not supporting somebody on being better off. Just like Jen did the interview with me now and asking a couple questions about her network, she learned something. She learned that I'm better off because of what she created. And that was through personal contact. That was an individual level. Let's take it to the next level. And thinking about your impact on how you can do this at a local level, or a state, or even at a national level. You know, if I have, so I'll give you a couple examples with a business maybe. And looking at and reflecting, is anyone better off? You'll hear comments. What type of comments are those? Are they positive? Really, positive is not the best way to go about it. It's more of like, what type of words make you feel good, make you feel better and empowered? Is there joy in these comments? Is there energy in the voice? And what type of energy? These are all things that will tell you. Are there pictures? Are you Showing up on social media a lot in a positive light. Oftentimes we don't realize by even showing up and telling our own story, we've got to share the space, right? But by telling our own story, we help others because it makes them feel like they're not alone, as well as helping guide something that might happen for them as they show up. Now, I know I seem like I might be all over the place with, is anyone better off? But you have to realize that when you're talking about it, every person can answer this differently and from a different lens. So for businesses, you might know that you're helping, if you have a business where you're doing job training, and there might be a huge economic impact. So you're going to help somebody. So if you do a job training, or even if you're just doing, wow, I just lost it for a second. Anyway, job training, an individual goes out and gets a job, right? They are blooming. They're benefiting because on an individual level, they are better off. They're making a steady income. It could be higher than what they used to make. They're better off. But think about the next level. They now have a steady job. They're contributing to society. You have now been able to help the economy grow as well by having somebody stable in a job. So is anyone better off even if you give them a smile? Or you help one person and it changes their life. Imagine how their being is going to be outside of the space that you help them with. They're fulfilled, maybe more. Does that mean that they have more capacity for others? It's like a ripple effect. This ripple effect can go really far. You can have social impacts, environmental impacts. It's a simple thing as even if your business chooses to have just reduce waste. And when I say reduce waste, maybe it's like my own business, right? I'm a grant writer. I can sit at my computer and write grants. I don't typically print things, but I might have to print an RFP to read and highlight. But when I print, am I using reusable print cartridges? Am I using recycled paper? Any business can have an environmental impact. And does that mean that somebody's better off because we made those choices? Most definitely. They can be small. So take a moment. I've talked a lot, but take a moment and just think about two moments in the last year that you were confident that a person or a group of people is better off because of you or what your organization is doing. And then think about why and how you know that. The how you know that is the powerful piece. Are you contributing to society in a much greater level? The how will come. It's okay, Jen, I'm just about done. The how will come, you'll feel it. You'll feel it in your bones. You'll feel it when you see it. It's like this joy and this light that comes on in you. So think back for the year and think in the future, how are you going to have that impact of, is anyone better off? Nope. Wait, I cannot hear you, Jen.
Wow. All that talk and I was on mute. I was like, wow, this is awesome. It makes me want to now keep like a daily list of all the times that, people shared with me, or I've seen the actual growth from being in the network and yeah. So anyways, the ripple effect reflection. Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. That was super awesome. I put your website at the bottom here, safekinconsulting.com, and you can check out Heather's work there. If you want to work with Heather, you can contact her there as well. And thank you, Heather, for donating such a freaking amazing prize. Thank you for being a part of the network. And yeah, we'll have to get some events set up for the future. That'd be really, you always have such good stuff to reflect. And I highly recommend that people go back and watch the personality goals, because you had helped me. I never liked setting goals, and it just never felt good to me. And you helped me to see that by my personality, whatever we ended up figuring out, it was like I should set my goals on how many people I help. So my goal is like, if I help this many people, then the money is just going to come with that. But instead of saying, oh, I want to make, 6-7 figures, whatever, that didn't feel good. So yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, it's great. You always have to align your goals with your personality and who you are and what drives you, which is what you're saying.
Yes.
Drives you to help people. So set it for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is available in the replay. So thank you so much for being here today, and stay tuned, everyone. More good stuff to come. Bye. Hi, everyone. It's me again. I'm here all day, and I'm excited because I am here with one of our amazing guides, Melody Long, who is a soul wisdom mentor. Hi, Melody. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. It's great to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm not introducing anybody today like I usually do. So can you tell us a little bit about who you are?
Sure. Well, I'm in Portland, Oregon, and how I came to be here is Jennifer and I met a couple of years ago now in another group. And so that was our initial connection. And my work in the world is, my passion is really working with midlife women to help them remember that they're spiritual beings having an earthly experience, a physical experience, so that they can really express the light that they are in the world, and that will bring them joy and fulfillment. And I work with women using a variety of modalities to move them towards seeing themselves as this bright light in the world, using things like meditation, journaling, tapping, processing places where we're stuck, where we bump up against places that we don't believe in ourselves, and then doing what's called frozen children emotional work. So those are some of the pieces that I use in working with women to really see them as this shining light, that they can see themselves and believe that for themselves. Yeah. So that's what I do in the world. Yeah.
I have not heard of this frozen children shining light, or whatever you said. We'll have to talk about that later, because I haven't heard of that yet. And so my next question was going to be, what do you do in your business? But you already answered that. And I just want to say how important your work is in this world. I really have, from my own experience, realized that like spiritual practices and connecting with ourselves and our inner soul wisdom, as you might call it, it's kind of the base and foundation, in my opinion, to life. That's where we get that wisdom from above, whether it's like your higher self or it's your source, your power of the universe, whatever God you call it. And we're so disconnected at times we can't hear that. So like your work helps people to come back to home. And I love that you said spiritual beings having a human experience, or however you said it. I'm like, that's the theme for today, right? And taking all those tools and using them and harnessing them and utilizing them in life. So thank you.
Yeah, I think there are times when we just don't believe in ourselves, or we're in a life transition and we're kind of stuck, and we're asking big life questions like, is this all there is? Am I meant to do something else? Why am I here? Those kinds of big questions. Yeah.
Yep. That's me. I am that person. That's how we got here, because
I think that's all of us. Yeah. At some point in our life. Yeah, yes. I think so.
I love that. Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm like, we could talk so much more on that, but we're on a time limit today for the 11/11 Connect-A-Thon. Oh, I forgot to write my little banners. I forgot to do my banners. So this is previously recorded just in case people are here live. I'm like, we will get back to your comments and welcome to the Connect-A-Thon. I should have even said that. But that's okay because we're learning all day. Being in action is what's the most important.
Absolutely. Never too late.
Yeah, never too late. I love that motto. I love every time I see that post that like they are like Colonel Sanders didn't start Kentucky Fried Chicken until he was 70.
Exactly. Yeah.
So important. Okay, so let's share with everybody what do you do in the network? How do you participate or contribute? Whatever comes to mind for you.
Sure. Well, first of all, I was really drawn to the network, and I think this is what I'd like to say about it, is that it's just this incredible community. And I think even though Jennifer and I have never physically met in person, I feel like we're best buddies. We have had all kinds of virtual connections over the last number of years. And so there's this community now called the Soul Network. And this community is amazing. And especially for people who are wondering kind of what are their next steps on a spiritual path or just personal development. And for those of us who have a business that's heart-centered, maybe we're a coach or a healer or a teacher of some sort, it's a wonderful place to have community. And how I have participated is I have done a couple of little presentations, but I've also attended other people's work. Literally multiple times a week, there are opportunities to meet with other like-minded folks. So I think that's the blessing of being in this community.
Yes.
And certainly as an entrepreneur, it's a way to share your message, share what you're about, and also learn from other people who are doing similar work from you.
I love that. Thank you. And yes, Melody has done some events already in the network, which are available for replay in the members portal that everyone gets access to when they join us. So you can check out Melody's past events. And I just want to shout out to you because you came to one of the events recently and you shared some of your soul wisdom at the Ascended Masters Mastermind. And it was like this. I think the person was like, I want to cry right now because I feel so seen when you said that. And so, and you're like the third person to mention this today is that when you show up to the events, you're contributing in your time and your energy and your presence, but also your wisdom and you're receiving. And so that's really important too. And what's cool about it is it's like this great way that you get to give and receive, and people get to know you and your expertise as well while you're receiving. And I'm just like, it's the coolest thing ever.
It is. And when, you know, your superpower of connecting people is really what brought this all about. And it is, you know, so wonderful that we're getting to experience all of that.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for being a part of it. I'm so happy. Melody and I started in a coaching program together and we were accountability buddies and we've just always, kept in touch. And we haven't met each other in person yet.
No, yet.
But soon, 2024.
Oh, that would be great. That would be wonderful.
I'm speaking it into existence right now.
There you go. There you go.
Mount Shasta 2024. Let's do it. All right. So can you tell everybody a little bit about your prize and then we'll move on to the entertainment portion.
Sure. I have created a meditation that is, I think, especially useful for these times to remember how we can calm ourselves and get ourselves back into center and a grounding spot. So I think we all need reminders about doing that, especially in these kind of tumultuous times right now.
I love that. You know what? I just had a thought. I'm going to put you on the spot here. And if you want to tell me no, that's okay too. But I'm like, what if we moved it from being a prize that someone would win and we actually just gifted it to everybody who like comes to the event or that watches this? I don't know. Like what could we do
that would be fun. That would be fine with me. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. I love that. So anyone that I'll think of what it's going to be and how we're going to get this to people. We do have the live event today that people are registering for. And yeah, maybe it's anyone that comes to any of the open house events this whole time. I don't know. Is that okay with you?
It's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm like, I just get these ideas. And I was like, you know what? We should give this as a free gift. That'd be amazing. So thank you. Yeah, okay. I'm like, comment below if you want it as a free gift and I'll put the link there. That's what I'll do. And I'll make a little landing page for it. So perfect. Okay, cool. Thanks, Melody. Look at that. See, on the fly. Just creating and executing. All right. Well, I'm going to give it to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what you are going to do for your entertainment portion?
Yes. Now, I wouldn't necessarily call this entertainment, but I'm going to share a little piece with you. So you're hearing this today on 11/11/23. And I was reminded as I sat down to think about what I was going to present today that 11 years ago in 2011 on 11/11, I was with a group with my spiritual mentor and a small group of students in Egypt at the Giza Plateau at the Great Pyramid. And we had been asked to take one of the earth treasure vases, and I'll talk about what those are in a second, and bury it with ceremony at some location near the Great Pyramid. So this group of us got out in the dark. We rode horses and camels out to a sandy area near obviously we had some guides near the Great Pyramid, and we dug a hole and buried this earth vase. And these vases, there were about 30 of them that are buried around the world in places that need healing and light and thoughts of peace and well-being and healing. And this is a tradition from Tibet that's hundreds of years old, and a Tibetan monk made these earth vases that a woman named Cynthia Jers brought to the western part of the world. And she's been working for 30 years. And so that was a very powerful experience, as you can imagine. But today is also a power day in its own right. And the earth and the world has changed a lot in 11 years. And when you look out on the scenery around the world, it feels like there's a lot of chaos and a lot of heartache and heartbreak going on in the world. But what's also true is an incredible amount of light is coming to us, and we are in this huge paradigm shift. And so I want us to remember that we have, just like those vases were buried years ago, we have the ability to bring our light and our energy and our healing power to the earth and to the peoples of the world in our own very way. It may be just in our families, it may be in our local, maybe our neighborhood, or it may be that we have a bigger vision. And in that process of really opening ourselves up to our light, which I call a spiritual practice or a spiritual path, you may call it something different. It doesn't matter what we call it, but we bump up against shadow in ourselves. We bump up against what I call knots in consciousness, where we have beliefs about ourselves that aren't true. where we doubt ourselves, where we may feel guilty about something we did or some mistake we made, and it keeps us from moving forward. And so my experience has been in doing this, what I call a spiritual path, is doing shadow work as a way to open myself up to a bigger part of myself. And one very simple way to do that, we live in a 3D world where we're faced with opposites. Things are good, things are bad, right, left, wrong, right, liberal, conservative. And we're unfortunately seeing that play out in the US in, stark reality, which is hard because polarities are very extreme right now. But a way to work with that energy inside of ourselves is to take a look at an issue. And I just came up with an issue that popped up for me recently, is feeling the emotional upset of feeling excluded from a group. And if I looked at the opposite of that, it could, there's probably lots of opposites, but one of the opposites is to be included in the group. So that's a polarity, to be excluded and to be included in a group. And a very simple process is just to take a piece of paper and write down on the left-hand side all of the things that you would desire about being in a group, included in a group. And then the next piece of that would be to look at all the parts of you that would fear being included in a group. So we're looking at the desire and the fears of a particular, I call it a knot, but whatever you're bumping up against, however you'd like to label it. So we're looking at the desire and the fear. And then the opposite of that is to be excluded from the group. So what's my desire to be excluded from a group? And anything that would come up for you about that, feelings, thoughts, experiences. And then what's your fear about being excluded from a group? So you have looked at kind of 4 sides of this knot, I'll call it. And then you just do a little, I call it a prayer. You can just call it an offering or just a little saying to kind of wrap it up. And it goes something like this. And you can just make it up however works for you. But what I say is, dear beloved Mother, Father, God, oneness that we all are, please take these 4 pieces of the sides of these squares, the sides of this issue, take these 4 sides and bring them into unity in me, because that's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find the middle way in this knot. We're out on the edges of it. We're out in kind of polarity. You're good, you're bad. But what we're trying to find is the middle way. And so you ask that all this be brought into unity and in yourself, so that you can see more clearly, find your way home to your inner self, your inner wisdom more easily. I give gratitude, I give thanks that it's going to be so, and then just say, Amen, so be it, however you'd like to end. And it's a very simple but deceptively powerful tool to work through it could be the beginnings of working through a difficult spot. Sometimes just doing that a few times really clears the issue up pretty amazingly. And then you just sit for a minute, be quiet, and go about your day. But I usually ask people to notice how things may change for them in the next couple of days after having done an experience like that. And oftentimes I can feel a shift in my body if I've really kind of nailed the 2 polarities, the 2 opposites real well. I can feel a shift in my body. So I offer that today on this Power Day of 11/11 as a simple little tool to help us see more clearly through through the weeds sometimes to who we truly are.
Wow. Can I just share with you that that was so powerful? I'm like, for some reason, I want to be on the left side. That just feels normal to me. I had to swap us around. Okay. Holy smokes, Melody. I just had a breakthrough when you were sharing that. I didn't do the exercise because I could have, but I was just sitting here and I was looking at some stuff and I was listening. I was like, oh, this is so good. I want to come back and do it. And I don't know what my thought process was, but I'm sitting because this is pre-recorded for this little session right here. I'm like, let me show my little previously recorded. So we're doing this prior to 11/11 to be aired today, 11/11. And I was like, wow, I haven't really I don't know what happened. I don't know what you did, but as you were talking, I literally was like, oh my gosh, no wonder why I'm doing, because I was thinking about where am I going to put this in the schedule? And I was thinking about the schedule and how I need to do all these things for the schedule. And my logical mind is wanting to do that, but I'm like, okay, but I can put that stuff off. What I need to be doing is communicating and promoting this event. And I was like, why, what am I missing? And then when you did that whole talk, what I was missing is that if I'm scared, no one's going to show up. And if I'm scared no one's going to show up, then I'm just not going to promote it. And then I have an excuse that if no one shows up, that I'm going to, I didn't promote it. So no one showed up because there was an event. I did like this. I had this huge vision. I didn't promote it very well. I didn't communicate it and no one showed up. Holy crap, Melody. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So you don't even have to write it down, Jennifer. So what would be the opposite for you of nobody showing up?
Oh, well, if no one showed, it's the opposite.
No, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite of no one showing up would be that a lot of people showed up and it was really successful.
So you do the desire and the fear of a lot of people showing up as well.
Yeah.
So you look at that and you literally don't have to take the time to write it down. It's more powerful if you write it down, but you could literally do this in your head driving to the grocery store.
Oh, I mean, I just did it.
You could just, okay, what's my desire to have nobody show up? All of that. What's my fear of nobody showing up?
Yeah.
What's my desire for having lots of people show up? And then what's my fear of having lots of people show up? And then just say to the universe, please balance all of this inside of me so that I come into a balanced, unified place so that I can find my way home more easily. And what I call going home is really just coming into myself, coming totally into myself, to my inner wisdom.
Oh my gosh.
And then give gratitude, say, thank you that it's so.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm like, Melody, thank you to you. Thank you. This is a live breakthrough, people. Wow. I'm like, now I feel like my energy has shifted. I told Melody before this call, I said, I haven't been feeling well. I've been doing a lot of subconscious work, which is around being visible, being successful. I've had a fear of success. I'm scared. And so my beliefs are still regenerating. We released them, but I'm like, so now that I just had that epiphany very easy, now I have to go take the action and go promote the crap out of this. So anyways, thank you.
You're very welcome. I also want to just say that I think that what as women in women bodies this lifetime, that we are all up against clearing of the patriarchal women's, I'll call it the Holocaust, just the thousands of years of the feminine being repressed and what happened to us when we became more visible. And it wasn't good. If you were a healer or you were a midwife or you were somebody who spoke her wisdom, bad things happened to us. And that's in our lineage down through many, 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 many generations, not just women, not just in physical women's bodies, but in all of our men and women, we've all been affected by patriarchy. And we're getting out of that now. And so that your little piece may be, some of that. your
Yes.
piece, your fear of getting visible and being successful and having lots of people show up may trigger that. It's certainly, that for me, that's a reality that I'm still working on for myself.
Absolutely. And actually, in my sessions, a lot of it was about visibility, these 3 sessions I just did. And a lot of it was generational trauma passed down from family lineage, past life stuff also. And then there were a few things, only a few things that were like beliefs created from this life. So it's crazy and awesome all at the same time. Thank you, Melody. Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm like, even if nobody was watching this, because what if no one shows up? I'm like, I got the biggest breakthrough from it. And you just changed the trajectory at this time of this whole event. Thank you. Melody Long, people, if you want to connect with her, you can go to melodylong.com. She does have a Facebook group for women because that's who she loves and serves primarily right now. And thank you, Melody, for that. And now we have a free gift as well for everybody. And yeah, just comment free gift, I guess. And I will make sure that that gets sent to you in some way, shape, or form. I'll have a form or something. I don't know yet. Figuring it out as I go. And that's sometimes my best work. So
absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Stay tuned. We have more good stuff coming up right after this. See you in just a second. Bye for now. All right, and we are back live. I am just coming back on real quick to give Melissa and Shayna a heads up that they are on next. Thank you for joining us, everyone that is here. Say hi in the comments if you're watching the replay. Give me a hashtag replay. I haven't done that this whole time. I don't know why, but that was awesome. We just heard from Melody and Heather before that. If you missed it, you can go ahead and catch the replay. Michael, I see that you put free gift in the chat. So what I actually ended up doing is, thank you for being here live. You can go to jenniferhart.com and there's a little banner that says download the free gift by Melody Long. It's a beautiful meditation. I listened to it last night as I was getting it up on the website. So that will be the easiest way for you to get that information at jenniferhart.com. All right, Mel and Shayna, I am bringing you on. You all are up. Take it away.
All right. Hello. Hello. So good to see you again.
It's been ages.
I know, right? So long. And for anyone who was wondering, like, we just had this amazing live connection event that we did on Zoom, and it was so beautiful. And I'm so happy that you jumped on, Shayna. Thank you for that. So so just for anyone who is just popping on, we are doing this amazing Connect-A-Thon for 11/11 and our 1-year anniversary for the Connected Soul Network. And we have some of our amazing guides here, and we're doing a little interview portion first to kind of get to know the guide and hear a little bit about them. And then each guide is sharing their gift, which is so exciting. And I can't wait for that, Shayna. So let's jump right in. So the first thing I want to do is just ask you who you are. So can you share with us, who you are and what you do in your business?
Okay. So I'm Shayna Gallion. I like to say a genderless soul in a female body in this lifetime. I think that answers a lot of things there. I live in St. Paul, Minnesota, where it is a little nippy here. So if you see me blowing on my hands, it's because it's a little chilly here. I have 2 adult kids and a partner and a house full of pets and a never-ending supply of dust bunnies.
I love it.
My business is Soul Guides. I write books. I put a lot of free content out. And my primary thing is I empower trauma survivors in particular to trust themselves and to partner with their soul guides. That can be spirit guides, angels, deities, animals, spirits, ancestors, higher self, spirit with a capital S, so that they can experience loving guidance and permanent belonging at any time.
I love that. So I just want to say that permanent belonging, that concept just really stuck out to me in such a beautiful way and felt like a warm hug. And I just want to say, wow, that is powerful. That is really, really beautiful. I love that. Beautiful. So what do you do in the network?
I do what the voices tell me to do. I show up when I can. I mean, the thing I love about the network is it's show up when it, as Jen says, when it feels like it's in alignment. Take care of yourself. And so I know that when I come in, it's like being greeted by family, like how family is supposed to be, not the family that many of us grew up with.
Yeah.
And I try to offer support. If messages come through, I ask people if they're open to them. Nobody's turned me down yet, but they're always free to. And I really try to help each other be. There's a word in Hebrew, shalem, which is generally defined as wholeness. It's the root from shalom, meaning peace. And I like to also define it as coming into the full potential of being.
Wow.
That is, I do what I can with what I have, to empower others to step into their full potential of being.
Oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. Wow. So many quotable moments. I love it. Just so many beautiful, beautiful quotes. You have a real gift with words. I just want to say that I feel like every word that you utter just has this resonance to it. I almost feel like it's a song. And I feel like there's a healing that's happening as you're speaking. That is really beautiful. Wow. Wow. So I would love to know what you've gotten out of the network. So I know we've gotten a lot out of having you here. And yeah, I'd love to know in your words, in your experience, what you've gotten out of it.
I have reconnected with why I wanted to do this in the first place, why I wanted to work with others, why I wanted to help people meet, connect with, and partner with their soul guides. Every time I am at an event, or even sometimes just popping into the Facebook group and seeing what's going on, it's like a little pick-me-up. It helps. It reminds me that there's a reason for what I do, that what I do is needed, and that I am the one to do it. I mean, other people can do the same kind of thing, but they can't do it the same way that I do it. And that can be said about everybody else in the network. We're all necessary pieces of the puzzle.
Absolutely. Oh, so beautiful. And I love that. I feel like sometimes we all need that reminder, right? And I think it's so easy, like, to walk into a place like the Connected Soul Network and see the magic and the gifts of everybody else and just be astounded and like, just, wow, these are incredible people. And then just having that reminder that, yes, we absolutely have our own magic to share with the world. And, you are the only one that can do the work that you do. So I love that. That is amazing. And with that, I mean, would you?
So I was listening to the last part of Melody's interview just before this, and she talked about belonging. And I would say that is something else I also get from the network is it's so hard to find places, especially when, you know, you're a little out of the mainstream. You know, if I said to 10 average people, hi, I'm Shayna, and I talk to spirit guides, you know, a couple might lean in and the rest of them are going to be like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
And this is a place I can come in and I can say it and people are like, yes.
Exactly. That's it, right? It's like, it's this beautiful acceptance, but I think it's so much more than that. I think it's in embracing, right? It's like people embrace you with so much love and excitement. And it's just, you have your own personal cheerleaders. And I love that. Amazing. So beautiful. So would you recommend the network to people?
Yes.
I love it. And you know, it's interesting. I'm curious actually, what kind of people, not specific names, but you know, what kind of people you would recommend the network to, like that. Yeah, that's just something that comes up. It's like,
I have recommended it to a number of people, and most of the people I've recommended it to, you know, they're doing healing work of some form or another. Sometimes it's energy healing, sometimes it's some other modality of healing, but and they're feeling like they're alone in this. Like nobody's responding to the offers they're putting out. Nobody's really supporting that they even should do this. It's almost like, you know, I am here, I'm offering my gifts to heal what I can, and they're getting back, when are you going to get a real job? You know, that's not something it's not something I'm ever going to hear in the network. And so part of it is that having that connection, knowing that so I like to use the image of a lighthouse. There's a lighthouse in my company logo for a reason. And in a sense, we are all lighthouses shining our light, you know, for whatever ships come needing it. And the network is it's like the electrical grid that connects all of us, that reminds us that we're not the only beacon of light out in the darkness, and someone is down the road and somebody else is over this way. We have to do we get to do our part, and we don't have to do more than our part.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I see people struggling and feeling like, what's the point in doing this? I encourage them to come into the network, because I really think it can offer not only the emotional and spiritual support, but also even you know, logistic business practices, you know, some really pragmatic kinds of things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's what I love that too. I love that you mentioned that, because I think, you know, we all talk about the connection and the community and all, and all of that is so huge. And I would say that is kind of at the forefront. And there's all these other little things that we get, you know, like the practical advice, like, you know, someone's not sure how to do a certain thing on, you know, some tech platform, or, you know, they might come in and just mention something like, oh, I've been trying to do this thing. And, you know, and 5 people will say, oh, okay, you know, have you tried this? And I love that so much, because, you know, we're all on this journey together. And yeah, I love that.
We've talked marketing before. Like, how do you market a spiritual business and attract the people that you are here to attract?
Yeah, no, that's huge. I love that. Wonderful. So tell us about your raffle prize item, because I know that you had a special gift that you offered, and yeah, I'd love to hear about it.
Sure. So I am offering an ebook. So it's an electronic copy of this, but not this, because this is paper. But yes, 300 and about 300 pages of channeled guidance, but also anything I didn't like, I argued with. So yeah, it begins with me asking, "You want me to do what?"
I love that. Oh my goodness. Well, I for one, just would love to read it. So I'm excited for whoever gets that. And yeah, thank you for sharing
Yeah.
that. And
the full title is 10 Things Your Soul Guides Want You to Know, especially if you have anxiety, depression, chronic pain, or PTSD, with questions and arguments from a human with all four.
oh, I love it. That is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we move into the entertainment portion, like what you've prepared for us today?
Not that I can think of, no.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Shayna, thank you so much for sharing all of that. And we love having you in the network. I just love your energy. I love just who you are and what you're doing in the world. So thank you for doing that. And I'm going to let you take it away and share a little bit about what you've got for us today. And then let's get into it.
Okay. February 9th, 1984. I was 15. I will never forget coming home from school to discover that my mom had found all of my journals, conversations with spirit guides and messengers that I had seen and talked with my entire life. Conversations about love, about how much I was loved, about how much I mattered. Things that I didn't hear from my violent, critical, and highly intellectual family of origin. I'd filled half a dozen notebooks with their words about how I was here for a reason, how my true self was far more than the body I inhabited, how I was loved far more than I could possibly understand, how they were helping as much as they could with my family, and how I would never, ever be alone. They helped me feel a sense of worth and value. They helped me feel safe, even in the midst of imminent physical harm. I love that their personalities came through in their words, and it was clear how much they cared for each other as much as they cared for me. This is what I thought a family should be. But the moment I walked in that door that day in February, the air felt heavy and thick, just wrong. My mom sat on the couch. All my journals were spread out on the table in front of her. Her eyes were red and swollen, and there were balled up tissues next to her on the sofa. "You're sick," she screamed at me. "Deranged. You need to be locked up in a mental hospital. Go to your room. I can't even look at you anymore. I wish you'd never been born." I ran to my room while my mom burned my journals in the fireplace, my mind filled with visions of padded rooms and straitjackets. It was the first time in a dozen years that it ever occurred to me to be afraid of the invisible friends I called guides. So I shut it down. And when I most wanted to hear reassurances of love, all I heard was silence. I really did question that day if it was real. I questioned if my mom had really wished I'd never been born, if I was making it all up, the love, the safe feelings. Maybe I really was sick. Maybe these were just the rantings of a severely damaged, abused child. And if they weren't love, if they weren't real, if their love was a creation of my own making, then what my parents said must be the truth. I was not loved or valued or worthy. I was wrong and broken and unlovable. And if my parents were right, then there was no point in going on, no point in living. So I decided to end it all. The day I planned to kill myself, I saw a man solid as any human, any of the other students at school, watching me from beneath a tree near my locker. As I walked up to him, he met my eyes and said, "We need to talk." I instantly recognized him as one of the voices that I'd been transcribing in these journals. The one who told me to remember, always remember that I was loved. The one that I kind of suspected might be an angel. I stood there, students moving around me, and I said, "Can anyone else see or hear you?" And he said, "No, just you. Follow me." He pushed himself off the tree, turned, and led me out to the athletic field. I heard the bell ring for the start of 5th period. All of a sudden, I was concerned. "I'm late for class." "No, you're not," he said. "You've been marked present." "But I'll miss the lecture." "There's a substitute," he said. "They're watching Jane Eyre. You've read the book. You'll be fine." As it turned out, I was marked present. They did watch the film, and everything was fine as far as that class went. He motioned me to sit down in the grass, and after I did, he sat down and said, "I can't allow you to go through with your plan." He gave me this look that said that he knew everything. Everything. And he said, "You need to put the pills back." He had me promise not to do anything to harm myself for 1 week. 3 days later, I was called into the principal's office. They had received an anonymous report that I might be suicidal. A CPS investigation was launched, and it was the beginning of the end of a childhood full of abuse from both parents. 7 years later, I clerked for the law firm where my father was a partner. I came into work on this beautiful morning in May 1991, expecting to meet with my dad. Instead, I found a note on my desk, a single page torn from a yellow legal pad, describing the cases he wanted me to work on and ending with the comment that he was going to sail off into the sunset. I felt sick, this hollowness in my stomach, and I was paralyzed with fear. To me, this was not a to-do list. This was a suicide note. Immediately, one of my guides was at my side. He urged me to see if anyone else had received notes. Turns out there were 6 in all, sounding innocuous to all the other attorneys, but sounding an alarm to me. My guides led me to the phone book. This was pre-internet. To call the county sheriff and then to call the harbor master where my dad kept his boat. My guides kept me grounded in the moment, not going off into all the what ifs, and agreed that, yeah, my dad's life was at stake and every minute counted. At every turn, from the attorneys to law enforcement, I was terrified of revealing that my certainty about what was going on with my dad came from my guides and my intuition, not intellect, not evidence. The police found my dad on his boat out in the San Francisco Bay. He'd swallowed an entire bottle of pills and was semi-conscious when they found him. They rushed him to the hospital and pumped his stomach. He spent 2 weeks in a locked psychiatric ward before he was released. So my mom threatened me, saying that I needed to be locked up, but then it turned out that my dad was actually the one locked up. Even though my mom destroyed those journals that I'd kept in high school, I kept writing those conversations with my guides for decades. And now some of those conversations, those very conversations that I was taught were wrong and dangerous, are now in this book that is helping and healing readers around the world. Don't take my word for it. Check in with your own guidance. And if a connection with your own soul guides and a connection with other people who are engaged in helping and healing through spiritual means is for you, then you are in the right place.
Wow. I'm just taking a moment to really process that, because that was incredible. That was such an amazingly powerful story. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's funny. I had chills and goosebumps from the moment you started speaking, and I saw Jen said the same thing. And there's so many comments about how incredibly powerful that was. Wow. Thank you. And
Thank you.
I just want to say that, when I look at you and when I hear you, like the first thing that comes to mind is just courage. Like, just this, you have this incredible, authentic courage. Just the way that you show up as fully yourself and you share yourself with us, and you just have, just this ability to just be you in the most amazing way, being that beacon of light, right? That lighthouse. And this was really, really beautiful, Shayna. Thank you so much for that amazing gift. I feel like I'm still processing the power of that story and just everything that you shared with us. And I feel like I need to read your book, so I will definitely be doing that. And yeah, I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that you're here, that you're in the network, and that we get to connect. And that's one of the things that I'm most grateful for the network for, is just being able to meet incredible humans like you that are sharing their light with the world. So
Yes.
thank you so much. I have so much love for you and just so much gratitude. And yeah, I know I speak for everybody that was watching and everybody that has met you. And I just say you are such a gift to the world. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you to Jen and the network for the opportunity to share this.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, that was so amazing. The moment you started speaking, I had so many chills, and so powerful. So if you are interested in getting Shayna's book or connecting with Shayna, you can go to their website right here on the screen, shaynagallion.com. And I know in the Facebook group, because this is streaming 3 places, that Danny went ahead and dropped the direct book link, but you can get it from the website too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Shayna. We are so grateful for you. You're just amazing soul and human being. And yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. And do you have anything you want to add before we let you go on your way for the evening?
Just that I love this group so much, and I'm so glad I said yes when I saw your post a year ago. It's what I've gotten has been 100-fold more than what I feel like I'm putting in.
Oh, you are putting in so much. But I wanted to say Shayna's Soul Guides told you to join the group, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
I just do what the voices tell me to do.
All right, before you go, let's show Michael's comments. He said, I'm teary-eyed. I want to hug you.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll have to go check the comments and look at all the awesomeness that you inspired there. So thank you for sharing your story, and thank you for being here with us today. And we will see you soon. Did you mention that you're doing the Soul Guidance event monthly? I can't remember.
I did not.
I'm I was in and out taking care of some things, and so I was like, I wonder. So Shayna teaches each month soul guidance, how to connect with your soul guides, and we have something different every month. And I don't remember the topics for next month. I know that we already had picked them. I sent them out in an email, so I don't have them on me right now, but it's a great event, and I highly recommend it. You can check the calendar, which is on jenniferhart.com, and join us for that as you join us for being a member. Woohoo!
Yeah, last Tuesday of every month in the evening.
Yes, 5:30 to 7, I believe. Perfect. All right, Shayna, have a great day or night. Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Shayna. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was so good.
That was incredible.
How do we follow that?
So good.
I know, right? Hey, wow.
I was just like this the whole time. I was like, oh, I'm not
I think
doing
we
the
all
water.
did like
I
we needed a break. I was like, whoa, okay. I needed to like. I'm glad. I'm not glad, but Melissa, I needed a moment, so I'm glad you needed a moment too.
I know. I just threw Melissa
I
back
know.
up.
I
So
was
good.
like, whoa.
So
Just stunned by the power and the beauty of that, and just
Yeah.
Power.
wow, that was truly incredible. And I love that, we all had chills. We were all just hanging on the edge of our seats. Like, oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Well,
that
and this is
was
the power of the
amazing.
network. So I want to just say that holding the space for each other to be able to show up and share like that and share our stories is really what this is all about. Because, like, exactly like Shayna said, I love that they use the lighthouse analogy, because someone had shared that with me a while back. And I was like, that's the best analogy ever. Like, if we show up and we are just the lighthouse, we will attract all the like. But the brighter that we stand next to each other as lighthouses, it just gets brighter and brighter. And holding the space for them to be able to do so. So thanks.
And the
Shayna.
way that they said that the network is an electrical grid connecting all the lighthouses, that was like,
oh my
that
gosh.
was incredible. Like, that was my favorite image. Like, yes, it's so true.
Love that. All right, can you two Care Bear Lighthouse? I love that.
That's pretty.
Like.
Yes, Michael.
Absolutely.
All right, can you two entertain for a minute? I am going to take a quick break, and then we can talk about the network. And I got a little presentation I'd like to share.
Woohoo!
Okay, I'll be back.
Awesome. Sweet. So, Melissa, we have not heard from you yet. So I'll take this minute to ask you. So who are you and what do you do?
Thank you. Yeah. So, it's funny, Danny, and I feel like this is a very Taurus answer from what I've heard, and I have a lot of Cancer in me too. But I feel like the very first thing that came up is I am love, and that felt cheesy, but also really beautiful. And I was like, yes. I feel like that's something that I'm embracing and just really feeling into. Just I am love, and what I do. So I am an intuitive business guide. I'm also a trauma release specialist, and I work with heart-centered visionaries to help them get out of their own way and step into who they were truly meant to be. And that's, this world changer, this incredible leader who is meant to share their magic with the world. And that's, like, I think my favorite thing is just seeing someone really see and own their own magic, their gifts, and then shining it out to the world. And there's just nothing better, when you see that light come on, right? Like their lighthouse turns on, right? And they become that beacon of light, and they're shining so bright, and they're out there really owning who they are and just being this incredible force. And that's what I see for so many people. And there's so many people out there who are stuck in their own patterns, their own trauma. They're stuck in their limiting beliefs and just all of those blockages that keep us stuck and keep us from shining our light. And I just love helping people to overcome that. So yeah, that's what I do.
Love that. I love that. And I'm going to say, when you were saying that, like, we're going to keep with this Care Bear analogy, because I know that Jen always uses the Care Bear, right?
Yes.
I got like this image of a Care Bear, like it's as if their like shiny thing, right? Their gift, their light is like blocked. And like after working with you, it's like they're able to peel it back and be like,
Yes.
like,
Yes.
like, like the total, oh my God, I'm just like, oh. I love that. I'm gonna keep that in mind. You go work with Melissa, and we'll rip it open, and you're gonna be able to shine so beautifully and lovingly.
Oh my gosh, I love that
love
so
that.
much.
I'm coming in halfway on the conversation, but if you're talking about Melissa's work, it's so funny because I
Yes.
kept telling Melissa, I was like, I really think that you're helping entrepreneurs, spiritual entrepreneurs, with their visibility. And that's how Tech Trauma Tuesday was born. Hi, Vanita. Oh, happy anniversary to
Hey,
Vanita.
Vanita.
In your podcast. So exciting. We share the same anniversary month. So
Oh,
cool. Now I'll always remember.
Hey,
Yeah, 1 month on
congrats,
her, or
Vanita.
1 year on her podcast. Yes. Oh, it's Indian New
oh,
Year.
that's right. Happy Diwali.
Thank you. Yes,
Happy
thank
Diwali.
you. Okay, so what I was going to say is that Tech Trauma Tuesday. So what I saw is a lot of these people that are spiritual have a lot of tech trauma. And I mean, it can be, for me, it's emails. Emails feel so heavy to me. I will miss responding to emails. I will put it off. I don't check my emails. It's just overwhelming. Also, Instagram Reels. I really want to do them. And my phone, every time I go to do them, it just shuts down. It freezes. I'll spend 30 minutes on a reel and then it gets deleted. And I'm just like, and I saw this in so many other ways, like can't get the passwords right ever. And I was like, what is going on here? And so I was talking to Mel about it, and I was like, we need to do a Tech Trauma Tuesday. Like, it has to be a Tuesday because I like the TTT.
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, it's all about visibility at the end of the day, and or something even deeper below that. And so that's how Tech Trauma Tuesday was born, because you're ripping off their Care Bear thing because you're getting them visible so that they can. Hi, Jake.
Sorry, Jake
To
will
get
join us, so he's going to say hi to Jake.
Oh, Jakey Jake.
Oh, I love dogs. So we have Tech Trauma Tuesday every third Tuesday in the network. You have to check the calendar. I used to be able to remember these all by heart, but now we're going on up to 14 reoccurring events. And unfortunately, it's not in the open house next week. But Melissa is teaching a class in the open house next week. It's the Release and Rise group coaching for guides with intuitive business guidance and solutions by the one and only on this thread, Melissa Acuna Dango. Well, we had to shorten it to Melissa Acuna for purposes of getting your whole name on there.
Yep.
So I was kind of thinking, hi to everyone who's here. If you're just joining us, you can catch all the replays. They should already be, well, the one that we streamed the first half of the day is already up. This one, I don't know if you can watch replay yet, but there's so much good stuff. We have more coming. And I wanted to take a minute because we have not really had time to talk about the network. And I had like a little presentation I wanted to do for people that might be watching this that's never seen it. So what we're doing is a Connect-A-Thon. And the point of this Connect-A-Thon was to celebrate our first anniversary of the Connected Soul Network. Yes, you have to watch the eating donuts part, absolutely, and get your own donut. It was so good. So Melissa's mom actually did that session, and she was amazing. And the sacred codes, learning about
So
that,
good.
it was so good. I can't wait to like chop these up and be able to replay them back on my feed, because everybody has shared so much amazingness. And what I really wanted to do, it's like this beautiful like trifold, is it maybe, that we're giving value and service to anyone watching through the stories, through the entertainment segments that we're doing, where people can just show up and receive and get so much out of it. And the people who are sharing are getting visibility in their business, and maybe people will need their services and be able to, like, the universe has now delivered this answer to them by this. And then also we're sharing the network. We're ready to expand, and we are calling in more aligned souls in the Connected Soul Network, where everyone knows your soul. What did Malcolm say earlier? Where everyone knows your soul. It's like soul connections. And so I wanted to just share, it's a win-win-win And it was like a channeled thing. We had tons of ideas, and I will probably expand on it next year. But for time, I went on a walk and I asked my guides, as Shayna just talked about, and I was like, what should we do? And I saw myself on this telethon when I was a kid, and I was like, oh, we'll have a Connect-A-Thon. Okay. I love videos. That is one of my soul gifts. It's something I've done as a child and absolutely loved. Like, I am tired right now, but I'm like with two of my besties, and we're having so much fun just hanging out together. We're really all good at this, like this back end stuff. And I feel very supported. And then we get to have all these cool people on, hear amazing stories like Shayna's right now, and experience activities. So thanks for being here, for both of you, for helping. And thank you to everyone who's watching, everyone who's participated, everyone who's going to be watching on the replays. Don't mind my cat food feeder. I don't know if you can all hear that. So what I wanted to do, I have no idea how these are going to look, but let's see.
I just want to say your cat's giving us a drum roll.
Oh, it looks so bad. All right.
I know. I was thinking, I was like, that's not Jake.
I just deleted. Yeah, it didn't. All right. You all are going to have to talk while I go re-download the other ones. Oh, you know what I can do? I'll just do it from Canva directly. So I had some other slides that were already uploaded, and I literally just deleted them from the StreamYard feed because I didn't want to get it mixed up. And I was worried that it was going to do that when I had pushed the button. I was like, ooh, that doesn't look like it saved properly. It didn't.
I want to show Michael's comment here. He said, my nap feelings have vanished.
Oh,
I love that. When you get re-energized, right? From all the good vibes. I love it.
All the good vibes.
All right, let's do this.
Lots of heart energy here. We're all wearing green today.
I know. We knew. Okay.
The connection.
There we go. Oh no, can you all see it? Oh, it's not up yet. All righty.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So real quick, let's run through it. The Connected Soul Network, it shares the same mission as me because I'm the creator and founder of it. And that's only makes the most perfect sense, right? Our mission is to connect people on a path of spirituality and personal growth and development to the information, events, resources, community, and people who can help them to learn, heal, grow, and achieve their best and highest self. We are currently a global community, primarily online, with talks of chapters maybe coming soon. I don't know. I'm going to Austin, and Melissa was talking about maybe Austin's going to be the first chapter because this is where these two are located. With our annual meetup in Mount Shasta. July of 2024 is most likely going to be the date. Save that time. It was an amazing experience, and it's going to be even better this year. All right. Now the question is, how do I change the slides? All right. Let's see. Okay. Did it change? Yes, it did. All right. So I thought
it did.
We need to have our values here. So as if you've been with us throughout the day, you can see there's a theme that a lot of people have talked about, the authenticity of the people that are in the network and that show up to events, even as guests. And guests have commented on this. Authenticity is the number one. We want to build authentic connections and long-term relationships. We care about who you are, not necessarily what you do. It's who you are in your heart and your soul and how you show up in the world. What you do is amazing and very needed as well. We do care about that for real. But it's like how you do it and who you are when you do it and while you do it is what we really connect with. And that's what we're calling in. Okay, it has to be fun. I mean, to me, like today, this is so much fun. I love to do videos and interviews and connect with cool people. And we already came up with a new event, the Holiday Secret Santa Exchange, where we'll exchange our services with each other and we'll have a little holiday party. So now we have to create this. And I'm like, it sounds so fun. And when it's fun, for me, at least in life and in business, it's easy, it's flowy. And that's just when things seem to work for me. So fun is very important. We have to have curiosity and compassion. That's how we create a safe space for everybody. Make sure everybody feels seen, heard, supported, and that they belong. That's important to me. Includer is one of my top strengths. And I love that about myself because I'm able to create a space where a lot of people have said that today, and I'm just like, wow, that's amazing. It just warms my heart so much. All right. And then we are growth and expansion focused. Personally, I believe, and I think everyone else believes, that if we start with ourselves, we create this ripple effect. And that's what's so important. And that's what the network's built for, is to be able to work on ourselves. And then it's just going to ripple out into the universe and create this huge impact, one person at a time. I mentioned it earlier, we're very heart and soul centered, and connection is very important. Our connection to ourselves, it's a exploration and discovery journey. It's connection to source, higher power, whatever that is for you. And then others, the community that we have together. It's so funny. It's like, who knew all my skills from college were going to come into play in my business one day? All right. So the question I have for you, if you're watching this, is, are you an explorer or are you a guide? We service both. So explorers are people that are just here for themselves. They're on a personal journey and they are looking to receive. They are seeking self-exploration, discovery. They want to make a change. They're bettering themselves. They are curious or interested already in personal development. They want to be surrounded by positivity, community, and support. Guides are explorers, and they also they're a spiritual person that has a business. So I need to change that, because it's not that you're a spiritual business owner. You can have a spiritual business. We service many healers and coaches and practitioners, but it's about spiritual people in business, because I need to add spirituality. The connected piece is kind of, I think, the spirituality piece on there. We attract a lot of intuitives, mediums, any type of light workers, leaders, and change makers. And we also need the practical services too: website people, virtual assistants, anything else like accountants, tax people. Yeah, we're calling it all in. And guides are either going to be, we have a range of tiers, which I'll get into, but you are either wanting to start a business or you have a business and you're ready for collaboration, visibility, expansion, more impact, and community. Every time I go, I have to go to another screen. Okay, so let's talk about our reoccurring monthly Explorer events. So for explorers, we have the Dream Circle with Amanda Schumann. She was on as our first guest today. And at the Dream Circle, you are able to bring a written dream and dissect that dream, talk to that dream, work with that dream, and hear what the messages are for you. And what's the cool thing about it is that you could bring literally the same dream each time and get new messages and learn more and connect more with yourself. And it's really cool. And then you also get to share with other people, and they are, we lost Danny. They are there as well. And hearing other people's shares is so positive and impactful and can give you insights. And then they could also give you feedback on your dreams as well. And then we have our group coaching call with Astra Fox. Astra, also here earlier today and donating a prize as well as Amanda. And Astra uses NLP and many other techniques in the group coaching call. Never the same, happens every month. And she does hot seat coaching as well. So it's actually pretty cool. Michael, I don't think you'd care if I shared this, but I think it was at Astra's event that we said, we want to hear more of your story. And we want you to share like your journey, Michael. And ever since then you said, okay. And then now I see you sharing it everywhere. And it's so awesome and impactful. And then Shayna, we just had on. Shayna does soul guidance, where you can connect more with your guides on a deeper level and work with them, ask questions, learn how to hear them, and just get more feedback from them. There's so many different exercises that we'll be doing. And the Chakra Sound Bath series, that is with Maria Jansen. She puts on the most amazing sound bath online. All of the replays are already available. It's specific starting from the root chakra. And this next month, we are going to have the crown chakra. Let's see. Nope, Danny's still connecting. All right. We'll bring her up in a minute. And then we'll have the crown chakra, and you can go and listen to all the other ones. And that's just clearing your energetic space. Marie and I did talk about, once her series is finished, what we'll do next with those sound bath series. And what's really cool is that Maria is not even offering this outside of the network. This is an exclusive Maria Jansen sound bath that you can only get here, which I feel very honored for that. I think that's pretty badass. So I'm all, oh, I said ass. A social circle. Mel, do you want to talk about the social circle? I'm like, it would be nice to switch it up.
Yeah, for sure. So the social circle is a whole just reinvented networking event. And the reason I did that is because it is so far from a traditional networking event. It's a place where you can come and really truly connect, right? So we are all divinely guided. So if you feel called to come, then there's a reason. You're meant to be there. And so everyone that's there is there because they are looking to connect on a deeper level, right? So it's not this like surface small talk. Like, it is something really deep, really beautiful, where you get to be seen, to be heard. The space is held, and what we do is we actually have a speaker, which is really, really cool. So you have a featured speaker, you have a healer, and then there's all these different roles. So what's awesome about it is that the guides in the network get to actually be showcased. They get a spotlight. They get a chance to actually, speak and share their gifts. The explorers, well, depending, there's two, right? Or is that, has that shifted to?
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
So is there, because I'll just say, like, we pivoted it a little bit. It used to be called Call to Connect, and there was one for explorers and one for guides. So is that still?
This is the explorers and guides one.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. I'm just checking. So the social circle, basically, all the explorers get to come and experience, and receive a lot. And they also get to learn, if they eventually want to become a guide, you don't need to, but if you do, then you can kind of see what it's like, kind of test it out. And then for the guides, of course, you get to share your gifts and then connect with each other. And the amount of support that happens in there, the amount of friendships that are formed, the amount of just amazing connections that happen for you on a personal level and in your business is really beautiful. And the way that we're doing it now, because like I said, we kind of shifted it a little bit. Before we were doing one-on-one breakout rooms, but now we are actually doing it we have different breakout rooms, and you have one person guiding and leading it. And then we answer questions and we just connect in a really beautiful way. And people have just said the most amazing things about these events, just the way that we get to be filled up, right? It's like your cup gets filled up in such a beautiful way. And you just end up feeling like just, almost high on love and connection when you leave. I don't know if you ladies want to add anything to that, but yeah, I love the social circles. It's just such a beautiful way to find those deep connections that you're looking for.
And meet new people. And yes, you summed it up perfectly. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we have some new events. I just updated this slide. The Temple Loam Teachings with Lori Soleil. She'll be on a little bit later this evening live. And we will also be talking about Mount Shasta mystical journey that we did this last year. Lori was one of the main guides that took us around. She lives there. And so I want you to stay tuned for when she's coming on. I'm not sure what time that is because I don't have the calendar. Hi, Chris. I see you backstage there. We're finishing up our little presentation about the network and inviting people to join us. And so the Temple Loam Teachings is going to be taking metaphysical and manifestation, so kind of like the scientific and the spiritual aspects of things, and combining them together. And Lori is very into the earth and the moon, the land, and being able to bring it all together. It's very, very fascinating and so cool, and also giving practical tools that we can implement in our life. So I'm excited for that. That's starting next month. And then we have human design with Tangi. So if you're here earlier, Tangi was here. She's amazing. Thefeelgoodexpert.com. You can get your human design chart, and she's going to start doing teachings in the membership and hot seat readings, which she loves and she's so good at. And then we have a bunch of different special events. Today we're talking with Chris Noble. He's a guide in the network, and he is going to be doing, I think we're going to do a static dance event that he's going to literally DJ himself. So that sounds really cool. I'm really excited. And we have Occam's 7 Laws of Abundance starting in December. That's going to be a 4-part series that's happening every week, once a week for 4 weeks in December. The perfect time to prepare yourself for great abundance for the new year. And then we have a bunch of Facebook group events just for the sake of time. I'm not going to go over all of them. This is available in the Connected Soul Network Facebook group, whether you're a member or just a guest in the Facebook group. This is for everybody to participate in. And the Temple Loam teachings and human design with Tangi are also going to be sharing some information and events as well. I just didn't have time to update that part. And of course, when you join us as an explorer or a guide, you get instant access to all the replays that we've put together over the last year. And more events are in process and coming. Okay, so guide events. What's different between the explorers and the guides, again, is the business aspect. So if you sign on as an explorer, you get all the explorer events. If you want the guide events, then sign on as a guide so that you get the guides and the explorers. And we have Cosmic Marketing with Danny C. Muniz. And I am, I'll give you a minute, Danny, to talk about your Cosmic Marketing.
I won't even take a minute. I'm going to say it's astrology, it's marketing, it's giving you the season, it's telling you things that you can do in your business with some hot seat coaching on your specific natal chart and what would be best for you in your business during the season. Done.
Okay, awesome. And Melissa, in a minute or less, tell us about the Release and Rise group coaching call.
For sure. So we explore a theme every month, and you come on, you get supported, you get intuitive guidance and whatever else wants to come through for you. And we just get to hold space and grow together.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, and then we have Creative Flow with Chris. I'm like, Chris, is it okay if I bring you on and you give me, I guess we're going to talk about it next, but I'll just bring you on now. How about that? Chris, hi, welcome. Can you tell us in a minute or less a little bit about your creative flow? And then we'll go into it a little bit more in your interview that's about to happen.
Well, it's really whatever stops you. And it's really about what I was reflecting earlier is that what really stops us is our mind. And we're doing these sometimes we're doing these little tricks, because what they really are, they're actually tricks from the perspective of the mind. They're tricks. Because the mind is like, hey, wait a minute, why are you getting me out of the way? From the perspective of the higher self, they're just ways of accessing what's already there.
Perfect. I love that. Thank you. It's a really great event, and we're going to have some cool stuff that we're doing this month. Personally, I think we're working on like a lead magnet, but with Chris's cool story that you have to go watch the replay and or attend the next live event. Ooh, dun, 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 to be continued. All right. Tech Trauma Tuesday. Melissa, that's you again.
Yeah, so Jen kind of mentioned this earlier, but it's really, it's so much more than tech trauma. It's really about uncovering the deeper roots to these tech issues that a lot of entrepreneurs have, right? So we find ourselves getting blocked, things aren't working, you can't sign on to things, yada, yada, yada. And, there is something deeper there to look at, usually has something to do with the realm of visibility and self-worth. And it could be a number of other things. And so we kind of, we dig deep and we uncover what's going on and we do some deep releases. And it's really different every time. So I never know what's going to happen. I just kind of allow it to come through.
And you are so good at that. You're so good with just having the channeled intuition. And last time was so fun that I think we are talking about creating an event just like that. And Occam is going to be assisting you moving forward. And you guys will be co-facilitating together. So that's really exciting. Adding an extra energy perspective and healer in there together. Call to Connect. This is my baby. This was what started the network before there ever was a network. It's a beautiful networking event focused on spiritual people in business and coming together to create authentic connections and build relationships. This isn't come vomit all your business cards at me and tell me I should give you business and I don't really know you. It's like coming to my house while I'm eating dinner. Unattended or unexpected. There we go. We want to get to know you. We want to know, like, and trust who we do business with. We want to make authentic connections. We want to know what's driving you and what's holding you back and support you along the way. And so we have kind of like social circle. We have a little educational piece and we have a little healing piece. And I say little because they're short. So I should say short instead. And the reason that I did that is because sometimes I would go to events and I would get very drained from like a speaker or the topic because I'd get bored and then I'd just have low energy. And so I was like, I like quick. If I like a person, I will go find them and I will connect with them afterwards. So it's really just giving you samples of everything so you can see what you like. It's like a little sample platter. And then you go find that person and connect with them. And then we have one-on-one speed dating basically for your business collaborations and business buddies. And it's so fun. It's so quick. And so many amazing connections have been made for even those who've been to the event only one time. I've heard amazing stories. So I love that. And then Danny, you want to talk about the Ascended Masters Mastermind?
Yeah, so Ascended Masters Mastermind is one of the events that we have for our all-in guides. And so this is where it's a true mastermind. I know that word is thrown around so much these days, but it is an actual mastermind where we have one of our guides who we call mystics in the hot seat or love seat or however you want to say that. And all of us that are there, that are present, all the guides that are there are helping, supporting that business in whatever it is that they need, any support they need, any insights they need. The last one we did with Bibi Fazio was so much fun. We got to look at her sales page for a program that she's having and just give her some insights based on what we're seeing and the audience she's wanting to call in, and also receiving, and this is my most favorite part, intuitive hits, intuitive insights. We've got card pulls that come through with this. We've got spirit guides that are coming through with this. I usually have the Akashic Records open. So we have all this, like, it's like a true spiritual mastermind. And I absolutely love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to do with all-in guides.
Oh, it's so fun. So yeah, that is for our all-in guide tier. And what we do is all-in guides are able to attend. So they are the gurus that give and then also the person that receives. But we do send out the recording to all guides to be able to view it and see, because there's still so much great stuff that can come through. And what we have been doing is if a guide wants to come check it out and is thinking about upgrading their membership, then we're happy to have them come and check it out. And it is an awesome event. I'm pretty sure Phoebe said, well, we can confirm this later, but I'm pretty sure Phoebe was like, by being in that hot seat, and that like covered my whole membership. Like it was worth everything. And that's not even including that she's actually gotten a client and so much other stuff out of it as well. So somebody said Ascended Masters Mastermind is my favorite. I'm going to guess that's Shayna, because Shayna is so awesome. And Shayna rocks it all the time whenever they come and help support. All right. So we have our adventure. Are you ready to go on an adventure for your soul? This is for our explorers who might be watching. So we have two options. We have the monthly option, $25 a month. There's no commitment. It is a reoccurring subscription, but you can cancel it at any time. And we have this amazing deal that I was like, why is my price so cheap? I really need to raise it. I just haven't had the time to do it. But you save 40% and join us for a whole year at $180. And yeah, that's a steal of a deal that we'll be raising. And you will get a bonus with that, the Joyful Purpose Visualization Workbook and meditation by one of our amazing guides, Astra Fox. And then you'll qualify for the November bonuses as well. So anyone that joins us in the network, first 5 people today will get a hot seat coaching with Danny and Mel at the VIP special event. Anyone who joins us between the 1st and the 16th of November, which is our open house period right now, will be entered to win one of the amazing prizes from the guides in the network and be invited to the special private VIP event. And I already went over what the explorers are, but again, it's just someone who's looking for personal support, community, and they are wanting to be connected with like-minded people. They're exploring themselves, their soul, and they don't want to do it alone. I made this for myself. It's who I was. I felt so alone when I started on my spiritual journey. I felt so crazy. Okay, so let's talk about guides. Which guide are you? So we have 3 tiers and an all access pass. So very quickly, an aspiring guide wants to start a business or just started a business. An emerging guide has a business and is ready to start expanding themselves with doing some interviews and events. And then we have the all-in guide. You have a business, you are ready to jump full in, you want to teach reoccurring network events, and you don't have to either. So I want to say that as well. And you're really ready to expand your visibility. And then we have the all access pass, which just allows you to have, you're kind of like, I'm not sure, and I don't want to be too involved. So I want to have access to come to the events and also the replays, but you don't have to do anything past that. So our aspiring guide and our all access have no commitment, cancel anytime. And then the emerging and all-in, I do ask for at least a 3-month minimum commitment, because if we're going to set up events, I need some time to do that and to get acclimated. And you really have to try it out and get to know the people. And coming to events is so important, and also never required. I don't require you to come to X amount of events. I mean, I would love to, but at the same time, I'm a person that doesn't feel good for me. And so I'm like, I would never ask my people that. However, I do see so much value for those who do show up. One, they're supporting the other guides. They get to learn new things. They get to receive, but they also get to be visible and share themselves and their business. And people get to know them and what they're doing, even though they're just a person. It's like this just beautiful magic collaboration that's happening with that. And then for the pricing, we have our aspiring guide is $33 a month. And if you want to go with the yearly, these are all 25% savings. So it's $297. Emerging guide is $44 a month, and it's $397. I don't think I have I'll see in a minute here. It's $397, and Melissa and Danny both, for the first 5 people, are going to get an extra bonus there that they're going to do readings for you also. So not only do you get a hot seat, but you also get private readings as well if you go with the yearly. And then we have our all-in guide, $77 a month and $697 for the yearly. Again, Danny and Mel, thank you for offering bonuses for the first 5 people. And then all access pass. I only have a monthly option for this because I'm like, the point really is that you're going to move into one of the tiers. And so you will figure it out and then move up. You don't want a year, but if you want one, just go with the aspiring guide for the year. All of these do also qualify for the November bonuses as well. I don't know. Nope, I didn't. So what I would like to share is a little bit about the difference between emerging guide and all-in guide. So all-in guide is going to get you access to all the marketing and visibility that there is. You can do Facebook events, you can post in the Facebook group, things of value and sharing. And so you can build that relationship with anyone in the Facebook community while giving value and being of service. You are able to do reoccurring events in the network. I offer interviews. So as many interviews as you want to do with me. I will talk your ear off and talk and ask a million questions online. People are like, it'll never last an hour. I'm like, you've never interviewed with me. I love it. And there's so much that we could know about you. And I always have so many questions. I'm very inquisitive. If you want to see the full list of all the features, please go to my website, jenniferhart.com. You can also check this one with the little QR code as well. There's more there, but that is the overall gist of it. And the guides are all contributing to the network. They're the ones that are the speakers and the healers at the Call to Connect. We also have a couple other roles as well that are available. And yeah, so the next is our Care Bear call to action. Are you ready to answer your call from the universe? If you're reading this, then the universe has brought you here for a reason and is asking you to answer the calling of your soul. I believe we are stronger together, and I always use the Care Bears or the ants. The Care Bears is basically that once one of us shines and we all stand together, we get brighter, we shine brighter, we're more powerful. And I know Mel's like, woo! And we have that support of each other, and we are able to, there's something specifically I was going to say. Being in the gifts of each other. So it's like, if I'm shining my light, I'm also sharing whatever gifts I have activated with everybody around me and activating other people's gifts even more. Cause that's what I've been experiencing personally, is being surrounded by people that are like me and also on their own path. And maybe some in different areas, they're more accelerated. It opens me up even more. My intuition has grown tremendously. It's crazy. So yeah, Danny or Mel, do you have anything to add?
Just come join us. If you feel called, come join us. That's all I have to say, is just it's so hard to describe and really put into words the tremendous value that you get from being in this community, because it really just doesn't feel like just another membership. Like, it's truly stepping into a truly connected and fulfilling life, right? Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like a path and a journey. And like Shayna said earlier, like, what family is supposed to feel like.
I would
agree. I'll just add, if you're curious, I'm somebody who is like, I don't know, let me just see how this feels, right? Try the, all in access, right? Go 30 days, give it a shot, come to as many events as you possibly can, check it out and see what you like, see if it resonates. And, the cool thing is that there's no commitment on that one, right? If it doesn't resonate, then that's it. That's great. You tried it out. You checked it out. You gave it a test run. And if it fits, then welcome.
Stay. And if it doesn't, we shake hands and we still love you.
And no hard feelings.
Yeah. No, we want aligned people. I want the hell yeses. Like, I'm not gonna come knock on your door. I will be persistent and I will follow up with you if you show any interest, because I would love to have you. And if it's not aligned, I also respect that as well. And the one thing I did not say, but I'd like to, is the difference between Aspiring Guide and All Access is Aspiring Guide gets access to the private Facebook group for guides, so that they are connected on the back end. They are seeing what's happening behind the scenes. This network is primarily for guides, run by the guides, which is so freaking awesome and cool. And they love it. It's practicing our leadership skills, our communication. We're growing as businesses and so much good stuff. If you have any questions, the Ascension Enrollment Room is open. You can go to my website, jenniferhart.com, click on the banner that says Ascension Enrollment Room, come on in. We're in the Zoom room. Danny's going to take over and bring Chris back on. Chris, thank you for your patience. We're running a little late. So we appreciate that. And you. And yeah, we're happy to answer any questions, help you get enrolled. And we have some hot seat coaching special VIP offers still available, amongst many other amazing bonuses. So any questions? And I think that's it. Take it away, Danny and Chris.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. And welcome back, Chris. I'm so excited that I get the privilege and honor of interviewing you and learning more about you and sharing all the beautiful gifts that you have. So let me start off with tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you?
Golly, well, I mean, I've been on this journey for, I don't know, I was interested in enlightenment when I was a teenager, and then you just sort of go from there, here, there, and everywhere. So I've been a programmer and a teacher, and I've been doing transformational work for a long, long, long time. So the thing that really excites me right now probably for the rest of my life, is supporting the creation of enlightened businesses. And one of the realizations I had recently is that I don't even know how to word what the name of it is. So it's like awakened business, enlightened business. I mean, that could sound a little, big, but it's like businesses the way we want. What I like to do is take the parts of things from our culture that we like and assemble them with the parts of things we'd like to see, and then leave the other parts behind. And then what you're left with is enlightened business, where it's creating livelihood and abundance, but not so that you can make $1 zillion for the sake of making $1 zillion, but so that you get to love what you do, and so that you have an impact, and so that you're here fully realizing your mission on the planet. So it's all the things at once, and I'm very intuitive, and I've also sort of I love to draw on, like, there's some really exciting stuff going on in Silicon Valley in the last 10 years, or Stanford, around design thinking and lean startup. And there are these wonderful principles that I've studied and done boot camps and all these things, where let's take those to create enlightened businesses. And let's combine that with the wisdom of, understanding where our spirits are coming from, and emotional intelligence, and being in feel, and being connected to our higher selves. Let's just do all of that.
Yes.
So, and the way I tend to work is I tend to, I guess in this community, I can say a channel, for sure, like, or I psychic, or whatever you want to say, or I definitely connect with something. And my funnest place is to just connect with you, whoever you are, and just feel the field of what that is, and where you are, and what's that piece that wants to be supported, or that little piece that wants to be, a new way to see it, that will just change everything and move that out of the way for you, with you, So it's a very full spectrum approach. It could be like, it feels like there's some imposter syndrome or some fear there. Would you like to kind of work on that? Like, you say you want this, but that keeps not happening. Let's look at what's going on. Or it could be like, let's look at marketing strategy. Let's look at pricing strategy. Like, that's fun too. And it's like, let's work that in a supportive, compassionate environment, right? So there's always somewhere to go.
I love that you said that, Chris, and I want to add in here that I think this is the really cool thing about a lot of the guides in the Connected Soul Network is we are spiritual people, and we have gifts, right? And yet we are business owners as well. And so we have experience in business. And so we can bring that beauty together of the spiritual and the 3D, right? The material kind of idea, and just bringing the practical here with the ethereal, just like bringing those together. And I've heard a few guides say that today. And I think it is such a beautiful thing that we have in our community, in the spiritual community, as business owners and spiritual people that are looking at how to do that more. I think the next shift that we're going to see in business moving forward. So I love that you said that. Can you share with us, so what does it look like? In what ways that you support people when people come to work with you?
Mm-hmm. Well, in the startup that I have with my business partner, sometimes I do work with her, sometimes I do work on my own in different ways, but we have these 7 lenses when we take people through that, which are 7 lenses of entrepreneurship to look through. So that's one thing we're doing a lot of. So you might look through the lens of getting really in touch with what your heart's calling you to do. Because we found very often, like I guess shared decades of experience with business owners, is that that's a snag for a lot of people, right? Like, I really need to do this because I think I'm supposed to do this, and I'm not actually in touch with why I'm doing it. I mean, but then there's really fun practical stuff too, which is like, there's a lot of really cool work that's been done that you can do about learning how to listen more, like learning how to go out there and take baby steps and do little experiments. So we get out of our heads, and instead of saying, oh, I still haven't launched, and still haven't launched. And I completely know that. I completely relate. Believe me, I get it. Absolutely. And it's like, how can we turn those into baby steps where it takes the fear out of it so much that you forgot that you were worried about it? That would be my goal.
Yeah. And make it easy, like make the ease, with whatever it is. Because sometimes we want to overcomplicate things. And I feel like you bring so much ease into the work that you do and the people that you work with. So I'm happy for that. I'm excited for that. So tell us.
We're getting out of the indoctrination. Sorry, we're just getting out of the indoctrinations of how hard things have to be. But I love what you said earlier about, like, we're kind of alchemizing because for like decades ago, there was like spiritual and there was business, and it was like they were enemies. And then more and more and more, the more we do the conscious work of deciding, gee, I wonder how those two things would work together, instead of they can't work together. And so then you get out of the whole spiritual bypass, and then I hate my job, or you get out of all that. I mean, I've done this is the work of my last 2 decades, really. It's like, how do we really move out of that division between, and it's all, we need it all. It's really cool. Like, it's the more they come together, the more it's an exciting thing instead of like a battle.
Yes. Yeah. So it's funny you say that, because a client of mine a couple days ago, I was doing a live on Instagram, and she has a day job where she's an accountant, right? And an auditor. And, she was like, how do I bring, she's an Akashic Records reader, she's Reiki, she's, does tarot. She's like, how do I bring that into accounting? And it was like, oh, here we go. Let's tell you how we can do that, right? Because there's so many ways that we can bring into that more masculine, energy, bringing in more the feminine energy and that allowance and receiving and that intuitiveness into that world, which is so very, I want to say masculine, but also very rigid. It can be very rigid. And so it was really cool to be like, like, you can totally bring that into your day job. It doesn't have to be separate, right? It's not something you do this thing on the side, but how can we bring who you are into all that you are doing? So that's really cool. I'm loving this. So tell us, what do you do? How do you support? What events are you doing within? I know we hinted at it a little bit earlier, but tell us more about what you do in the network.
Right. So I do the creative flow, which is usually like is it the last or the fourth? Sometimes they're not the same birthday of the month, but and so creative flow can look like more of sort of tangible things. Like the next one we'll be doing is about kind of a framework for how you can create something like a sign. Like I had a sign at a psychic fair recently that worked extremely well because it was like so much clearer than most people's signs and just so much more. And also because it was really tuned into the kind of work I wanted to be doing with people, and it was tuned into the audience. So, you know, if I was going to a business conference, I might not call it a soul purpose session, for example, but it was perfect for them. And so it was a perfect situation where the thing I want to do, which is actually have deep conversations with people where I get to learn where they're really at and what they really need, which is the core of what I love to do, right? And then help them from there. I got to have conversations all day long. And even though like it was like people kept saying how slow it was, and they was right, it was slow, but it wasn't, that didn't matter, because when you have it dialed in, it was like the message was so clear that people would walk up and they would go, oh, okay, I want that, I'll pay for that, sure.
That's me.
And it was really neat. It was also neat because the mission, the thing I chose was, I said, are you blocked in realizing your soul's mission and purpose? And it was really cool because part of what it did was like, you know, I think some people that come from a psychic fair kind of like shopping around and want to buy some crystals and stuff. I don't necessarily want to like do deep work today, but like this question really pulled those people out of the field, and like every one of them had something they really wanted to talk about, because you're speaking to their higher self, you're speaking to a soul's mission and purpose, and it just pulled them out. And it was a really, really fun thing to do. So like, even if I didn't get paid, even if it didn't create clients, it would still be, I would just go there to do it because it was so fun. And that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's absolutely a good sign.
You know? So yeah, and then sometimes, and other times it's more about just kind of our creative practice and our creative process. I feel like, I think what I said a little while back was, I love creative process that helps us get out of our own mental way, because honestly, that's half of it. Half of it is not, half of it may be sort of strategies of here's what I want to do and all that, and trying to do it and trying. And half of life is like, I don't know, I just saw it, like half of it is getting out of the way of that part of you that thinks it's hard.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have to be. And there's just so much more we can do on that front. You know, someday I really want to do a whole workshop on easiness, because I have a lot to say on easiness, right? It's like the whole subject of easiness. There's so much to say about easiness and how to make life easier. There's just a world of stuff. So it's different each time.
I love it. And so what have you gotten from the network, right? Like you share with us what you bring to the network. What have you gotten out of the network so far?
Yeah, you know, oh, 1 second, this thing went crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I've gotten a lot out of it. And one of the things I was saying the other day is a thing that I really appreciate about the network as a guide is I can be so into my thing and how great my thing is, and when I share my thing, and like there's two things, that really positive things in that light that the network does. One is allow me the humility to say, what can I learn from you, Danny? You know, what can I learn? Like, or Melissa, like I've gotten so many good things from all of you that are here tonight, you know, and really in different ways that I wouldn't have expected, and really cool vision exercises and channeling. And I've gotten so much out of all of those things. And that does create that warmth of that family that you said. And so as a guide, you're also showing up to practice showing up. But you're showing up, it's a really great mix, because you're showing up. You do want to show up. You want to do your best. You want to like show up, right? You've got to be there at a certain time. But you're also with other people that you know they're doing that too. And so it takes a little of the edge off, you know? And that's a really wonderful thing because we can always be growing. And honestly, I think the vulnerability is very, very helpful. So yeah, I want to remember to keep going to more. I was seeing Melissa, and I was remembering one time when I was out in Fairfax, and I just like was having a fun day hanging out at Fairfax, California. If you've ever been out there, it's a really pretty little hippie area. And then I just took my phone and I just did the Zoom, it was a mastermind, I think, on the phone, and just it was so good. It was so good.
I love that. I love that. So you are offering, you have a raffle prize, right? That you're putting up for our new people who are enrolling right now to join us in the network. So tell us a little bit about that raffle prize.
Yeah, sure. So it's a 90-minute soul purpose session. And we just can go anywhere, really, because again, what I do is I just really listen, and I really, really create from everything I've always heard. And yeah, as I create a safe space for people, and we just talk and listen, and what comes out of that, there's always something that comes out of that that's like a next piece, a next thing, a next step. And then I support you, and we could even do a little bit of follow-up, based on that too, as part of that. And as I say, it could be like working on a piece about fear, or it could just be working on a piece about structure. Or did you know that there's this framework you can use to understand how marketing works a lot better, because in your eyes, the veils may be lifted from your eyes, so I'm very full spectrum when it comes to that, because I have all these different atmospheres. But yeah.
That is so cool. I said this earlier. There are prizes in there that I want, which is how the whole Secret Santa thing came out, and I'm like, can't wait for that. So we've got 9 minutes, Chris. So I'm gonna pass the stage over to you to do whatever you'd like to share with us and your special guest.
Yeah, I was like, actually, what I decided I was going to do was sort of channel something. So I don't know if Jen is there, because I thought one of the things I could do is essentially channel for Jen and for her business. Yeah. So basically, like,
Let's do it.
Okay. So cool. So tell me what's going on for you. Tell me, I mean, you're right in the middle of it, and it's live and everything, so that's fun and exciting, but where are you right now? How are you feeling? How is it? Where do you feel at right in this moment with this beautiful thing that you're creating?
Oh, it's a mix of feelings. I'm a little tired. Just popped a little Reese's peanut butter pumpkin cup to pep me up, put some pep in my step. And so grateful and supported and loved. Like, if I'm being honest, it's amazing. I'm like, if anything comes from this, aside from new members, all the other stuff, like, I think it was really an opportunity for me to receive help. You all stepped in to make this happen. Danny and Mel are here today supporting me. And to hear everybody's feedback about the network, why they would recommend it, what they've gotten out of it, like, that's also, I'm like, I just have to take a deep breath. And at the same time, it's like excited, because I'm like, I know that this is the start of something new. It's like the start of a level up, an expansion for me too. So pretty good things. And I'm also at capacity, because I put in a lot of last minute ideas into action. But I know it's been very aligned, and it's like, I also can't keep doing that to myself all the time. So long answer, long. There you go.
Maybe the next piece is rest. Like, maybe I have this wonderful book I highly recommend this book, actually, about rest. It's such a good book. It's like,
it's legit called Rest. I love it.
It's called Rest: Why You Get More Done When You Work Less. Highly recommend that book. It's a great antidote to our a lot of our belief systems. You know, it's like maybe getting rest for the next 4 days or whatever is like the absolute most productive thing you could possibly do. But anyway, yeah, no, I just love what you're doing. I think I could feel your heart energy go up there. Like this is you doing it. I think it's beautiful. I mean, I don't have a lot to say in a sense, you know, except that you're doing it. You're an inspiration. You're one of my just doing it people. I want to actually do a profile of several people I know who are, I call it just doing it. And you know, in different ways, you're just doing it. And it's so much more helpful than thinking about it. But you know, it's a process to get there, right? It's like you took a few steps and I think you got so frustrated with yourself finally that you just did it. And that was like a year ago, right? That's amazing.
Yes.
That's
It took a
incredible.
long time to get me here. Yes.
Oh, I mean, it's just amazing what you've done. I mean, I don't like, in terms of feeling, you're kind of at the crest of a wave here. We are at the crest of a wave. I realized the other day that part of why it was hard for me to talk about what I do when I talked about enlightened business, like everything sounds like not quite the right word. That seems a little big, but it's because there's no archetypes to completely describe what we're doing yet. It's so new. We're deciding to create a new reality. And so we're taking the pieces of all that we want and we're following our higher selves. We're following our intuition and we're just doing it and it's creating. And so it doesn't even have words yet. Maybe in a few years, it'll have some more words to just people will be like, oh, I know what that is, but we're just doing it. I think you're just doing it. So yeah, I mean, keep going. Like I feel that the wave energy of it feels to me like you said, you know, you are at the start of this wave and it's just keep going. I love what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I feel like you're spot on. Yeah, I really feel my word for the year was expansion. And I have expanded so much. And I feel like in this last month and a half that's happening is that the expansion is just going to go. I mean, my goal is to double the membership, which is a very large goal by November 16th, which is the end of our open house on Thursday. And in our in-person event, one of the members that gave me a channeled message said it's actually tripled the membership. And I was like, whoa, okay, I'm here for it. If that happens, it's time. And yeah, thank you for being a part of it because this network wouldn't be anything if we didn't have people like you that show up, come to events, teach events, and share your wisdom, your magic, and your soul gifts with us. So it's just this beautiful collaboration. So yes, thank you. And your price sounds amazing, by the way. And yes, we are going to do holiday secret Santa gift exchange. And yeah, so we'll have to talk more about that. Now I'm super excited because I was thinking the same thing. I was looking at all the prizes and I'm like, holy crap, these prizes are freaking amazing. I want to do all these prizes. And then someone was like, are members eligible? And I was like, no, it's only new members. Sorry. So we'll have to do something special. But anything else you want to add before we change roles?
I mean, no, this is, yeah, you're doing great. It's great. So I was very happy to share.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for taking time out of your evening and sharing with us. Thanks for contributing every month at your event. It was so fun, and I can't wait for the creative flow for this next month and getting those tangible items in our business that we're going to have. I can't wait to see what comes through for me. And I'm just so grateful for you, Chris. And Michael said it earlier. I don't know if you saw it yet. If you saw his comments, I went and replied back to a bunch of stuff. Here we go. So look on the screen. I love how calm and casual Chris is. It's like a breath of fresh air. I agree 100%. You always just ground me right back down because you're just always so like so calm. And if anyone wants to connect with Chris, he is at chrisburbridge.com and you can contact him there. I think he even has a just connection call, like to get to know each other for friends of the network. And he's an amazing guy. Phenomenal. Thank you, Chris. All right, we're going to swap out. Melissa and Kat, are you ready? Can I get a thumbs up? What? All right. Yeah. Oh, girl, you're on. I'm like, not Melissa. There.
Hello, world.
Hello. Hey, Kat. How are you?
How's it going? So good. How are you?
Good. Oh my gosh. I feel like it's been forever.
It does feel like it's been a long time. But you know what? Like, every encounter I've had with you, I feel like I've grown exponentially in between each encounter.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I take your classes. So like I've taken your events and I'm just like, oh, gut check. And then I'm like, okay, I'll grow. It's fine. It's totally fine.
All right, I'll accept it. I love it. Oh my gosh, Kat, I can't tell you how excited and honored I was to get the privilege of interviewing you because I just love you so much and your energy and just it's so exciting. All right, I love it. So let's dive right in. So let's go ahead and start with who you are. Yeah, just tell us, who are you? We'd love to.
Okay. This seems like a straightforward question, right? But when you're starting out on your journey and you get asked that question and then you have to look around at people in the eye and answer, that's a really scary question to answer. Mm-hmm. So I have an answer now. When I started on the network, I didn't have an answer. I didn't. I was so scared to call myself something or to be something or to alienate myself in any way. All that aside, I'm Kat. I have a business name now, The Night Sky Within. I have an office now. I have a place where I know, right? Right? So I have a place to see people in person. I just last night hosted an event where people paid to come see me do what I love to do. So the question, I'm Kat, who am I? What do I do? I'm Kat, The Night Sky Within. I named my business The Night Sky Within because I believe that within us is the night sky filled with sparkling stars of light all around us. And the journey is going within our darkness to find the light, to see where we want to focus, right? So that's what I do.
I love it.
Do you love it? Like, I've been working on it. Like, you have like, it's like you start with like an inkling of what it is and you start to do it. And from some of your, I believe it was you probably that told me this, like, you have to do the work to know what it is you're going to do. And I had to do the work. And then it came and I could articulate what it was I was doing. I used tarot, oracle cards. I found as I moved through that it's hard for me to say a specific thing because I feel like they're tools. It's intuitive work. Right. I use divination tools. Divination is a scary word, I think, but I use divination tools to channel and connect emotionally and spiritually with people so that we can explore that night sky within. So that's me. That's what I do.
I love it. Oh my gosh. I just want to say congratulations. That's so exciting.
Thank you.
I love it. Beautiful. So you did, you answered this, right? But if there's anything else you want to add to like, what do you do in your business? I know you just said the intuitive work, the divination. Is there anything that you want to add to that?
Dude, I could talk for millions of years. Like, what do? I talk a lot. So I am working on, and I was going to prematurely like launch this program that I'm working on, but I'm working at what I'm passionate about is helping people to like discover and look at what's inside of ourselves so that we can keep moving forward. And I call it my true north process. And it's something I've been integrating in my process the whole time. I just, again, hadn't named it. And I will be launching that program. I just want to be super confident and have all my ducks in a row, right? Safety first, always. But what my process really involves and everything I do anyway is getting people to a place of self-empowerment, of I'm calling it the True North process, because I want to help empower people to know and recalibrate their internal compass to their true north. So as they're making decisions, they can check in with that and see which way the compass is pointing, and if that's actually what they want to do, and to know how to move through the process, to know whose opinions are guiding that needle, and to make sure you come back to yourself. So that's involved in everything I do. I do like not superficial, but less in-depth things like readings. Everybody loves readings. Everybody wants to be seen and have that level of intimacy and knownness in order to help them explore what they have and feel validated and safe. And so I create that atmosphere, and we connect intuitively, and I help you process. I also do crystal work because I'm a big crystal hoarder. I love crystals. So I do crystal grids, crystal healing. I'm an energy worker. I don't have a lot of certificates on the wall, but it's the same thing. A lot of us are energy workers anyway. But I do that sort of healing and processing. I am also working on mediumship. I have a little bit, but again, the more experience you have, the better you are to give people more reliable information. That's pretty much what I do. And I have clients in my office, and I see people virtually as well. And I am now hosting events. So I did live gallery readings where everyone came in, pulled a card, and then we went through and created community and made a safe, vulnerable space where we could all share intimacy in a way that built us all up. So that is a huge part of what I do too.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
Long-winded, I'm sorry.
No, I love it. I love it. I was just like, yes. I'm so excited because you really, like, I just want to say that, you know, what I've seen, like, in your growth has just been exponential in just the most amazing ways. And what I love is just, you are such a rock star. Like, you just take all the feedback that the universe is giving you. You take everything that, you know, and you run with it and you just rock it in the most amazing way. So I just love it. And I want to say I love your business name. It is so perfect. I got chills when you said it. It's so beautiful. And the True North process, that's really cool. So
that's on my heart forever, right?
It's so exciting. I just
Thank you.
I just want to like take a side note and say, like, this is what I love about this network too. It's just getting to see these amazing people just grow, expand, step into their power, and really go out and share their magic with the world. And
yes,
it's so awesome, and it's so juicy, and I love it. I love
Me too.
it.
You know what can I just say, I know time management, not my greatest skill, but I love that. I apologize for the mint in my mouth. I'm getting over a cold. I love that we can come here and be excited about each other's success without worrying about how it might be a detriment to us. Like, this is the community my heart has been looking for, so that I could actually plant a seed and see something grow, right? Without worrying about if I'm raining on someone else's parade. This is the place that allowed me to step out. Jen Hart told me, she goes, Kat, you just have to have a place for them to find you. And I was like, I never thought about it that way. Like, we've had many beautiful growing conversations, and that's just one little nugget in there of her voice, and your guys' voice is rolling around in my head. So anyway, yeah, I agree. This community's, it's amazing.
Oh, I love that. And that's so huge. I love that you mentioned that, because I think there's unfortunately a lot of people who get this idea of like competition, but in a really unhealthy way, where you fall into like the comparison trap. And that's not what this network is. You know, it's just every single person, I think, recognizes that we are each unique. We each have our unique light to shine on the world. And we could do the same process. We could have the same gifts, although I kind of say it like this because I feel like everyone's are just so unique in their own way. But we just execute it so differently because of who we are, right? Our own unique style, our just who we are at our core, right? Every single person is so individually unique that there's no competition. There really isn't. The only person we can really compete with is ourselves. And I love that I've noticed that every person in this network not only understands that, but embodies that to a point where you can share your success freely, openly, excitedly, and everyone will cheer you on. And that is just amazing. I love it.
Yes. 1,000,000% on top of all of that. Yeah.
Amazing. So what do you do in the network? Like what are you offering the members? I would love for you to share that.
So, okay. Another skill I've gained is accountability and consistency. And Jen Hart is great. She helped me build that. When I was ready to give up on myself, she's like, hey, are you ready to do that thing we talked about? Hey, what do you think? And I realized, because I'm founding member, like I was able to have that sort of, unique connection. And I imagine that's what she was building in us to pass on to the next, generation of people coming in. But I now am doing, I believe it's the second Tuesday. I do an hour plus, because time management, not my greatest skill, but I'm going to stay. I feel like I've committed to it. And if you've committed to staying on that live with me, because I go live in a Facebook group and I do free card pools every second Tuesday. I want to say at 5 p.m. Go ahead and check the schedule just in case. But there's a good chance I'm there till 7. If you come on and you give me your time and your energy, I'm going to respect that. And I'm going to answer your question if you have one. And I'm the kind of person that I want you to feel complete by the end of our conversation. So that you don't walk away feeling worse than when you walked into my presence. That's something that I just don't drive with. So if I can give you something till you feel at least to your point where you're like, okay, this is where I'm at now. This is okay. But if you're here and you're like, oh, Kat, I don't know, I'm willing to stay and we could talk it out. And Jen's always like, no, get clients. But I'm like, oh, right. So both, please come see me privately as well. But I'm not ever going to leave you hanging. So that's second Tuesday of the month. The live card pools, it's at 5 p.m. But I'll go if there's people there and who want to talk and pull cards with me. Even if you want to just be like, hey, have you seen that new crystal out? I'm like, oh, that's fake. We can talk about whatever you want. If you want to talk with me, I'm going to be there and we're going to chat it up. I'm working on another monthly contribution, but I want to make sure I have it dialed in before I offer it out. But there's another upcoming thing I'd like to put on the books as well. So keep looking for my face.
I love it. I love that, the little teaser there. Throwing in a teaser. I like it. Look out for it. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. I feel like we can't have enough Kat events.
I'm always willing to talk, let me tell you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that about you so much too. You're always willing to share, to answer questions, to just be present and just be yourself, which is.
Can I tell you something about that? Or do I have time?
A little bit. If you
okay,
you can share really quick.
Okay, come on, Kat, be fast. Somebody told me you are so bold and you put yourself out there so much that when you act scared to ask a question or something else, you've now given everyone else who watches you permission to be more afraid. So that stuck in my head. So now when I come forward, because I was always asking for permission to be heard. Now I'm working on finding a balance of not, swinging the pendulum to being an a-hole, but to also being brave and bold enough to say confidently, this is me being vulnerable, or this is my voice, because I know people are looking at me now and I'm not afraid to be seen, but I need to be accountable with that action that I'm taking. So that for to be vulnerable, it takes one person.
It really does. That's amazing.
So sorry.
Yeah,
chat.
No, and you know what I got from that too is another thing that I feel like a lot of us get from this network is permission, right? We don't need to get outside permission. Unfortunately, a lot of people are always looking for it, right? It's like we're waiting until that invisible permission comes from the sky, right?
Yeah, their checkbox comes out, yeah.
Right. But
yes.
But we get that in the network. It's like just by other people showing up and by guides being themselves and putting themselves out there. I saw a comment earlier. I don't know who it was because it just said Facebook user, but it was like, Jen, watching you be fully authentic on video is inspiring me, and it's just all these things. Like when people show up that way, it gives you the permission to do it too. And so, you get to be a leader. And I love that because every time that you open the space by being vulnerable, by being willing to share, by showing up and just, being unapologetically you, other people say, I get to do that too.
Oh, I can do. Yeah, there's space for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Oh my gosh, amazing. So would you recommend the network to people?
Yeah. Unequivocally, yes. And I do to all people all of the time. I'm always like, hey, join the Facebook group first, and then we'll get you ready. So come on in. Yes. Yeah, my business has grown. And you know what? When you're starting out, if there's people that are just starting out and they're not sure what this network really offers, if you're not looking for business, but you're looking for community, I've grown as a human being, as a mom, as a wife, as a friend, as a person, as in my other career, my daytime career. I have grown there as well from being able to be fully present in this part of myself. So having this network be available in all of the different ways that everybody brings forth has challenged me in ways I wasn't expecting, but made me better for it. And it gave me, like you just said, Melissa, permission. And something that I don't think people realize, as important as it is, I feel seen here and valued. And I know people are looking for that. So if you're looking for that, we see you and we want to see you and we see your value and we want to help you grow in your value. So if you're looking for a place for that, and if you are looking for financial abundance, which you can have that in a personal way, but from a business standpoint, to reap the rewards of your other gifts as well, this is a great place for practical business information as well.
Right.
So I feel like it's a great place to grow on all aspects of the frontier.
Oh my gosh, yes. And you brought up something really, I think just something you said just sparked this other thought that, when you said about how you've grown in your daytime job as well, right? Like you've just grown as a person in every level. And I can say the same thing for myself as well, that I think that, there's a lot of people who are spiritual and who maybe want to start a business, or they're thinking about it, or, they've always had this idea, this calling, and they're not sure where to go from there. And this gives them this platform to explore that side of themselves, to grow that side of themselves, while they might still, have another job or be doing something else. And it gives them this beautiful just start launching pad, right? That's really what it is. And I feel like that's what it's been for you in so many ways. Like when I met you, you were thinking about starting a business, and now you're just fully running it, like rocking it.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, Kat, I want to jump into your entertainment portion of the night because I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. So yeah, go ahead and take it away. Tell us.
Wait, what's her prize?
Oh, sorry.
I'm such a jerk. I didn't fill the form out, but I want to gift a 30-minute session with me. It's going to be intuitive. So however you want to use your 30 minutes to explore the ether, I want to give you 30 minutes of my undivided attention devoted directly on you. So 30 minutes, tarot, oracle, crystals, healing session. If you just want to talk and shoot the shit with me, I'm cool with that too. We can talk about anything you want, but 30 minutes for us to explore your night sky within.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. I love it. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was just so excited to get into
I forgot you.
I was like, my little girl's going, I want to dance. Let's dance. Let's play. Okay, awesome. So thank you for that. I'm super excited. Oh my gosh. All the free gifts are just incredible. Oh my goodness.
This network is a gift. I have yet to attend something that I haven't genuinely grown from. Not at all. Nothing. Like, I mean, sometimes we're like, oh, we're just meeting up for the soul circle or whatever the speed dating is. Don't be mad. I go to it. I promise. I just I'm bad with names. But like that. Yes, the soul circle. There it is. I was like, come on, baby, work. But like, I have walked away with a wealth of information. People like us want to share. Our gifts bubble over like a spring. So when you're just chatting with us in that like situation, we're like, hey, I'm getting a hit. You want it? I'm like, hell yeah, I want it. Give it, lay it on me, sucker, right? So I've never had an experience where I've attended something and not been like, oh, that's amazing. Right?
I agree.
So anyway,
I agree.
Distractible, super distractible. Sorry. Okay.
No, all good. All good. I just want to get to like the juicy goodness of what you have to share. So I'm going to let you take it away and share with us what you're going to do and then go for it.
All right. I'm going to ting my bell because I'm like all woo crazy and I kind of want to just chill out just a little bit. So I'm going to reset just a tiny bit. And I just have a little tingsha bowl, a little singing Tibetan singing bowl. It's my favorite. I ting it when I'm out of whack. It helps me come back to here. So what I wanted to share tonight, and I know it's the 11/11 portal and everybody's making manifestations, wishes, whatever words we're putting on it, people are putting their power and energy into something. So I thought what I would contribute to tonight's soul gathering is a little exercise in finding your magic spot. So I'm calling it the magic spot. I know there's a song, it's not that magic spot. So what it is an exercise in finding a conversation within yourself, how you are talking to yourself. My main goal always in all my work is a level of self-empowerment for whoever I'm working with. So they find these little bits and drops and they can collect them and begin to become and feel in their whole full power. So the exercise is you're going to formulate a question or find a question, and the question has to be answerable and not in a yes or no way. It needs to have thought behind it. It needs to like be a provocative question that incites an emotional response. I wrote down journal prompts are a good place to start because they are formulated and intended to stimulate yourself to start thinking about something specifically and get a response from you. You just need a question, and it doesn't matter what question you start with. And when you formulate your question or you have your question, you want to make sure that you really have a clear concept of what you're asking and the elements of your question. And I know that sounds really nitpicky, but if you're going to ask yourself about work, know what work means to you. Is it a 9-to-5 job? Is it your spirit business? Is it taking care of your kids? Is it lawn? Is it chores? Like you have a good concept of the terms that you're going to ask yourself about. That way, you're not just pondering what they mean, you actually are going to be able to give yourself a genuine, valid response to the question that you're asking. And so I formulated this question. I'm trying really hard to stay cognizant of my time because I'm kind of bad about that. And I was supposed to keep track and I'm not. So my question I formulated for us tonight, just because I felt we're all here in a spiritual way, this might be provocative for some emotional responses. I'm going to say the question. Don't think about it yet. Just listen, and we're going to talk about the terms within it first. What does stepping into my spirituality require of me? Stepping into, we're going to consider that a forward movement or backward, however that looks to you. Spirituality can mean whatever you need it to mean. For me, it would be my connection to divine, to source, my etheric connection to every other entity that's in my space or extended space, and require of me. That's going to elicit, I picked things that I thought might be a little salacious and incite an emotional reaction. So what you're going to do is, and I know some people's lives are crazy, right? So when you do an exercise like this, it doesn't really matter if you don't have time to yourself, because I know a lot of people, especially when you're starting out on a self-care journey, you don't have time to yourself. But if you don't have time to yourself in the world of, exploding around you, like it always is, you still have inside of you. And this exercise requires just this. We don't care about this. If this exercise requires It actually requires the lack of that. So if you are safe and able, close your eyes, quiet your mind, and then ask yourself the question. And if you're not safe and able to close your eyes, then don't. Ask yourself inside your mind the question. So we're going to say, so close your eyes if you can, take a breath. If you can't quiet your mind down, somebody just told me this really great way to do it because I'm terrible at it. And I used to do this other thing. This is better. Stop and say to yourself, what is my next thought going to be? And then wait. Nothing. That's where you want to start. Okay. So do that. If you can't get your mind to quiet, meditation's hard. Start there because there's going to be stillness. So find the stillness, ask yourself the question if you need to. And then I'm going to say the question out loud and we're going to think about it. What does stepping into my spirituality require of me? This space right here that you're having, right before you formulated words in your mind or a response, that's the magic spot. I no longer care about the question right now, and I no longer care about your answer. What I care about is this space. And this small space, this magic spot in between an evocative question of you and an answer you're acquiring is all of this information. Your body's physically reacting to it. You are emotionally reacting to it. And you are connecting to your highest self and all the spiritual realms that you are connected to, consciously and subconsciously. This is when your subconscious is talking to you. This is when you check in. So once you realize you're starting to answer your questions, stop and look back. Where are my shoulders? Am I breathing? How do I feel? Am I anxious? Am I sad? Am I angry? Am I like relieved to think about it? Where are you in that magic spot? Do you hear a voice? Do you smell a smell? Are you connected spiritually to something? What's happening in your magic spot? That's it. That's you checking in to your personal power and your true center and north, right? The magic spot. Why do we care about this magic spot, especially on an 1111 portal? This is where you're checking in with where all your subconscious and your hidden and your shadows and your true desires are. This is your gut, your instinct. When people are like, trust your gut, and you're like, I don't hear my gut. This is where you start to find out what language it's speaking in our magic spot. After the question, before the answer, the magic spot. Once you've gotten something and you ask the question and you're like, oh yeah, like this, now start thinking about how that colored your response. Subconsciously, you didn't realize it colored your response. Maybe you did, but now you have a more validating connection to what you thought you weren't sure you knew, or maybe you didn't know at all and you're like, oh shit, I didn't know I was anxious about that. I had no idea I was worried about that. Like I felt my heart bump. Like, is that excitement? I'm not sure because my stomach also clenched and my hands were like this. I thought it was excitement. Maybe it's tension. Only you're going to know these answers because again, we don't care about that right now. People, nothing. We want to know you and how you are connecting to all of that. So that's our magic spot. And how you're going to use that is you're going to look at your answers and you're going to adjust. You're going to go, oh my God, I never actually expected to get $5,000. I want it, desperate for it. But there's all these parts of me that are like, no, that's so cute. No, you have to wish. That's it, right? Because you have these limited beliefs that you didn't realize were still back there, right? Our subconscious is sneaky. And it's not sneaky. It's just, it's hard to hear sometimes. And your intuition's hard to hear. So that's one of the puzzle pieces you can use as you move forward and you manifest. I have no idea how much time I have left. How much time do I have left? Are you guys there? Is there a chat? Okay, there's a chat. Let me look. 2 minutes.
Ruh-roh. She said don't push the back button earlier. She just
pushed the back button. Here she comes.
She's back.
the chat earlier, I was like, note to self, don't hit back button. I'm like, oh, I got 2 minutes. Back button. What a fat dork. Ask me a question about it.
About the back button?
No, not the back button. About what I shared. Were you able to hear it?
Oh, I was in the restroom. I'm sorry. Danny, now?
Just kidding. Just maybe have questions or comments at all. That is what I had prepared. So do you want to talk about it? Do you like it? Do you hate it? What do you think?
I think what matters is how you feel about it. It was amazing, Kat. And I just said that I'm just messing with her, but really, because I keep telling her to be confident in just everything that she just embody it, right? Embody that confidence, because you are magical. And I loved it. It was a really, really powerful prompt and really helpful, I think, as we're transitioning into this kind of next stage of our lives and just our path, right? So yeah.
You know who gives good journal prompts? I can't point. It's Danny. You give journal prompts. That is what made me think of journal prompts for this, because I was like, oh my gosh, that's a great place to start, because you formulated those questions to give yourself a place to start to think about what matters to you and to like initiate that sort of conversation with yourself. And so I thought that was a great thing to use. This is a technique that I had shared previously in other places, and I sort of tell people to do it without telling them what we're doing. But I just thought it would be a really great intentional place for people to start so that they could sense that intuition, because sometimes it's kind of hard to know what you're telling yourself, right? When you're not really connected or, in your own flow or anything like that. So I thought it would be a fun little neat, quick, easy introductional exercise to listening to yourself.
It was, from what I heard, it was. And then I had to use the restroom. And then, of course,
Jenna, I love you so freaking much.
I step away for like a minute and then I come back and I come on and then
called you
like,
out.
Yeah, and then you call me out and I was like, damn it.
What a jerk.
I gotta go to the bathroom, man. We're here for 12 hours and I didn't really
been here 12 hours, really. Whatever. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that at all. I just was like, I have 2 minutes. I'm embarrassed. I totally just kicked myself out. I'm all, what do you guys got for me?
Oh, no, it's great.
Thank you.
This is what the network is. It's fun. It's hilarious.
Yes.
And it's authentic.
Yes.
So
authentic
action. Those things all happen when you're in action. So that's amazing. Did you see that Chris said he loved it? I put that comment up. You're on your phone, so you probably can't see it, but
I know, I'm a dork. That's why I'm all like a little square.
Yes, you're a little square, but that's okay. In multiple ways. No, just totally kidding. All right. We love you so much, Kat. And we have our next interview coming on. It's like I could have just waited for this next pre-recorded session and then used the bathroom then, and then I wouldn't have got called out. But that's fine.
But then I wouldn't have got to talk to everybody at once, and I would have missed that. So
I know.
I love you guys.
Someone even commented, Rachel Cooley said, I love seeing the 4 of you up there. And I do have ideas for an event to have like spiritual like gathering where we just all come on and chat and it's live with all of us, like all the guides who want to attend. I'm like, let's do it. So fun. Anyways. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kat. So exciting. And yes, we love you.
I love you guys. You make me better. Thank you. I love you guys.
We love you. And welcome. This is the Connect-A-Thon on the 1111 portal with the Connected Soul Network. I am one of your hosts, Jennifer Hart, and I am here with one of our amazing and magical guides, Maria Jansen, the trauma alchemist. And Maria, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are?
Hi, Jennifer. I'm so thrilled to be here and talk about your network and, of course, also a little bit about me. I'm Maria. I'm a mom of 3 children who are almost grown up, and I am passionate about healing and becoming who we are meant to be. That has been my life journey, and that's actually also what I help my clients with. I help them with whatever patterns or problems they discover in their life that aren't changing, and I help them change them at the root level very quickly. And it has often to do with a past trauma from our childhoods. Doesn't have to be the big trauma, but it's usually that. And I've discovered through my whole life journey a process that is rather quick. It doesn't have to take years like it took me to get to your next level and embody who you are meant to be. And yeah, that's me. And I'm in this network. I love being here. It's an awesome place to be and meet nice people. And I don't know. I met you, Jennifer. I don't even know anymore how that happened. It was like on Facebook, I think, and we connected instantly and I jumped in. Yeah, so that's me. Do you have any other questions? Did I miss anything essential I should have said, Jennifer?
No. Well, you are very connected to nature. And
yes, I am.
You live in a beautiful place, and we are going to meet up in Mount Shasta at some point. We missed each other last time. But I see all your pictures are in nature. And I think that's so important because that really brings in the essence of like how grounded you are. Your passion is like spiraling high whenever you get talking. People can see it and feel it, but then also you bring it back down and you're very intuitive and connected. And yeah, so I wanted to just mention that too.
My nature time every day. I make sure that I get that every day. I walk in nature, and it is always the place where I get the inspiration. If I walk with a friend, it's all about talking and chatting like crazy. But when I go by myself, it's my time where I connect with myself. I ground myself, but I also connect to my higher guidance and the divine, and I get all the inspiration. And often I have my phone with me, especially when I have the intention to get some ideas, and then it comes and I just speak it all into my phone. Yeah, nature is a big part. I miss that. Yeah,
and you really practice what you preach. So I wanted to just mention that. And so you mentioned a little bit about your business, but tell me more. What else do you do in your business?
Yeah, well, right now I'm working with people one-on-one, and I have journeys or programs that people can sign up for. The longest is 3 months. That's how powerful and transformative this work is, that the issue they come with in their life, it can be resolved in 3 months. And that's the longest I work with clients right now. I'm in the process of creating a group program and also some other, things where I'm not necessarily, I don't have to be present, like pre-recorded things my clients or interested people can listen to, but I haven't gotten to it yet to like make it actually a thing because I'm really busy with my one-on-one work. So I'm hitting my limit there. I have to expand in some other ways. And I just am a guide and mentor for my clients so they get to uncover the past experiences that have caused them to create beliefs about themselves and about life, about certain topics that are like a blueprint. It's like the hardware of their computer program, that is just there. If we know it or not, it's there. And all our decisions, our feelings and everything is based off of that. And we start forming these beliefs from some situations that are not fully resolved, that we couldn't process at the time. And that's what I'm doing with my clients. I process the unprocessed trauma or challenging situations. We uncover the beliefs that they unknowingly formed from that are impacting them today. And then we change those. And that's the whole process that takes 1 to 3 months. It's awesome. And it really works. I have amazing results with my clients.
Yes, you do. I know that personally because I've seen it. And I love that you are exploring the option of expanding your work to reach more people because, you do hit a limit when you are working just one-to-one. That is very powerful. And group programs and even like recorded things can be just as powerful as well. So thank you for your work in the world. I was going to save this question till the end for like the entertainment portion, but it feels just natural to move into it now. Like, can you tell me why is this work so important to you and how did you become so passionate about it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's, I mean, I know exactly. It's like, I think it's part of why I'm here. When I became an educator, that's my education. I have a master in education, and I worked with student teachers to help them become good teachers. But I discovered at that point, I was in my 20s then, that they needed deeper work. So they could really change, so they could be a good teacher. It wasn't just about, you know, the pedagogic, is that an English word? No, I don't know. Yeah, so it wasn't about teaching them the processes that had to do with themselves. And because I have been on my own healing journey since my 20s, my early 20s, when I was a student, a grad student, at the university, that's when I started my healing work from my own trauma. I always knew in my childhood that I would have to go back to that and heal that. I always knew that's not how it was supposed to be. And I, interestingly, was already advocating for going to the root cause of something when my uncle was in a hospital with manic depressive situations or schizophrenia, and he was medicated so heavily he couldn't talk anymore. And I was like, why are they giving him that? People need to look at why he has that. So I believe that's all part of my journey of why I'm doing what I'm doing. So when I taught these student teachers, that was the first time that I felt this calling to do deeper work with people. And as I healed myself over 20, 30 years, this process slowly moved along with it. I learned a lot of different methods and a lot of different tools. And eventually I was ready to share them with the world. But that's when I discovered, oh my God, there's still something holding me back. I can't believe it. I wasn't marketing myself with what I was able to do or offer. And that's when I stumbled over the subconscious part, which I now use to integrate all the other tools I had learned before, going to the root cause of what my problem was, not marketing myself, not being able to be visible, being shy and not going out there, was not so much the original experiences, but the beliefs I had formed. I knew about, oh, it must mean like I'm not feeling safe, but I wasn't able to change it. And then when I discovered this deep-seated subconscious belief, it's not safe to be seen, and that was changed, that's when it changed. And, you know, I'm so passionate about it because we live in a very difficult world, and there's so much trauma generated every moment of our lives and of the lives of so many people, especially with what's going on right now. When we start with our own healing and do the work on ourselves, that's how we can change the world, one person at a time. And I'm here to help with that, because the work that we do on ourselves goes back 6 generations and it goes forward. People, my daughter, hopefully, but I'm pretty sure doesn't have to go through abuse anymore, or all my kids, because I have healed that. I have stopped this generational trauma that when I did, I can't remember the name, but I did some work where it became clear that that was a generational thing in my family, went back many generations abuse. I stopped this, and my kids are not going to have to experience that because it's healed. And that's the power of this work, when we work on ourselves and really dare to face our past so we can embody who we are meant to be. This beautiful diamond that shines in our light, and it's just dimmed down through all the conditioning and the layers that we put on top of it. It's always there, and it just needs to be uncovered. There it is. And when we are, each of us, the light that we are meant to be, our world has so much more light. And that's what it is all about, you know, bringing more light into the world. yeah, I'm very passionate about it, as you can tell.
I know, I love it. And this is why I want to make a couple comments on it. This is why, first of all, you got called to the network, because you kind of mentioned this earlier. I know the story, but I'm going to share it right now. So Marie and I were connected on Facebook. We cannot remember how. We think that maybe she wrote a comment in a Facebook group. I saw it, probably asked to be her friend. We never talked. And then she saw that I opened the network a year ago. And because you had did all your trauma work on the visibility, it was like your soul guides or your soul team was like, you need to join this network. You didn't even know me. We had never talked. And you were like, let's set up a call. I'm interested. And I told this story actually like 2 days ago. And I was like, yeah, Maria just knew it was a yes. And I was literally sharing just about the network. And she was like, stop it. I don't need to hear anymore. I'm a yes. And I was like, oh my God, this is the power of doing that personal work. She was able to say yes to herself to get more visible. She has now impacted the people in the network. I know that you had a specific person that you worked with, and you've done several events, and I'll let you talk about it. But that's how powerful. And now you're ripple affecting out into not only your generation, like specific trauma in your family line and lineage, but also people in the world, because you are sharing yourself more. And yeah, so tell us about what you do in the network and how we're helping people with that same mission of what you have is the same one I have. If we just work on ourselves, it will ripple out into the world and create a huge impact.
Yeah, exactly. What I was so attracted to is the soul connection network. I'm a spiritual person like everybody in this network. And that was what attracted me so much. And because in human design, I'm a generator, whatever, I don't remember the details, but it's like this yes in my gut. And I had that so strongly. I really didn't need more information. It was so cool. And I share my gifts in the network. I've given several talks. I have done several hypnotic journeys, and I've worked with people in the network on the visibility piece. I have offered that. And I also do sound healing. All my gifts, my intuitive gifts come into that also. And we have created a whole series going through all the chakras. And that's going to be soon done. It's all available in the network. And yeah, I just love offering my gifts and sharing and connecting with people. It's awesome.
Yeah, and we appreciate you. Those sound bath healings have been amazing. And if people are like, well, if they're almost done, they're all available on replay already. We have one left for the crown chakra. And then we were talking about what's going to be next. So if people have ideas, they can let us know and we can look it over. But it's all intuitively guided. That's what I always tell people. I'm like, I trust your intuition. We're all spiritual souls here, and we are all working through intuition, sharing our gifts with the world. And I'm so grateful for you being a part of it and sharing your gifts with us. And thank you for that. So what have you personally gotten out of the network, and would you recommend it to other people?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, for me, it has two layers. First of all, it's a way for me to connect with like-minded people. And you are really a connector and a networker. You attract the most amazing people. I have met really wonderful people here. I haven't been always so present or as present as I wanted to, because I'm so busy with my work. But, the times I have been there, I have connected. I mean, it's so amazing. It's a really great way to expand your network, like your personal or business network, in a sense that you are more connected. When you are more with like-minded people, it just enhances your journey. It's so powerful and empowering. And secondly, it's also a great way to find clients. I found a client through, I don't know, my sound bath, I think it was. That person then reached out, or I actually too, reached out to me afterwards, and we talked, and they just wanted to do the other work that I also offer that I talked about before. And I helped this client have an amazing transformation. So it's a beautiful way to acquire clients. And the math also works. You pay your fee, but you get so much out of it. My fee was paid for, like, I don't know, 3 times because I found this client. And yeah, so I love this network. I've always looked for a particular network where it's about this, where the spiritual part is included, and it has paid off and is really very supportive, and just feels good to be on a journey with others on this soul journey of expansion and bringing our work into the world and getting support along the way.
Thank you so much.
Highly recommend it.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you're so right. So I think for me, what the reason I created it was because I needed that support, and being with others like-minded that are doing the same work also creates extra safety for me, because I have shared the same visibility wounds as you, is that it's not safe to be visible and to share my gifts with the world. And I have done a ton of work on this as well. And so I love that you mentioned that. And yes, we are excited for you to get your group coaching and your recordings up so you can come to more events. But that's the beauty of it, is like you get to receive and you get to give and share and connect. And yes, I love it. So thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing that. Let's talk about the prize that you're donating for. So I'll just mention real quick. Between November 1st and the 16th, anybody who joins us as a new member in the network is going to be entered to win a prize. Right now, I think we have about 20, even maybe a couple more prizes that are available. Awesome freaking prizes donated by the guides of the network who you're meeting on this Connect-A-Thon, and even some that you aren't going to meet, but they are donating prizes. And yeah, because we decided to do this last minute. And this is how awesome the people are in the network. Everyone's like, heck yeah, this sounds amazing. Let's do it. And that's how magic is created and happens, and change happens also. So if anyone joins us, they will be entered to win a prize. And the first 5 people that join us today are going to receive a hot seat coaching at a special private VIP event that everybody that joins between that time frame will be invited to. But the 5 people that joined us today are going to get a hot seat, which is, I mean, I've watched them happen all the time, and so much magic can happen in a hot seat coaching session. So with that being said, we'd love to invite people to join us in the network. And Maria, can you please share your prize with us?
Yes, I was thinking about what that could be, because as we talked about earlier, I don't have yet any pre-recorded things yet that people can enjoy and have their experiences with. So I decided to donate a power hour with me. I do deep healing sessions, and I also offer coaching and mentoring around all of that to integrate the pieces. And this power hour is 1 hour where we can look at your if you have a problem or something that you would like to change. That's what we can do in 1 hour. We can have a look at it and start this change process. I will use a tool that I use in one of my many tools in that power hour with you, or we can just have a talk and you bring whatever you want to bring. It's a power hour that I usually don't offer at all, and it's a really great way to get to know me and to start the change process.
I love that. Thank you, first of all, for donating that, especially something that you've created specifically. Like, this is VIP. She doesn't even offer this. And that's like the sound baths, right? You don't even offer the sound baths outside of private clients anymore. So we are so grateful to have your magic here in the network and for you to donate such a generous price. I do have your website up as well. So if people are like, I love Maria, I want to connect with her and find out more, I do know you have some free gifts on your website. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yeah, right, exactly. So I have on my website, I have a free confidence recording. It's a hypnotic recording that will bring you into a light hypnotic state and then rewire your subconscious mind to embody more confidence. And I also have, not on my website though, that's on my Linktree on Instagram, I have a free self-sabotage guide that helps you uncover why that's happening and guides you into 6 steps to start changing that. That's on Instagram on my Linktree. That's also for free.
Awesome. Look at that. Thank you. And see, we didn't even plan this. I was literally like, wait, I know you have free things because we've talked about that before. And this is what's so cool about this Connect-A-Thon is it's really just an easy kickback. Like we want to share what we offer and reach more people and get connected more to ourselves, source, and others. And if anybody joins us in the network, they can instantly go grab your replays that are already posted and check out and have some transformations of their own. And you do have your upcoming sound bath event. Let me grab the date.
It's the last Monday of the month, I think.
Yes, last Monday of the month, 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is going to be November 27th, and they are absolutely amazing. Everybody always has awesome experiences, different experiences, which is so cool because we share at the end. And we will be focusing specifically on the crown chakra, and it is balancing and re-energizing. How about you tell me about it?
So what I always do in the beginning, I introduce a little bit and speak a little bit about that particular chakra and give you some thoughts or ideas and how you can explore that topic and how that applies to you. This, if you are, the crown chakra is about the connection to the divine. So we explore that a little bit in the beginning, and then I play the bowls for 45 or 40 minutes, and I play all chakra bowls. Each bowl is tuned to a certain note and has also a certain color that works through entrainment. I don't go into the details on how that all actually works, but it balances our chakras. It removes stuck energy that can block these chakras, or the chakras are overstimulated and don't work properly. So if they are all in balance, we are in our power and in our true authentic expression. So then after I've balanced all of them, a little bit in the beginning, I particularly focus on one, and that one will be the crown chakra to open your channel to the greater consciousness or enhance that so you can download more guidance and embody that in your life. So that's how that is. So it will remove blockages and bring it back into the right movement, and so it can work for you.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I will just firsthand, I always attend these because I am co-hosting with you or emceeing, whatever you want to call it. And Maria does phenomenal. And for it being an online sound bath, you have mastered the sound of it. And with the headphones on, holy Toledo, it's like you're in a live concert and you lay in bed with your little blankies, and it's for you to show up and receive. And I'm like, this alone is totally worth joining the network. And I mean, everybody's events are phenomenal. So thank you so much for taking the time, especially last minute. And I know you have such a busy schedule to be here. And I feel like that just makes my heart so happy. I feel very supported by you for making the time to share it, because I know you're also passionate about not only your work but also the network. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you.
Of course. My pleasure, really.
Is there anything as we wrap up with this last minute that you want to share before we head out and move into the next segment?
Well, if there's anybody listening who is not 100% sure to join this network, I really encourage you to do it. You will not regret it. It's awesome people. Jennifer is awesome. All the offerings are so amazing. You will get what you need out of it. It's really worth joining it. Thank you for showcasing me here. Is that an English word? I don't know. Here.
No, but I like it. Maybe showcasing.
Yeah. As you could tell, English is not my first language. I'm German, actually. So I'm sometimes looking for words. Yeah. So showcasing. So thanks for giving me this spotlight here. I appreciate that.
And that's what it's all about, right? Like, you're here sharing my work and I'm here sharing your work. And it's the beauty of collaborating together to a rising tide lifts all ships, and it's collaboration over competition. And that's what it's all about. So we can reach more people that way if we come together. So thank you, Maria, and everyone for watching. Stay tuned. Next segment coming in just a second. Bye.
Hello. We are back live again. I hope you enjoyed that interview with the amazing Maria Jansen. And if you can catch her sound bowl healing, I would highly recommend it. Now I'm going to bring up our next interview, which is with the beautiful and amazing Lori Soleil. Welcome, Lori. You're muted, my beautiful friend. You're muted. I can't hear you.
You know, I swear as many times as we do this, how does that still happen?
Right.
I came on with
Right.
Jen a little bit ago and I had my little thing on my camera. And she's like, I can't see you. I'm like, but I'm on. Hello and hello everybody. I know.
Welcome to the Connect-A-Thon. Welcome to live
Thank
video
you.
and all the things, right?
Holy moly. Yeah. I remember back in the day, right? You'd have these telethons for different things, right? You'd call up and donate, right? KQED, some of the like real local radio stations. So this is super fun. I mean, I'm a lot of work for you guys behind the scenes. So many like gratitude to all of you.
And gratitude to you for being here, because it would just be us talking all day. And although some people may enjoy that, and I know we would enjoy that, we got to break things up. Just kidding. All right. Well, Lori, tell us a little bit about who you are.
Oh, goodness. Well, first of all, let me say hi to Michael. Hi, Michael. I just saw his little chat. My name is Lori Soleil. I am a spiritual growth coach. That's one piece of my business. I'm based here in Mount Shasta. So some of you might know about the big retreat that we just had in July. And there's another one coming. So I got to talk about that. I know Jen's going to come on and talk about that. I love all things human potential. And that's just kind of, I've always, even when I was a kid, I was like looking up, you know, like studying ancient civilizations and studying, you know, neurology and all of the things as it relates to what's possible for us. So with that, I have a ton of modalities that I bring through. A lot of the skills that a lot of other guides bring in. I was just watching Maria's stuff and she was talking about subconscious work. So that's kind of where it's at right now, isn't it? Like letting go of all that crap that is really just an illusion and limitation holding us back. So did I answer your question?
You absolutely did. And so I want to piggyback off of that and ask you, so tell us more about It's Mary Poppins. Oh,
I know who that is, even though the user.
I want to know about Miss Mary Poppins.
I'll have to get out my staff. It's like right next to me. You know, the one that I was using in Mount Shasta, my staff, my Gandalf staff. Gandalf is one of my, like, I really connect with him. So my staff. But anyway, yes, Fairy Poppins. Yeah, that's a nickname that somebody has given me.
Oh, all right. Well, so tell us a little bit about your business, what you do. How do you support people in this?
Yeah, I just really, I think the thing that I love the most about, and I'm stepping into it more and more, is it's very fortuitous that Fairy Poppins came up, because part of what I love doing is just adding levity to it. Yes, there are serious aspects of personal development and change, but boy, oh boy, we are powerful creators. And we have been living in a trance. Speaking of trance, right? It's a lot of it's negative trance. When we can stop focusing on all of the stuff that's happening around us and really begin to, you know, really step into that creative aspect of who we are. For me, the most powerful thing that you can do is bring that childlike spirit back into it. To me, in a nutshell, that's really what I love to embody. Yes, I have lots of modalities: hypnotherapy, NLP, quantum consciousness, mindset, heart math training. Like, I have a lot of tools, but it really is, it's like when we want to work with somebody, we just love their essence. We just love who they are, because when they're doing what opens their heart, that's the healing process. all the other modalities are beautiful, but that is what opens my heart, right? Those are the things that I love, just like you with astrology. It's what you love. So it opens your heart, and your heart energy is what's supporting people to heal. Now they got to decide to do that for themselves, right? We don't heal people. They heal themselves. We just help them open up the awareness that it's possible.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I would agree. And I like to say that it's like we're just activating what's already inside them. It's like we're guiding them to activate that.
They
And
are
I
their
think
own
that's-
guru.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I loved that. I never watched it, but I loved the title of I think it was like a Netflix series of like I'm not your guru, and it was like, yeah, like I'm not your guru. Like I'm just guiding you, man. You're doing the work.
Exactly. And I mean, I think the thing that has been interesting, Michael's cute. I'm in a trance with
trance.
this event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wake up, Michael. Wake up.
Or let the programming happen. Hey, it's
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because I've been at this for a while, and I think the thing that I had to let go of, because a lot of us when we get into coaching and doing our healing modalities, we take on a lot of responsibility, and we can't care more than the person cares for themselves. And so I had to really learn how to hold that compassionate, detached place, because if the person, if they needed to learn a lesson or something, they weren't ready to heal, there wasn't anything that I would be able to do other than just show them some love and compassion, and give them some tools that I know work. I mean, I know we're quantum. We work in multiple dimensions, right? When we can step into that superposition to observe where it is we want to go, we're changing timelines all the time. We're constantly shifting. And so when we recognize that, and when people are ready and they recognize that, then they're more than capable of creating whatever it is they wish to create.
Yeah, I love that. That's beautiful. So tell us how you support or what you do in the Connected Soul Network.
Well, the Connected Soul Network, gosh, let's see, I'm a guide, right? I started in the group as a guide. So that just means that I bring my playful Fairy Poppins, sorry, Autumn, Fairy Poppins to the table. I bring her to the table, right? And just support in that way. I've been going through some challenges on my end, just family stuff going on. I think we all kind of have certain things that are happening in the background. So I'm wanting to be more and more involved. I'm super honored to have been able to guide everyone, the group that came up to Mount Shasta in July, to the sacred spaces up here and swim in the sacred waters. And Danny, I hope you can make it next year.
I'm so going to be there next year.
Oh, I'm so happy. Oh my God.
I'm like, give me the dates, because I want the dates so I can
Jen,
mark on
I know,
my-
right? Jen, I think she's figuring that out, right? But you're just going to be like, you're just going to be
know.
like, it's going to be, and the beauty of it here, it's powerful energy. I mean, when I first moved here, it felt like, for me, I say it's kind of like Kali. It's like a really loving mother that is grabbing you by the scruff and going, all right, let's figure this out, right? Shake the shit out. Like it's super transformational. And the thing here that you hear people say is that you're drawn here and you're required to start to go through and really clean yourself out. And if you can't handle it, you kind of have to pop out. So I hear this a lot in town. People are like, yeah, people will come, but the energy is too intense and they have to leave.
Yeah.
But it's an intensity that is requiring you to kind of like rise up and get rid of all of the illusions of things that have been holding you back. Did I answer your question?
You did. And you know what? It's great because it's funny you say that about Mount Shasta, when it reminds me of Sedona. So my love and I, the first time we went to Sedona, it was me, him, and his daughter. And I think she was probably like maybe 10 or 11 at the time. And we had heard that, there was a lot of powerful energy there. And it's one of the reasons why we went there. And we felt that. And I will say, like, after, I think it was like within 24 hours of us being there, we were all three of us were at each other's throat. oh, it just brought out so much frustrations, and I think things that had been kind of under the surface for us that we hadn't really brought out. And then, you know, later on, we were watching like Gaia TV, and we had heard that it make or breaks relationships, right? And I'm pretty sure Mount Shasta is the same way, is that it's bringing up stuff for you, and it's like you got to deal with it. You're being forced, right? In so many ways for the greater good. Was it fun at the time? No, but it was brought up for us to look at, for us to deal with, for us to heal, so that we could evolve as a family, and especially us as a couple. So I mean, yeah, I know. I love places like that, even though I say it like, you know, it pulls some stuff out of you. We've been back a few times now, and we're like, okay, we're on better. We must be on better ground now, because you know, we haven't had that. We've just had a lot of really deep, solid conversations and healing there, without that first experience. So I love that you said that about Mount Shasta as well.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. I haven't been to Sedona yet, and it's sort of the sister. It's sort of the sister. Yep. Sort of location, the mountains and the way that they connect. Joshua Tree is another one. Holy moly, don't get me started on that. But we have here in California, we have some amazing spaces. So I moved here, my family and I moved here almost 3 years ago. And part of it was to be able to bring retreats to bring people back to the land. I'm a pagan, I'm a green witch, whatever you want to call me. I'm so connected to the earth, and I have the ability, I'm very grateful, and I'm continuing to strengthen my abilities to connect with the unseen realms. And it's really powerful. So that's part of my practice, you know, I can front facing, it's like personal development, working with women's empowerment. And then, you know, the higher levels would be the more spiritual development piece of it, connecting back to the land, learning how to deepen your intuition and make communication, learning techniques to go out of body, because this is all an illusion, right? This is the dream. Reality is, so it's about helping people tap what I love doing in a playful way, in a fun way, is helping people just like, oh my God, I can't even, like, holy crap, I am such a powerful creator. And make it fun. Like, it's ideally when we can look at things as a game, and not everything, you know, I mean, we go through some stuff. I mean, I go through, I definitely have been there. And but I have the ability to come back around and understand what it is, you know, honor both sides, honor the hurt child that I'm still healing and letting her express, and then going to that higher level and going, oh yeah, sort of that meta position, you know. So being able to toggle between the different aspects of who we are is very powerful, because then we don't get stuck. You know, we don't get stuck in what people would consider third dimensional states of mind. You know, that's the material world, the stuff that doesn't really matter. Yes, we can have it and have fun and enjoy. I mean, we need certain things to be able to get around in the world, but it's so much more than that. So I'm just looking at that.
So much more than that. I was going to say, so first off, we have Mount Shasta is so powerful. And we also have, I'm setting the intention to attend the next Mount Shasta event. And then this is probably our buddy Akam. The cleansing water ceremony you did was so powerful. So I know, I can't wait. And then we've got Michael also said, I love learning about paganism from you. That is awesome. I'm also, I guess you would also, I like to say I'm an eclectic witch. I deal in a whole bunch of different, you know, workings, we'll just say, but I love that. So what have you gotten from the Connected Soul Network as a guide?
Gosh, a lot. I've gotten encouragement to continue to share what I bring into the world, what I love bringing to the world, my own little unique pieces. And beautiful friendships. I mean, Jen and I, we're like this, right, Jen? We're like this now. We're like this. And just, you know, everybody that I have met and just the communication within the group. Again, I want to be on the platform more for sure. But I was just telling Jen too, the people that she attracts and the groups that she cultivates, this group that we had in Mount Shasta, to come back to that again, was such a beautifully, wonderfully connected group. And I've led a lot of groups. I've done a lot of different kinds of training in corporate environments, and the cohesiveness and the love and the ease and the flow with this group, you know, you can feel it in the online community as well. And then when you get it in person, it's just like off the chart, you know, just that love, just the kind of groups and the kinds of people that you want to be with, that, you know, together you're just making a massive impact, because we know we're part of the field, right? The force exists, you know, we use the force, we're using the force within this group. It's so I've just been held in such love and felt so honored and respected and encouraged, and then just being able to be a part of other people's love, you know, their love offerings. It's kind of how I see it, right? Again, what opens the heart. So
yeah, I love that. I think we've been talking a whole lot about how when we come together and our energy is just amplified, like, you know, tenfold just by us coming together. And so to be in a magical place, right, on magical land, being with magical people, like, you can only imagine. So I can't wait to talk about that experience, as well as have my own experience this coming year.
yes.
So tell us. Yeah, I know. So would you recommend the Connected Soul Network?
Of course I would. Absolutely. And I think what I love about it too is that it's like a smorgasbord of spiritual platters. We'll just put it that way. Let's create a little metaphor. Like, whatever you're kind of looking for, it's there. You know, there's so many different guides that offer so many different kinds of things. And I love that, because there is no one way, you know, again, it's love offerings. And so what you feel aligned to, what you feel drawn to, you've got that there. And then you can get, because I know a lot of people, or some people that have come into the group, they might be just beginning on their spiritual path. And so, and we've all been there. And what I would say for anybody that's starting out is just follow the energy, because there is no one way. There are many paths to reach that. You are your own guru. And in this community, you're given lots of opportunities to be a part of the love offerings from many different people that have many different perspectives. And that's what makes it beautiful, is that you can take what feels good and leave the rest, you know, or take bits and pieces. And that's what I always say to my students and my clients, like, take what feels good and leave the rest. Follow your energy, follow your own intuition. So I think that that's what this community, you know, it's always the pillars of the community that set the tone, you know, the pillars of love and commitment and authenticity, and, you know, all the things that you really want. A grounded spiritual community too. That's a really important thing, because up here in Mount Shasta, I am super choosy about who I engage with, because there are a lot of people that aren't grounded, and that's okay. No judgment. It's just, I'm very discerning about who I like to engage with, because there was a friend, I wish I could remember what she said. I do not give you permission, how did she say it? Non-consensual spiritual activation. Because sometimes you're here in Mount Shasta, especially, you go someplace and there's like this collective of doing something's right. And they want to pull you in and they want to engage. And I'm like, no, you know, I don't feel aligned with that. And they can get a little bit pushy. So you have to kind of like set your spiritual boundaries around that. Did I answer your question?
Absolutely. And I love that you said that and you brought that up because I would agree with you. I am also very picky about, I'm in Texas and I'm not too far from Austin, and beautiful community, beautiful people. And I do find there is a lot of, I'll tend to say like airy fairy, like they're really up in the higher chakras. And it's like I'm very much down in the lower chakras. Like I'm an earth energy. So I'm very grounded. And so that's one of the things that I love about the Connected Soul Network is that everybody in the group is very grounded. They've got a really good grounded practice. And I love that we added, like in the call to connect and in social circle, we ground. Is one of the very first things we do is like we bring that energy in because we get so excited and we've got a lot of things coming through. You know, we're all intuitives and empaths and connected to different realms and experiences. And so like being able to like ground in that energy is really beautiful. I think that is probably one of the things that I absolutely love. And I hadn't really called that out, but you're right. It's a very grounded, energetically grounded and solid group of practitioners. So I love that. So let me ask you, because we've been sharing about everybody's gifts and raffle prizes that they're giving away. So tell us a little bit about what you're offering to those that are signing up.
Yeah, let's see. I have a little self-study course. It's the solstice and equinox, the ceremonies around solstice and equinox, being a pagan, right? Loving to connect. And we're all connected. We're all technically pagans, and paganism just means that we revere the Mother Earth. We revere nature. That's all it means. You know, it's been kind of twisted, that term, but that's all it means. And we're deeply connected to the earth. And in fact, you know, I've been talking a lot to my clients about coming back to the grounding, physically grounding to the earth. We must physically ground. One of the most detrimental things to our health are shoes with rubber bottoms, because we don't connect to the earth anymore. So coming back to that, the piece around grounding and coming back to the cycles of nature, we are deeply connected to it, whether we notice it or not. So for me, I want to be able to teach people how to come back to that, how to use these beautiful sacred times of the year, which would be solstice. We've got the winter solstice coming up in December. I believe it's the 21st. I haven't actually looked at it. It generally 20, 21, 22 is typically when it happens. And for us in the Northern Hemisphere, it's the darkest day of the year. So there's a lot of things that we can do to sort of honor the day and create our own rituals, create our own altars around it. So I have a little self-study course that I'm giving away, and that's timely because that's coming up. And then I also want to offer one session with me. So session would be 60 minutes. And, you know, the thing that I love is the metaphysical piece. Like, how do we become the conscious creators that we truly are? So I like to kind of weave that in. But a lot of times people will come to me initially really wanting to dig down and really tell a new story, you know, get rid of the shame, the guilt, the trauma from the past, you know, letting go of the limiting beliefs of like, I'm invisible, I'm not worthy, you know, those kinds of things. That's always a nice place to go to if people have not completely sorted that out. So those are the kind of things that we can, and then just all the different tools. And then how can we play? What's your play style? Like, I love teaching people, like, what's your play style? So as an adult, you can start to really interact as with that childlike spirit again. So those are some of the things that we can work on within a session. So gifting a session as well.
So cool. I love that. So there you go. You get to have a beautiful session with Lori, and she's got the winter solstice. What would you call it? Meditation?
Yeah, it's a mini course. It's a little mini course. Yeah, it's like an hour total, and I've got a workbook that goes with it, giving lots of ideas for how to actually appreciate this and create ceremony around those special times.
Well, I'm also going to ask, and Jen commented, I want to ask, so I heard you are going to start doing some temple loom teaching. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so temple loam, Jen wanted me to
Loam.
kind of talk about
Okay.
that. No, it's okay. Loam is a term. If you're a gardener, you're going to understand what loam means. It's the perfect soil. So when you say I'm creating loam in my garden, it's that you've got the perfect combination of soil. And so that came to me a couple years ago. It's just one of the umbrellas of my business. Temple loam is that all things spiritual, all things connecting back to nature, grounding, ceremony. You know, how do you create ceremony? How do you honor the directions? How do you connect with the intuition and begin to see the nature spirits and auras and different things that you can do when you really start to tap in? So thanks, Jen, for pointing that out. So temple loam incorporates that.
That is cool.
So retreats.
That's exciting. I'm excited for those.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. So she and I have been talking about that, and I'm going to start consistently teaching on the platform around those things. Yeah.
I love that. I can't wait to see those come up. Well, you do have, I guess Jen's been calling it the entertainment section of your time today. So I'm going to pass the floor over to you.
Okay,
yeah, can't wait to see what you share.
Thank you, Danny. Lovely to see you.
You too.
The entertainment section. Oh, me. Okay, excellent. That's right. I'm doing a little bit of training. Yeah.
Yeah, that's you. That's all.
Okay, perfect. Well, I wanted to just sort of touch on how language is really, really important. And I have this. So, Danny, can I share really fast? I guess it would be under present. Thanks, Jen.
Yes, present. And then
okay.
when you add whatever you're sharing, we'll add it to the screen.
Okie doke. So I wanted to just go to, let's see, this one. Can you find that?
I don't see anything yet.
Okay, so let me see. Share. Oh, I see. There we go.
Lots of options in there.
Yeah. How many can I do?
I think you can only do one at a time.
Okay.
Unless you share your full screen.
Okay, perfect. So let's start with this. I wanted to show, let's see, can you see this?
Yes. And if you need audio, I think that you have to click that when you push the present share button.
Present
Are you sharing audio?
Let's see.
So if I push share, it says also share tab audio.
Share, present. So I'm
Oh, it's already turned on. So let's try it.
It is. Okay. Okay, perfect. Well, let me just kind of set it up here really quick. If you don't mind just staying on for just a minute so I can make sure that this works. So cymatics. So what I created this little offer. It's just a quick 1 hour training on words create worlds. And I have the link so that you can join it. It's free. And I have a little download worksheet. I wanted to talk about words, how words create worlds. So just talking with Danny, sharing how we are conscious creators. Now, language in the beginning was the word, but really what they meant was it's vibration. Vibration creates everything. So when we are, this is what Tesla said, right? When you think in terms of energy, vibration, and I forget his quote, but vibration was in there. Our language, first of all, when we use language is creating a spell. We are casting a spell with our language. And in this little free training that I'm going to give you the option to opt in for, I go through 5 different elements of how words create our worlds. One, our language creates visual images in our mind. So when I speak to clients about using their language effectively, one of the things I'll tell them is, you're gonna remove don't. So a lot of times people will say, I don't want to be poor, or I don't want to be alone the rest of my life. What's happening when you say that? First of all, the brain doesn't understand don't, because it doesn't work with a negative. So what's happening is you're actually envisioning being alone, or you're actually envisioning being poor. Rather, you would say, I'm looking forward to the relationship that I'm going to have very soon. Or I am, money is coming to me more and more each day. So that way you're crafting the visual image in your mind's eye. That's really important. This is where affirmations come in. But I also want to just, a side note, talk a little bit about when we're dealing with subconscious beliefs, we want to be able to actually dig those up and heal them, because they can get in the way. When people are just looking to create affirmations or wanting to be positive, we also have to honor the side of us that maybe is still wounded, that needs the extra special care to work through the trauma, so that we can continue to get better and better each day. Language is, again, incredibly important. It's incredibly important that you be mindful of it. When we hear people talk about being sick or achy or in pain, we continue to create the reality of it in our body, in our physical reality. So I wanted to show you this video. Cymatics is something that was created by Hans Jenny, and it's going to show you what happens when you start to work with frequency and vibration. And Maria Jansen, when she just talked about doing the sound bowls, that's why sound bowls are coming into fashion again, because this is ancient technology, frequency and vibration. Okay, so where do I go to play this then, Jen? Do I go to the
Just
screen?
try playing it on YouTube where you're showing it at, and I'll
Got
tell
it.
you if I can hear it.
Okay, got it. Let me see if there's
particles of sand and
yeah,
other
I can hear
various particles. When a sound resonates across a plate and resonates those particles in tune with the sound. Because when we think, we're not just sending out a wave which resonates the energy, we're sending out on a frequency outside of the range of human hearing, we're sending out a sound. Everything is sound. When we think, a sound goes out, it resonates the energy around us to that sound. And sound takes random particles and turns it into astonishing form. And that's how this universe was created. In the beginning was the Word was sound. So what you're looking at here is merely particles formed into patterns by sound. They were all over the place to start with, just in random positions on the plate. As soon as the sound appears, they form into these patterns, because everything is sound, and it is sound that turns matter and energy into form. Patterns on wings of birds and insects are all the manifestation of the sound vibrations. Every organ in our body resonates to a certain frequency. And when our thoughts and emotions and stress and the vibrations that causes de-harmonize the vibrational state of our various parts of our body, we become ill. We think ourselves into illness because we're affecting the vibrational state of the body. And so every time you think and feel, you're resonating a frequency which is making the energy around you resonate to the same frequency. What you give out is what you create.
Okay, I think that's the first time I saw that, it was like, okay, hold on 1 second. I think I gotta stop. Okay, there we go. I'm like, what's going on? Where's the sound coming from? Yeah, Michael, isn't that fascinating? Yes, right, when you think about the chanting and how, I know Phoebe does this too. There are different sounds that we make that can actually begin to balance the body. That's the beauty of sound healing. I know when I went to Joshua Tree, when I went to the Integratron, more on that at some point. I'll have to do a little training around that. The room that we went to is this parabolic shape, so it really amplified the sound. And they had this sound, they had the quartz crystal, the classics, so there wasn't any color in them, but each one was related to the chakra system, and it just out of body immediately. So this is why, and I'm not going to talk much more about this, but this is why I really want you to begin to pay attention. Begin to pay attention to your language. And things like the obligatory, when we think about should, I remember talking to my son about rephrasing should. God, I should do that, or I need to do that, or that obligatory language. Just notice how it feels. Just this very one thing. Here's one exercise that you can take away from this training right now, just a little simple training. Begin to pay attention to what words feel like. So just start doing a journal. And if you feel inclined, I'm going to put the link to get the little freebie that I did. It's a 1-hour training. It had cymatics in there and some other things that I wanted to share. Plus, I have a little worksheet that you can use. Just begin to pay attention to how words feel. When we think about the obligatory language like should, as soon as we say should, we're like it just like it lets the air out of, for me anyway. I don't know about you, but for me, I can just feel completely deflated. We're already overwhelmed and we have a lot of things coming at us all the time. So how do we begin to phrase our language and use it properly? And maybe talk a little less. This is why silent meditations can be so powerful too. So that's the one thing I would ask you to do is just begin, have a little journal and just start to notice the words. You can go to your text thread too. That's another really great way to see what the language that you're using mostly every day, and start to pick out the ones that you're like, oh yeah, that one doesn't feel so good. Let me rephrase that. How can I change it? How can I use language to begin to focus on what it is I want rather than what I don't want? That forward thinking, future pacing language that's very powerful for us as it relates to thinking about our goals and our dreams. And then along with language, begin to feel the emotion of that already. And that's for another training, which I'm going to come back around to at some point here in the network. So that's kind of what I wanted to share. Does anybody have any questions? Michael, I see a bunch of beautiful stuff. Let's see. Yep. Exactly. Right. Words have power.
So
yes, they do.
Is 432 hertz, Michael.
Yes.
I think he asked what frequency it was. It's 432. Yeah. What frequency is it? It's 432 hertz. So that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of, on YouTube and whatnot, a lot of videos that are in 432 hertz or meditations that are in 432 hertz, just for that energy. I know I love reggae. And so we search for reggae music in 432 hertz.
Oh, I love that.
Adjusted the
frequency.
My gosh. It's really cool.
There was one that I got one time, Danny, that I wish I could find it. It was one of those, you're finding it on Spotify or someplace else. Mm-hmm. And it was this really great, it was fast. It was fast, but it had the frequency, and there was this chant. It was like a reggae chant. It was so good. Mm-hmm. I had a really deep voice. So that binaural beats are really, really good. Yep. The 528, which is the heart frequency, I really like a lot. And one quick thing I wanted to share about this. We use music all the time. You think about being in the movie theater and how certain instruments and tonal qualities will help us emote or cause us to emote, even if we didn't want to. And back in the 1940s during World War II, the Nazis used music to control the masses. So it's very, very powerful, right? It drops people down into the more base chakra where their survival and other things they start to get into that state of mind. And I even think back in high school, I was into punk rock, and we would go to punk concerts and it just angry, right? It just riled you up. And that's, I think, what we do is we're gravitating towards that music to a certain extent to kind of help us process, but we need to understand how it can control us too. So language is part of that.
Language is so powerful, right? I love it. I love everything that you said, Lori. This has been such a great time to connect with you and hear all about you. about you and what you're bringing to the network, all about the network, and to hear you talk all about words and frequencies. You're speaking my language. So I was like, yes, 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 and yes. Love it. Jen, did we want to have a conversation about Mount Shasta?
We do. I'm
Or
just
do you
getting
guys want
tired.
to have do you guys want to have a conversation about Mount Shasta?
Well, I think you should be here too, but if you need a break, you
No,
can
okay,
go
go
on
ahead.
break. Yeah, no, I mean, we don't have anything planned out yet, but I did want to talk about it. So we have this last year, we called it the Mount Shasta Mystical Journey. We planned a 3.5-day adventure tour, spiritual connection, community gathering. And we decided intuitively, we felt that we should just pretty much gift it. I mean, it was literally so cheap. And it was awesome. And lives were changed and people were transformed and everyone had an amazing time, like Lori said. And so I was like, I was going to do an annual members meetup anyways. And so I was like, this is the perfect place to make it because Mount Shasta is so powerful. My friend Jen, who introduced Lori and I, she has been trying to get me to go there. And I guess my soul was just not ready because it's freaking powerful. I've been twice now and holy crap. Like every time I go, the energy is crazy. And they always talk to me. When I say they, I'm like the aliens, the spirits, they come when I'm sleeping. And when I was talking to Shayna in the soul guidance class, Shayna was like, well, Jen, I really kind of feel that might be because you're like go, go, go mode, like planner brain. And so they can't connect with you during the day. So they have to come at night. And I'm like, but I need my sleep. Anyway, those are whole other stories, but it is such a powerful place. And I was like, well, wow. Yeah. How cool is it to have our our annual member meetup in Mount Shasta, where it's the root chakra of the world. And it's just so powerful just to be in that energy. And it's so freaking breathtakingly beautiful with so much nature. And it's very rural. I was even scared at night because I mean, there was like nothing. Like I was driving from my friend's house to where we were staying for the retreat. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could see the stars, like the sky. There was no houses. There was no lights. Like you were on the road by yourself. And I was like, if I break down, and anyways, it was very powerful. So that is what we're doing. And we don't have any details yet, but Lori, I know that you always have a ton to share. You're so passionate about where you live in Mount Shasta and you were called there. And so I thought we should at least talk about it a little bit. And it's going to be anyone who joins us for that will become a member of the network because it is going to be the members meetup retreat tour. I'm not sure what to call it yet. I definitely have a lot of ideas. Nobody knows it yet, but except Lori, I put a guides brainstorming. Like I want to hear everybody's input of what they envision it to be to get together and talk about it. So I'm like, if you're a member and you're watching this, check the calendar. It's November 29th at, I think, 1 p.m. or something. I don't know. Mark your calendar.
Right. 1 p.m. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Lori, what do you want to tell people about Mount Shasta? And I'm going to eat some candy.
Okay. Well, I mean, when Danny and I talked a lot about it, I think, the thing that makes it incredibly powerful, one, it's a volcano. So there's intensely magnetic energy here. The other is the water, my friends, the water. Oh my God. It's sacred, sacred water. There are red and white springs, silica and iron minerals coming out of the ground. That the only other place that I know of on the planet is Glastonbury, where people pilgrimage to go and be in that water. That's here in Mount Shasta. We have live water here that we can drink. We've gone, when you were here, Jen, we were collecting water. And then the next time around, when you come, I'm going to intend that Panther Meadows is open. There's a whole other little water collection right on the mountain, even cleaner. I can't even believe it compared to the headwaters. Headwaters is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. And the water here is gorgeous. You swim in the water, you are cleansed and purified. I mean, it is a sacred religious experience to basically cleanse and purify in the water here. The land is powerful. You have vortices all over the bloody place. When Jen was here last time, we were walking, we went up to Panther Meadows, and she was walking through, and there were some people coming out of the meadow. She's like, where's the vortex? She was asking them when they were coming out. And you remember the musicians, they're like, we are the vortex.
Which is also true.
Yes, which I think happens with us as a group too. That's part of, we were outside of time and space when we were gathering together. There are, there's the vortex, the Boulder vortex, which is called Ascension Rock, where you see fairies and gnomes and auras. Akam was up on top, and we were watching him standing up there, and you could just see this glow off of him. So there are things here that open your senses up to the point where you're like, am I really seeing that? Is that really, can I really? Yes, you can. It gives you special powers. Let's just put it that way. So land,
my
water.
magical experience was the energy. So the first time we went, I was event planner, Mama Jen, keep the group all together. Where is everybody? Communicate, like herding cattle, basically. I'm in business mode. So I'm like, oh, it's because my adrenaline was running. And at night I had some crazy experiences happen. And I did not sleep very well, or if even it felt at all. And I was so energized. So I tracked it up that it was just my adrenaline. I'm like, it was just my adrenaline. I was on event planner mode, blah, blah, blah. So we went back so I could start planning for next year, because we literally decided, again, another last minute thing. Lori called my bluff. I was like, yeah, I want to go to Mount Shasta and we'll do an event there. And she's like, okay, come. Like, let's do it. And I was like, okay. So I said yes. And I was like, what the hell was I thinking? And so much expansion happened. So that's the other thing. As soon as I said yes to that event and we started planning it, change and growth and expansion started happening in me, all the way past to the event. So as soon as I said yes to up to the event, through the event, and then after the event, I had so much crap come up. It was crazy. And I've released it and I feel so much better. So I go back and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go back and I'm going to plan this ahead of time, so I'm not all crazy last minute. Yay, look at me. Well, like this, we're going to do this again next year because I think it's really fun and it's very cool. And who knows what I'll add to it, some more stuff, because I have so many ideas all the time. So anyways, I go back and I'm staying at my friend's house, and I'm a big scaredy cat. And I have like spirit
She is out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I have to tell you, you were out in the middle of nowhere to a certain extent.
Well, there was neighbors and stuff, but like,
yeah, but you're out on the back nine. Yeah.
Like to get there was like, again, driving in the middle of nowhere. And I'm not used to that. I've lived in the town my whole life, like everywhere that I've lived. So, again, didn't sleep a lot because I was like hearing all these noises and I'm like, oh my God, is it aliens? Is it what's happening? But every day I felt so energized. Like there was a couple days that I felt tired, but like for how little of sleep I got, my energy was insane. It was crazy. It would just energize me so much. Yeah. And we went to the mountain. We all went to Pluto's cave together. There is so many places to visit that I haven't even seen everything at least one time yet. And that's in 2 visits. So it's like every year what I envision is that every year in our event that we're going to do, we'll explore new places. And then even if you come 3 years from now and we go to the same places, it's not the same because you're not the same person. It's not the same people. We're not the same teachings. And so it's always going to be different and magical and awesome. And then I'd come home and I'm like my energy just goes way down. I just think there's something at that place. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'm meant to live there. But I love to visit. And you never know. I'm open. We'll see where the road takes me.
Yeah, it's and and the other thing that's happening too is there is a lot more. I mean, Mount Shasta has also been very much known for its visitations. It's off-planet consciousness, ETs, and I've been seeing. I'll just say, just like. So some of that's part of what I would love to bring in next year too, is to have like a CE5 contact in some way, shape, or form. And that means that people, you know, would be prepared and ready and wanting to, you don't have to, but I think, Jen, you're talking about having different kinds of experiences that could sort of a little bit like a smorgasbord for them to choose what they want.
Yeah. That's what I envision. I need to see though, like, is that what people want? Are guides going to come? Do they want to do this kind of like we did today, and everybody comes and has something to offer, and you know, they get to share their gifts?
I love you, Michael. Oh, he just
missed this comment. What did he say?
I've been seeing.
I know, you just said I've been seeing. So when I went both times, I legit dreamt of aliens, and I don't know if it's because we were talking about them. I don't think so, but we did do. So Tiffany, my friend who came to the event, she did do CE5 contact. I did not participate because I did not want to make contact with aliens, and they still came and visited me in my dreams anyways. And I was like, I'm closed. I had the coolest, craziest, weirdest experience when I was there, and I'll share it because it was so cool and awesome. So the very first night on the Mount Shasta mystical journey, so my first night in Shasta, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was my first night. I was sleeping and I woke up, and we were staying in a yurt, and the bathroom is an outdoor bathroom, like a porta potty. It's compostable toilet, and which was interesting. First time I ever tried one of those, but go save the planet. That's awesome. So I had to go outside though to go to the bathroom. So I was totally avoiding it because I was like, it's like 3 a.m. or it was 3 a.m. Because I remember I looked at my clock, and of course that's like when the veil is thin. And I woke up and I kept fighting it. So I was like, kind of like going back to sleep, waking back up. And then I don't even remember now. I should have wrote this down, but I like closed my eyes and my energy was going. No, I did get up and go to the bathroom finally. And I came back and my energy was going womp, womp, womp. That's like the best way I could do it. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm nauseous. What's happening right now? And it's because my energy field was so being tapped into by something like powerful that like it was making me so nauseous. And so I just was like in and out of sleep. And I remember thinking to myself, like, oh yeah, remember this happened last time that you were here. That's what another one of my selves told me in like my sleep conscious state. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right. And then I woke up in the morning and I recalled, and then I was like, I've never been here before. It was crazy. And so I was just like, whoa. Because everyone, when we first got there, was like, the energy is so powerful and magical. I couldn't feel anything. I was like, oh, it's really pretty, but like, I don't feel anything right now. But as soon as I go to sleep, holy smokes. That's because I'm so busy during the day in my mind that I don't stop and enjoy the stillness. And so they come at night to me. And when I say they, I just mean the energy of the place, spirits, ETs, whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah. And I think what I love that you're illuminating too is this is a really great experience for people who are in the analytical mind most of the time, you know, or in that stressed high beta brainwave state where they just, you know, you're feeling like a disconnect and foggy, and you feel like you can't, you're so removed from your deeper wisdom. This is a really great place to be able to unhook from that.
Yes.
Because the density of the urban environments really, you know, you got to work harder to not feel so bombarded. You know, it almost feels like you got to put a Faraday cage around yourself energetically, you know, in the urban environments, where here you don't. Here it comes at you in a different way. I mean, it's very powerful. Communication is very clear here. Astral traveling is so much easier here than it is for me anyway, in an urban environment. You know, there's a lot of interference in the urban environments. So getting up into nature, being on a powerful energetic mountain, being in the water, you'll never be able to go back. You'll go back to those environments, but you will forever be connected to Mount Shasta. Yeah. And that allows you to tap into an energy that you just didn't have before.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Thanks, Lori, for making that happen. I'm like, why did my voice crack when I said that? I don't know. And thanks to Jen S for introducing us and finally she was like, if you have to put on an event here to get you here, like, I don't even care. I'm coming to this event because I've been trying to get you here for like 5 or 6 years. I don't even know. And she kept telling me, Jen, it's super spiritual, because I hadn't heard of it. And she kept telling me about it, telling me about it. And then finally I was like, all right, there's like a gaggle, a gaggle of guides. Of guides that are in the network that are all like in that area ish. And then we have one in Austin. Danny's one of them. And so I was like, okay, I have 2 like groups, Mount Shasta and Austin. So I was like, this is where the stuff is going to start. And so.
And I would love to come to Austin.
Yeah.
And visit the sites there. I have this really great book from my teachers in France about all the churches. They go into sacred geometry of the churches in Austin. No, Santa Fe. I'm sorry, Santa Fe. So not sure how far that is, but
that's in another state, but it's good.
No, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm like,
New Mexico.
Hey, my friend.
It's in another state. We are good.
We could go.
You were not Shasta does. You see, you're coming out of time.
There is, well, you know, Texas is so
New
big.
Mexico, right.
We do have Enchanted Rock, actually not too far from where I'm at. It's probably about 40 minutes from me. That is an actual, it's on the grid lines. So it's another really, really beautiful place. We're actually going to go there when the next solar eclipse, that's going to be coming through the pathway here in Texas. And so we've decided, actually, Melissa and I were like talking about it, to go have an event up there on that day, up on the top of the mountain.
You guys are going to get the full ring of fire.
We're going to get full eclipse. We'll get full eclipse, no ring of fire. We got ring of fire this year, this like last month in October. Next year in April, it'll be full. It's a full eclipse.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's oh my gosh, I can't wait till the network has like all of these connected in events that people can just go like, oh, I want to go experience this. And we're like, great, we have an experience here for you. Here you go.
Right. We have a guide that can take you right. I love that.
I'm like, get in now, people, because this is going to be big one day. I know it. I know it in my heart. I know it in my soul. I have not said that all day, but I have so many ideas and plans for this. And as I start to expand even more as a personal thing and a leader, and I am starting to create more team and accept more and receive more help. Today was a big thing. So thank you, universe. And thank you, all of you, that I am going to, I mean, it is going to grow like a wildfire, because once I have like team and help in place, and all I have to do is have my ideas and someone else executes them. And I don't have to be doing my website till 12 in the morning. And I'm still like, it looks so horrible, but I don't care as long as you have the information.
Yeah.
Holy crap. We are going to just, I don't know. I don't even know the words right now. Make a huge impact and make a dent. We're going to make a big dent very fast, very quickly.
Well, and I think just speaking of joining a group like Danny and I talked about, a very grounded group, right? A group that has a lot of heart offerings to it is going to be really important going into. So feng shui, some of the feng shui masters talk about we're moving into a different period. There's a lot of different cosmological things going on. I know Danny can talk about that. We're going into period, what they call period 9. And the influences for period 9 will be spirituality, will be technology, will be entertainment. But the spiritual piece is interesting when you think about it, because it can go either way. You can go into this beautiful transformational ascension sort of connection community, or it can go cult. So that's where people, especially people joining or beginning their journey, it's super important that they are discerning and they join groups that feel good, feel aligned, because you're going to see more cult happenings in this next period, is what I'm being told. So even more important to, again, learn how to be discerning and learn how to connect to your own guru, your own inner guidance, intuition. That's wisdom.
Yeah. Yes. And I love that you said that. because I have been seeing a lot of people that have said they've been in things like that at spiritual places. And I'm like, yeah, that's not what that is here. Everybody here that has joined the network, and I don't even have these principles written on the website, but I think maybe because I embody them, I'm attracting like people. But it's like, yeah, you know what's best for you, not me. I mean, maybe I have some intuitive guidance or I get some hits for you. But even then, I still have my own filter of all my own beliefs, my own life, everything else. And I'll give you the information and you take what works for you and discern what doesn't. There's just, it's like, yeah, it's crazy. I'm happy that you brought that up because that's not what it is here at all. Like here it is, we help you to help yourself. Like we can't do anything for you. We just are here to support and guide and assist. And yeah, so thank you for that, Lori.
Yeah.
I want to add into that what you said, Lori, is from a planetary placement. This next year, when Jupiter moved into Pisces, which Jupiter is still in Pisces right now, that's where we've had a lot of like quote unquote awakening. And I've heard a lot of people talk about this year and even last year, a lot of like awakening happening. Like, oh, I just awakened. Oh, I'm awakening. Oh, I just awakened. Like, I'm hearing it quite a bit. And that was a lot of that energy of Jupiter expanding the spiritual realm, which is why like in 2021 and 2022, I was telling all the healers, like, get ready because it's coming. They're awakening, like it's coming. Well, when Saturn enters Pisces, which won't be until March of 2025, Saturn is our bigger it's our government, it's our bigger corporations, it's our foundations and structures. And so being in the energy of Pisces is that more spiritual connection. So we're going to see a lot more of the quote unquote establishment creating a lot of this, which is exactly what you're talking about, the cult ideas or it being so integrated. I think Chris and I were talking about this earlier, Chris Burbridge, we were talking about the integration in business of the ethereal and the material and this like coming together. So there's that beauty that we're going to see over this next year, although there's going to be a lot of turmoil. We can already feel it, but there's even more coming in this next year. But also it's going to really start to hit the foundations of things. And just like anything else, it can go either way. And so we have to be really very discerning as we move forward in not only our spiritual world and how we're co-creating with it, but also within ourselves and being able to make the decisions that are truly aligned and not just bringing us into something that is a bit of a facade. So I love that you brought that up as well, because there is going to be the shift over the next couple of years as we see things start to come out, right? After everybody's kind of been quote unquote awakened.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. And I know a lot of people probably are experiencing the sort of the veils between the Great Awakening, right? Where we can see so much duality, we can see so much destruction, we can see, a lot of the things that are going on in the world. And I'm pretty good. I don't watch the news at all. I'll scan my news feed on my phone, randomly. I know what's happening in the world, and I'm holding my energetics because we don't change the world. That's what's interesting about it. We don't change the world. We change our frequency that then shifts us to a different timeline.
Yep.
Because we have to honor the fact that every soul is on its own journey. And while that might not make sense for certain things, in terms of like the hatred and the bigotry and the domination and all of that, there's the light and the dark. That's what exists here. And as soon as we can step into that, right? So we're seeing the veils of like, I'm not being impacted by a lot of things that are going on in the world. I'm living in my space, and a lot of people are probably feeling that as well. And because this is a hologram of a universe, we shift a little something, it shifts the whole matrix of it, right? So that's why it's so powerful for us to be in our own place, in our loving place, holding for all of it. So thank you for reflecting on that. Yeah, a lot of stuff is going to be coming down the pike. I mean, just crazy.
Yeah. So when Jupiter moved into Aries again, so when Jupiter moves, right, for a while it was Saturn and then Jupiter would come and then they crossed over. And so it was like, oh, we got all like restricted and tight and kind of cleaned things up. And then Jupiter came out and expanded it. Well, now it's reversed, where Jupiter's coming in and expanding everything, and then Saturn's now coming in and structuralizing it. So it's really interesting. And so, right, when Jupiter moved into Aries, and that, it's a warrior energy, it's a starter energy, it's a fire energy. And so we've seen a lot of that happening, and it's going to continue on into next year as Jupiter continues to move through that. And so it's a time of change. I mean, Saturn is in Aquarius right now, and so there's a lot of change happening in our structures. I'm anticipating in this next year a lot of change within our currency. We've seen a lot of change, but I'm getting a really strong intuitive hit about there being a complete makeover of that as we move into this. And so it's really important for us to have some type of spiritual practice, to have some type of community, to take back here to the Connected Soul Network, to have people who you can kind of have these conversations around that aren't mainstream, where people are talking more about, the other side of what's happening and how to stay grounded and connected to not only yourself, but to the I don't want to say the right people, but you know what I mean, the people that are in that frame as well. So yeah, shout out.
Right. Creating our own vortex, which is what, that conversation with Jen when she was talking to people coming out of Panther Meadows. Yeah. And cosmologically too, everything is speeding up. And I know that our solar system is spiraling into what I remember reading about this. It's like this photon cloud, like photon energy, just this, we're moving through, we're feeling it. We can totally feel it, right? We're getting blasted with coronal mass ejections. In fact, we just had a really huge one happen this last weekend. And I just dreams, Jen was talking about dreams. So there's a lot of energetics going on, not only on what's happening on the planet, but just cosmologically too. So woo, it's like we're on a ride and we're all hanging on to the railing together,
It's like this. Woo!
Totally.
All right, ladies. Well, this is amazing, and we could keep talking forever, but we do have another segment to start, and then we'll be back to do our final wrap up in our last half hour. I didn't think I was going to make it, but we're getting close.
I'm so excited. So one thing I want to just make sure when I'm going to share the words create worlds thing, should I just pop that into the Facebook group and just let everybody know this is something I talked about? And if they want that, is that what you would say? Okay.
Yeah, I would send it to me too, because I'm streaming this on my YouTube page, or if you want to go comment on the pages yourself, so that
I will. I can do that.
With you. It's on my personal Facebook page. It's in the Connected Soul Network Facebook group, and then it's on Jennifer Hart Connected YouTube.
On the YouTube. Okay, perfect. And Michael,
thank you later.
Thank you for all the comments. Beautiful, Michael.
Yes, Michael.
Thank you, loves. Mwah.
He said I didn't think I'd stay all day, yet here I am. That's why we love you, Michael. And that's why you get the most supportive Star Student Award, because you rock.
Yes, totally.
Thank you, Lori, so much. It was such a pleasure to have you. All right, everyone, here comes Phoebe, and this session is going to be amazing. And Danny and I keep doing that. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. This session is going to be amazing. Phoebe's entertainment portion, off the hook. Like, she plays the flute. I'm just going to say that. And it is, I can listen to it all the time. And we need to have another event or something with her doing some sound washing and stuff. So enjoy, everyone, and welcome, and maybe welcome back. This is the Connected Soul Network 1111 Connect-A-Thon, and we are here with Phoebe Fazio, one of the guides, amazing guides in the network, who is an intuitive business guide. Phoebe, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm a person. I am Actually, I'm a divine being having a human experience, aren't we all? So that's me. I live up in far northern California, and I love what I do. I love the sounds I get to make and the connections we make and all the amazing divine healers that I get to support and encourage along their path as well.
And what is it that you do in your business for those who haven't met you yet?
Yeah, so I support healers with their business, and in a couple of different ways. The energetic support with aligning the chakras of your business with who you are, and the practical, like, well, okay, so I've opened my throat chakra so that now I can say what I do, but how do I find the people to say that to? How do I get comfortable with that? Or even, solar plexus, I can stand and shine my light and know what I'm here to do. But where do I show up? How do I do that? And then so the practical, like, well, you can make a video. You could go live like this. You could do something like this. So how do I do that? What, those practical steps. And also the support as we step into those scarier places of shining more and being in front of more people and expressing ourselves authentically. Sometimes it disrupts our universe, our central nervous system, right? As we begin to really show up in the way that we know that we came here to do. And so that's where my sound washing comes in, and you're going to get to experience some of that at the end of here. And so you'll see how that can support our physical being as well as connecting ourselves to the divine and having it come into our expression of ourselves through our healing business.
I love that. And I literally was going to say, I hope that she mentions that's what she's going to be doing for her special. I'm calling it the entertainment portion. I don't know what else to call it, but yeah, it's like our celebration, entertainment, connection to the 1111 portal. So Phoebe is going to be doing a special sound washing that is channeled divine sound messages from the universe. Did I say that right?
Sure. Okay. We're making this up as we go along.
Absolutely. That's what I love it here. We're just rolling with the punches always. And can you just tell us real quick, what is sound washing exactly?
Yeah. So sound washing is my trademarked sound healing modality. And I'll try to keep the story short, but I was very shy and as a child and had extreme stage fright, and learned to be able to express myself through some very difficult challenges. I found my way onto a spiritual path and had an energy worker help me find my new voice and come to find out what this voice is channeled sacred sounds. So I channel different beings, the sounds of those beings, and then it translates into our bodies as we receive this as messages, like sacred sound messages. So it's a little bit hard to put into words. So that's why we're going to have a little experience for all of you. And of course, what better way to entertain all of us who are walking on the spiritual path, but to actually have a meditation, sound meditation type of experience. So
it's amazing. I can't wait for everybody to experience it and feel it. Not only do you hear it, you can feel it in your body. We can see you doing it. So it's like a full sensory experience that is just absolutely awesome, healing and divine all at the same time. Yay. Can't wait.
I'm so excited to share.
I know, me too.
This is what Jen does, by the way.
What is that? I share everybody else.
She helps people like understand why this person is so great. And then she makes these connections like, oh, you've got to meet this person. Oh, you guys need to. And so that's what this network is all about. It's authentic. Jen is like my best friend, but she's everybody's best friend, you know. And you know, I think that's how we all feel here, is that your friendship and your authentic belief in us, and then that genius that you have of connecting the people who need to be connected.
Oh, thank you. That's so amazing. That's so awesome. I'm like, but this is the great thing about the network, is that we all have things to contribute, and it's about harnessing and finding what those soul gifts are, the things that we can uniquely do and do them so easily and well and love to do them, and then bring them together like puzzle pieces almost, so that as we come together and put those puzzle pieces together, it just gets better and better and bigger and bigger. And that's what I'm here to do, is create the space for it. And yes, I love to help to see what people might not see in themselves, or if they already know it, to help expand it so that more people can experience it and enjoy it. Like doing this 11/11 Connect-A-Thon.
Yes.
Celebrating the network, sharing the network with everybody, so that we can call in more soul aligned people, more soul spirits that are ready to share their gifts with the world, or if they're ready to receive, because we also service the explorers, and the explorers are just here to receive at this point. I do personally see that all the explorers at some point will move on to the guide path as they continue on their path of spiritual awakening, if it feels right for them. So that is very exciting. Well, my next question was going to be, what do you do in the network? But you were kind of already talking about what you got out of it. So maybe you can just put it all together and tell everyone.
Yeah, I will. And I want to start with kind of like what I'm getting out of it. So when I first saw Jen post about the network, I was just at a point where I was ready to invite more people into my world. And at that questioning place of, well, how do I do that? How do I find my people? Where are they? And then boom, there's that post. Oh, they're in that network. You know, like not all of my people are in there, but a good chunk of them are. And Jen is gathering the people. So that saved me a whole bunch of that kind of energy, and I could serve inside the network. And so I serve on our Call to Connect events. I've done different roles on that. We all get a turn to do different parts of that for visibility, and also for just supporting the network and each other. It's wonderful to be able to be part of those events. And then I also serve by sharing my expertise inside the network, so that I can help other healers who are, you know, we're all in it together building our businesses. So I can give some trainings, some support, some coaching, and things like that that support each other, right? And I, you know, I find that I am contributing by attending as well, you know, being in the audience for others. And I tell you, receiving somebody else's sound healing is amazing for me too. It's not like I'm a sound healer, I'm the only one. No, there are others, and we all bring our gifts, and we can all partake of these amazing offerings inside the network. And then I'm planning to have more consistent, more regular offerings of, you know, business technology types of things, as well as the calming and aligning and bringing ourselves back to what we're really here to do.
Oh my gosh, you read my mind, because I was like thinking, I was like, it's also very important to say that when you attend others' events, you get to receive, but also when you go and you share, you're also sharing yourself and your visibility. And that's how we're all getting to know each other and supporting each other. And it's just so much magic is happening with that. And Phoebe has contributed so much over the first year, and she's been with me since day one. So thank you for that, Phoebe. And what's so funny is I just sent it to you and I was like, yeah, if you know anyone that's interested, I'm opening this. And then you were like, I jumped in, and I was like, yes. Like, it was like all these people just got this soul calling from their guides, and that hit, that was like, do it. And I'm ready for that again, to call in, hello souls, if you're meant to be here, come. So I have it scrolling on the bottom that anyone who joins us between the 1st and the 16th is actually going to be entered to win one of many prizes from Guides in the Network. One of them is Phoebe. And if you want to talk about the prize that you're offering, I'm excited to hear what you have.
This physical book called Soul Biz. I am a contributing author in this book. I am very proud of it. These are stories from people in soul businesses. So they are words of encouragement, words of wisdom that other people have experienced and wanted to pass on to, for building their business. Or they are lessons, and they're lessons from people who have been in business that are sharing how that helped them in their lives. The format of the book, each story is just about a page long. And in the back, you can find out who the author is and actually get their contact information and reach out to them. If you're like, wow, I was really moved by that, I want to know more about them. So that's all in the back. And I am overjoyed to be signing 3 copies. So 3 lucky winners can get this little bit of inspiration for you on your journey. And if you win it and you're not in business, share it, give it away for Christmas, birthdays, whatever.
Well, when we do the prizes, we are setting the intention that the universe will absolutely appropriately align and synchronize to the perfect person will be winning each prize. So set that intention. And maybe it's not for them, but like you said, they know somebody. So yeah, I'm excited. Thank you for offering 3 copies for 3 amazing people. I'm pretty sure that shoots the count up past 20 for sure now of prizes that we have available.
Oh, and the other prizes are amazing too. I mean, I'm like, whoa, there's so many good things in there.
Yes, there really is. I'm like, we don't have enough time to go through. They can go to my website and check. I'll have the prizes listed there, and also the options to sign up as well. And we are doing a special today that the first 5 people that sign up as a member on this day, 11/11, they will get a special hot seat coaching at the VIP event that is going to be happening for everyone who joins between the 1st and the 16th. So more details on that. And we have our enrollment room open. So we're calling it the Ascension Room. If anyone wants to go in, they have questions, either myself or one of the guides of the network will be there to connect and help them. Okay, are we ready? Do you have anything else you want to add before we get to the entertainment portion?
I did want to say what I got out of the network. I have found clients. I have found collaborators. I have referred people to others in the network. And I have gotten so many gifts. I mentioned the sound healing. We have an Ascended Masters mastermind, which was amazing. I got to be in the spotlight and get all this feedback on a certain part of my business that I was really wondering how to dial that in. And that was worth the price of the network right there. And then just meeting new people. I got to meet Jen in person and go play in some caves up here. And so there's always something. There's a retreat. There's so many good things going on in the network. So if you're feeling called, I just want to say yes to yourself. And whatever is calling you to be here, you're in the right place. And if it's not for you, blessings, we love you. And maybe there's somebody else in your life that you feel like they would be really good in here. So
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. That's so important because we honor that. Everyone should do what's in the best interest of their highest self. And that's how we're going to make change, is people really stepping into their authentic selves. And if we're not the network for you, we 100% respect that. We shall still be friends and support each other. And we will connect you to the right network or the right people if necessary. They're all doing great things. So thank you for sharing that. All right, let's get to it. So I am going to just pass it over to you to go ahead and channel those messages for us today. And I don't know if there was any sound changes that you needed to make. We did the tech sound check.
I'm doing some adjusting on the mic, and I'm going to step back so you can see some of the bowls. So I have 5 crystal bowls. I have a few other instruments. I never know how this is going to play out. So we just go with a flow. Like I said, I'm channeling. And so best way to experience this is if you have headphones or earbuds or something that you can put in, that's ideal. Make yourself as comfortable as possible. And if you are in a good place where you can close your eyes, lay back, or sit wherever you're most comfortable, and allow these sounds to wash over you and in through you, and they will do their work for you. And I want to thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Oh my gosh, such a nervous system reset. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Perfect for this portal for you to
Yes.
step into your greatest expression of yourself.
Absolutely. And if anybody wants to connect with you, obviously join us in the network to get more of Phoebe. And if you want to connect with Phoebe outside of the network, what's the best way for people to do that?
You can go right to my website, phoebefazio.com.
Okay. Phoebe, I'm like, let me type that in real quick.
Yeah, and when you get there, there's a free download for you if you'd like to begin to open your new voice And my book is coming out soon on voice and vision, so you can sign up to get on the waiting list for that as well. So
amazing.
please,
Thank you so much, Phoebe.
Please join the network so that we can play together and have fun. And yeah, it's a joy to be here. Thank you, Jen, for creating this beautiful sacred space for all of us to come together.
Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you. I'm like, thank you, you're welcome, and thank you. There's so much love going on here.
So much love.
All right, everyone, stay tuned for what's next. Thank you, Phoebe, so much. That was amazing.
Hello. Welcome back. I really wish we could. I wanted to play it so badly, but I know if we do it, we'll get kicked off, so I don't want to do it. But I was going to play the final countdown by Europe.
Oh, I thought you were going to play Celebrate.
Oh, that's funny. That's the one I was thinking about.
I thought about that too, and I was like, how could we do a workaround? I was like, what if we play the episode from Friends when Ross plays the bagpipes and it's Celebrate? Like, will we? That's still copyright. So, if we sing it, can we sing it? Danny is an amazing singer. Actually, Mel, you're a good singer too. I would like to take singing lessons to get better with my singing. But yeah, oh my gosh, isn't that flute amazing? Did you guys get to hear that?
So good. Yes.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I am like that. I love that flute. Like I could sit and listen to that flute for like hours. I'm a sucker for the flute. So
yeah, it's the first time I've heard Phoebe play the flute. Like I know I've heard her sound in a lot of the events, but I had never heard her play the flute. And I was like, whoa, because you said she plays the flute. And I was like waiting for it. And then it came in. I was like, oh, yes, more of that, Phoebe. More of that.
Yes.
Awesome.
And she got a whole new sound setup. So next sound washing event that she does, it's up leveled 100 times. And those chimes, like, oh my gosh. Vanita says, it's so activating in ways that we can't even comprehend. Yes, Vanita. Danny, I'll let you do it. Oh my gosh. Me and Danny are so on the same wavelength that like I go to put it, then she goes to put it, so it takes it down. We've had this the whole time.
We've been putting people, taking people off, bringing people on at the same time. It's been fun.
Good times. Vanita also says that if we sing it, we can bypass it because it's original content for the copyrights.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Again, we'll see. We have 28 minutes left. I mean, how do we want to close this out? First of all, I just want to say a huge shout out to you two for supporting me, Danny, for being here all day with me since like 8:15 this morning, my time, 10:15 her time, and it's now 10:32 their time. And then Mel joining us as well and supporting on the back end. And just, yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for just being my biggest cheerleaders along this whole way and showing up for me always. Like you've really shown me, I mean, there's a lot of people in my life that support me, but in this leg of my business and here, you two have been my ride or dies. And I'm so grateful for you. And so thank you. And then to everyone else who is in the network, who has showed up here, guest Vanita, thank you. Every single guide that said yes to donating a prize, every single guide that said yes to pre-recording and or coming live today, they all like made time for us. And I'm so grateful for that. And I feel like if anything came from this was really just an opportunity for me to, so I did 3 deep subconscious sessions this week prior, like on the actual anniversary. That's what I was, because I can only grow the business as much as I grow myself. That's what I believe. And it, like, I did a lot of work around success, receiving support, all this stuff. And I feel like this was the perfect, I love that you got your soul tribe with you. Yes, I do. Oh my gosh, they're amazing. This was like the action. So when you do the subconscious work, you both are NLP practitioners. So you would know is you have to take the action to institute. That's not the right word. Instill the new. Oh my, it's getting late, everyone. I'm usually in bed by now, and they are really too. So Danny, she's probably gonna be like, Jen, I don't want to hear about it. It's 2 hours later. Instill the new beliefs. You have to take the action for it. And so I feel like this was so divine because it really allowed me to show up and ask for help. And even then, like everyone just offered so much help that I didn't even necessarily need to ask. I just needed to receive. And I have had a huge block in the past. Did you all hear that? A huge block in the past. And that's how when you do the subconscious work, it just changes the language as well. It makes it so much easier. And or I'll catch things and be like, cancel, delete, and then reinstall. I'm like, you can tell I'm getting late, but I've made it. I almost was going to be like, let's end this early. I'm really tired. And my stray cat that I got to feed outside came up limping, and now I'm all like concerned for him. So, but anyways, that work is paying off. And so that I believe is a product of today, being able to receive this. So thank you, Michael. This has all been so uplifting. And I'm so just freaking grateful for this whole network. And the whole point of today, even though it was so much more, in my opinion, than this, was we want to expand the membership. We want to call in more soul-aligned souls. And yeah, just grow. We're ready to grow. We're ready to hold that space for more people, help more people. I mean, Kat wrote me this morning. She didn't say it exactly on the call with you or on the interview with you, Melissa, but I read it this morning, and she literally was like, wow, I just showed up to an event and got paid to use my soul gifts, and people came to see me and witness me. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without you and the network. And so it's just messages like that I'm like, oh, this is what we're doing. It's like, you know, and that is one thing I am really good at. And I'm happy she said that was accountability. And I forget what else she said, but I'm really good. That's what it is. Like, you come to the network, you're going to be an all-in guide. I'm going to tell you, let's get on a call. We're setting up an event. I don't care if you've never tried an event before. I'm going to be there with you, and you're going to do it. And you have a date and a deadline. And that's what we need. Like, I've been missing accountability in my life. And I didn't realize it because I'm surrounded by you all. The network has been my accountability, and I could even step it up even more. So now I have an accountability partner. All right. Anyways, I'm just rambling. So feel free to step in at any moment.
I was going to ask, like, what is your takeaway from today? Because, you know, I saw this comment from Mike. It was so good getting to know everyone on a deeper level. And like, I would agree. Like, I think what I loved about today was, like, I got to see everybody just for like a little bit, but I got to see them really shine their Care Bear. Just what's coming to me now. I really get to see them shine that in a different way than we normally see them, right? And so it was so cool to just see have everybody come together, and just, you know, the support in the comments. And, you know, that has, for somebody who's been here like all day, like, it's so cool. Like we talked about earlier, when somebody just shows up and you start commenting and you feel the energy rise in you, wanting to help and share more and do more, and you're energized by it. And so it was just really cool to see all the support that everybody kind of came out and gave today, and just to get to know people. You know, the connection, the event that we had in the middle of the day was so fun. It was casual, but it was so cool just listening to what everybody was, you know, calling in and asking for support in, and how we could support them. And that was just so fun. So I've so enjoyed today. What about you guys?
Oh yeah, me too. And I agree. I think something about watching everybody just having flourished and blossomed in just all these new ways, and getting to see people that, you know, maybe I haven't seen in a little while, and seeing how much they've grown and how they're stepping up. And it's so beautiful. And that's one of the things I love about this network, is just you're growing alongside people, right? Like, everyone here is here for growth and impact, and just they're stepping into their power, and just watching people take those steps and become more of who they're really meant to be is just such a beautiful experience. And that has just been amazing. I also want to do a shout out to Michael for being like the most incredible cheerleader, the most like our like MVP supporter today, because you have been on pretty much as long as everyone else, right? Like like all day. And that, Michael, I just want to say, like, shows so much commitment and just so much just to yourself, like showing up for the community, but also for you. And just, you know, I think Jen said it once, like, you get what you put into it, you know, in anything in life, right? But this network is one of those things. And the more you show up and the more that you do things, like, you know, I'll own that I am sometimes like, I've been so busy that I have not gone to as many events as I would like to, you know, like I facilitate my events and every now and then I'll go to another event, but I really want to attend more events. And I've seen how much people get out of it. And whenever I do get to attend another guide's event, I'm like, oh, that was amazing. You know, like I want more of this. It's so juicy. And I really feel like, you know, we get to turn to this amazing network for that support, like to fill us up, you know? So, Michael, you inspired me. I just want to say, with how you showed up today.
What about you, Jen?
Sorry, it's commenting on the comments on my Facebook page because I can't comment here. It only comments to YouTube, as we have learned today. You know, I'm gonna go back to what I already said previously. Like for me, well, no, okay, it's kind of like it. It's the win-win-win. So I freaking love, like the people I call into in the network are the people that are just so passionate about sharing their soul gifts, or they want to, and they need that little push to do it. And that's who comes into the network. And so I love supporting that. I'm an activator. I like the accountability piece. I get to just support them in being able to showcase their gifts and share their gifts, right? And so today I got to do that. But also, they got to come on and support me and showcase the network. And I mean, I just loved like how everything was last minute and everyone was so willing to help. And so like for me, that was huge because people they couldn't wait to show up for me and the network and to cheer me on. And this is like just what I've been creating for other people. And so it's so cool to like have it reciprocated for myself. And it's not to say that I didn't have it before. I've had to do a lot of clearing work that maybe I didn't see or feel that way before. And now I can see and feel it, that receiving piece again. And then it's also a win for all the people who joined, like getting to know the people. Shayna's story. Oh my gosh. Like I had chills the whole way through that story. Michael shared a big old takeaway breakthrough that he had about how he's had a similar story and hasn't shared it. Phoebe and the flute, like holy Toledo, like just so much good stuff. And this is all available for replay. So people are going to see this. And so this will live on. We will continually create that ripple effect and that impact. And if nobody joined the membership in the whole day, we still gave so much service and value to everybody and enjoyed doing it. Like I just saw Vanita's comment was like, wow, props to you all. You've been here all day. And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting tired. And it doesn't even feel like 12 hours because I'm in my soul gift. I know both of you share the same soul gift of entertainment. And so it's funny. I never thought myself to be an entertainer. And then after I did my breakthrough session with Astra, I remember I was walking around the block. I was like, oh my God, I'm an entertainer. Like, wow, who knew? Like I knew that as a kid, but then I shoved it down. And so I'm like, I love to entertain. I used to love to have parties. And that's what I do with the events. I'm an entertainer with the Mount Shasta with here. And so I get to be in my gift too. And then I get to share that with other people. And so it's just this big, beautiful, like, I don't even know how to call it, smorgasbord of amazing win. I don't know. Yeah, and oh, Michael said he's sad it's ending. I know, me too. Like I'm like, I also want to go to bed and wind down. I'm going to the secret caves again tomorrow, and we're hiking the pyramid. Yeah, so I hope that I can hang for that. Definitely a little out of shape, but it's the pyramid and it's the 1111 portal. All right. Danny, thank you for that question. That was amazing. And Melissa hasn't really got to share since she only joined us halfway through any segments yet. So I thought it could be really cool. Unless, Dan, you have anything you would like to add also. Danny's like, I'm tapped out, Jen. Like, let Melissa do it. I would love for Melissa to close out our segment here. And then just one more time, in case we haven't said it in the last 5 minutes or so, if you're watching this and you know someone or you are that someone, join us in the network. I mean, I'm like, seriously, it's $25 or it's $33, whether you want to do Explorer Guide, and there's no commitment. You can literally pay it for 1 month. And if you don't like it, then cancel it. And we're okay with that. And you're probably going to love it. And then we'd love to have you. And you could be here with us next year. So Julie from the Love Boat Cruise Directors. Oh my gosh. My mom always said she loved that show, first of all. And she always said I should be a cruise director. I never did follow that dream of hers, but it probably would have been really fun and really good at it too. So, but yeah, please join us in the network. We do have our bonuses. Let me run this banner one more time. And if you have any questions or anything, go to jenniferhart.com. The Ascension Enrollment Room will be closing at 9:00. So if you want to come ask any questions, you have 15 minutes from this video. If you're watching this on the replay, message me personally and I'm happy to hop on a call with you and answer any questions you have. But join us, tell a friend. Everybody knows somebody that this is perfect for. So go ahead and forward them this video and let them know that they are ready for growth and expansion, and we're here to help and support them along the way. Okay, that's all. We just had to make sure that we shared it one more time. And I'm sure Melissa's going to share something at the end because I was like, no testimonials today. We don't have time. And then she's like, well, I just have one thing to share. And I'm like, okay.
I know. I feel like I could do like 12 hours just talking about the network.
I do love you so much. Thank you. And I'm going to see you both next week. Isn't that crazy? Oh my gosh. Benita, thank you. So yes, please hit the replay and make sure you stay tuned. Melissa always ends us with a lot of awesomeness. So it's going to be amazing.
No pressure.
Austin next week. If anybody's watching this, you're in the area, hit me up. We're going to have a meetup. We're going to do a Connected Soul Network meetup. And I get to meet Danny in person for the first time. Yay. Okay. Mel, shall we give you the full stage? And then we'll come back at the end just to say bye.
Sure. I mean, you're welcome to whatever you want to do. Alrighty. Okay, everyone. So I want to just land for a moment. Just really, I love it. I love like Michael's comment right now. So I'm just going to like say, well, I'm going to play off of that. Like, let's just take in all the juicy goodness that we've experienced today. Everything that has been shared, everything that you've heard, seen, felt. So just take a moment and just close your eyes if you feel comfortable doing so. Maybe place one hand on your heart, one on your belly. Take a nice deep breath in and hold it for a second. Just hold it and hold in all of that amazingness that you've experienced today, all that juiciness, and just let it fill you up. And then just take a nice deep breath out. Just relaxing into your chair, into your space. Just maybe taking a moment to feel some gratitude for today, for yourself, for showing up, for everyone that shared their gifts, and for everything that you have and maybe will experience in this network or because of it. Let's take a nice deep breath in again. And breathe out. And I want to throw the word connection at you for a moment. And I want you to catch it and receive it with all of your energy. And I want you to just think about for a moment what connection means to you. And just notice the words, the feelings, the images, everything that comes up for you as you think about connection. Maybe you're feeling it in your heart space like I am, like a buzzing in my heart. Maybe you're feeling it somewhere else. Maybe it's coming at you in colors, in words, a song. And for all of you who are already members of the network, I want to just honor you and thank you for everything that you have already given and shared, and for everything that you will continue to share. And for those of you who might be thinking about joining us, I want you to just take a moment and see and feel your dream for a moment. If you have a vision, if you have a desire, if you have a wish for you, for your life, whether it's on a personal level or in business, I want you to pull that up for a moment and be with that. And just hold that in your heart space for a moment. And now I want you to imagine having an entire community of supporters, of cheerleaders, of people to turn to in the moments when it gets hard. I want you to imagine having a safe space, a home where you are held, where you are seen, where you are heard, where you are encouraged every step of your journey. And now imagine what that will do for your dream, for your vision, who you could become, and what you could achieve in this lifetime. Now I want you to scoop up all the 1111 energy of this incredible portal. I want you to open your arms wide and pull in all this amazing energy, everything that we've cultivated here today. Pull it into your heart space. Take a nice deep breath in. And let's rub our hands together, bringing an intention. And let's hold it out in front of us. And together, let's co-create an incredibly powerful, magical, miraculous next chapter of our journey. No matter where you are, who you are, and what you're up to. And whenever you're ready, take a deep breath in. Bring your attention to your eyes. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and open them. Come back to the room. Thank you. Thank you for showing up Thank you for being you. Thank you for allowing us to meet you, to see you, to hold you. And I hope that you will join us if you feel called, if this is a time for you. And if it's not now, then I hope we'll get to meet at another point in time. But I do hope that at some point we'll get to see you sharing your magic with the world. And for those of you that do join from now until the 16th, remember there will be this super incredible, mysterious VIP private event. And Danny and I will be honored to hold space for you. Thank you, everybody. Mwah. So much love. I will, my soul sisters, come back on here. Alrighty.
I was like, I'm not going to do it. That it's just so much habit. Danny's dying laughing. Thank you, Melissa. That was
Thank you, Melissa.
It's a great way to close it out. And you know what I thought of? We haven't even had time to go through the price list. And I was like, since we have 6 minutes left, I feel like should I do it?
Ooh, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to get this up tomorrow because I really do think people don't understand what is happening right now with these prices. So I just want to go ahead and talk about it. Okay. So Shayna Gallion saw them today, an ebook of 10 things your soul guides want to know about you. Price value, $9.99. Real price value, invaluable. You can't put a price on that. Heather Safkin, assistance writing one business grant. Price value, $1,800. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I've worked with Heather on grants. I'm like, how do I get this? Do I join as a member for myself? Because technically I'm not a member. What's the hair club for men? I'm not only a member, I'm the president. I'm not just the president,
also a client.
I'm also a member. Yeah. I'm the creator and founder, but I'm also a member. So technically I'm like, look, I signed up, everybody. I'm a paid member now. Do I get to win a prize? Okay, great. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Joel Elfman, one-on-one hypnotic coaching session for an hour. Price value, $500. Amanda Schumann, Dreamwork Coach, a Dream Dust Duo. She talked about this other. It's 2 1-hour dream working sessions, and they get to do one-on-one work with Amanda. 130 Canadian dollars. That's probably like 180. I'm just guessing off the top of my head. US dollars. Amy Anna Soto, one free somatic mindful guided imagery session. It's a 2-hour session. Value is $180. It is an amazing session. I just had a session with her recently. Highly recommend her. Even if you don't join the network, go check this out. It was so freaking powerful. Occam Wood, energetic assessment and tune-up, a 2-hour Zoom call, which includes 30 to 45-minute assessment and a 90-minute Reiki session, body charge, brain balance, chakra alignment, like a spa day for your soul. Value, $333. Rachel Cooley, claim your birthright blessings. It's for spiritual women, healers, leaders, healers, light workers, and intuitives. And it is an angelic journey to claim your birthright blessings, $444 value. Me, vision mapping session, 2 hours. We can explore life or business. Mel and Danny have both experienced my vision mapping sessions, as have many people in the network. A value, $397. We will bring your vision to life and get you into action. That is one good thing, or one thing I am really good at, is action and accountability. Kat, the night sky within. Hey, she did. She said she didn't do her form, but I think she forgot she didn't do her form. 30-minute intuitive reading session. Well, today she said something different, so I'm going to have to check this with her because I think she forgot she didn't do her form. Tanji Nadimi, a personalized human design report. Ooh, this is juicy. Juicy, totally the word of the day now, Melissa. I've seen it all day before you even got here, so it's so funny. Custom PDF of your specific design, $27 value. Astro Fox, 90-minute subconscious release session. You will be able to remove a subconscious block that's keeping you stuck. One of her modalities, by using NLP or MER, which is mental and emotional release, you can release a limiting belief, a phobia, a rational fear, an allergy, an anxiety, unhealthy habit, or a negative emotion. $333 value. Guys, should I keep going? There's so many more. Like, this is insane. I feel like I should. Like, this is the thing is that I envisioned that I would be sharing these prizes all day, and then there was so much stuff happening that we didn't have time, and I didn't have time to get it on my website, and I will. And luckily, aside from today getting the extra hot seat coaching, this is open. Michael's like, please keep going. This is open to anybody who joins us in the network until the 16th. So we do have open house all next week. And Danny and Mel both have an event next week. All right. Chris Burbridge, 90-minute soul purpose session and orientation, channeled guided session to bring clarity and inspiration about your life purpose. Value $225. Yamari is changing her prize. I don't remember what she's changing it to, so I will, but she has a prize. Yamari, I've worked with her also. She is a coach that will kick your butt. If you need some like real talk, call Yamari. She will tell you what's up. Cherie Brooks, angelic Reiki healing session. Happy anniversary to Cherie. She could not be here today because it's her wedding anniversary and she's celebrating, but she's offering an angelic Reiki with crystal therapy, sound therapy, and chakra alignment, $150 value. Melody Long, we ended up giving Melody's prize away. It's a guided meditation as a free gift to anyone. It is on my website. You can actually go download it. Danny, can you grab the banner and show that, please? Just to remind people that it's available. Phoebe Fazio, we just heard from Phoebe with the flute. Phoebe with the flute, that's her new nickname. Oh my God, so good. A Soul Biz book. She's giving away 3 of these. Practical tips and heartfelt wisdom for entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, and creative souls. It's a physical book signed by the author. I love that she wrote a ton more, but I'm not going to go into it. But she said $15 with priceless wisdom. And she's offering 3 of those. Amazing. And she will ship a physical book if you are in the US. If you're outside of the US, she will find an alternate price just because of shipping is completely different after that. Chris Noble, he joined us for our live session today, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get connected for the Connect-A-Thon. We love Chris Noble. Deep relaxation meditation music video, 432 hertz tuning and 1 hertz delta wave binaural beats. Chris's music is off the chain. You can pretty much probably fall asleep to all of his stuff. He's so talented and gifted. $100 value. Maria Jansen Power Hour. She made this up to give something to the network. And she's time poor right now, meaning she's very busy. This is how much she loves the network, is that she wanted to donate something. So she's donating 1 hour of time together where you can address a problem you have, a concern, or a pattern that keeps showing up in your life. $333 value. Jen Hansen Silva, 50% off any service. Visit her website and you will be able to get a 50% discount. Depends on what you pick, up to $87 value. Anna Teresa Dango, Donut Queen, Sacred Code. I added Donut Queen. She didn't write that in there, just so y'all know. She did the donut ritual today, which you should go back and watch because it was really cool and interesting, and eat a donut. Sacred Code to support you in an area of your life. A session to provide you with a sacred code as a tool to enhance and improve any area of your life. $447 value. Melissa Acuna, here is, she is here presently. Clear the Path session. We'll do a powerful limiting belief release to let go of what is holding you back and clear the path to your big vision. $444 value. Danny C. Muniz, Cosmic Insights, using your soul's inner wisdom. with a modern approach to the ancient science of sidereal astrology. Discover the answers you've been looking for, the clarity you've been seeking, and the guidance that is meant for your greatest and highest good right now. This is a 1-to-1 60-minute virtual session. $222 value. And Lori Soleil is not on this list yet, but she also offered a 1-to-1 coaching session. I believe it was a $250 value. She has many tools in her tool belt, and she's also offering a solstice course, $27 value. Holy crap. I'm like, I can't understand how people couldn't join the network with all of those prizes available to win. So I will get those up because I'm a visual person, and I'm sorry, I should have had you guys we should read everyone because it's nice. I'm probably putting people to sleep at this time, just with my hypnotic voice of blah, 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 blah.
Did you do the math on the price value of that?
No, let me do that. And I don't even have them all in there.
While you do that, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to show you where to go find Melody Long's gift. So if you go to jenniferhart.com and you scroll down, first off, you'll see the bonuses that are being given away for this opening from November 1st through November 16th. You come down to learn a little bit about the Connected Soul Network. Here's where you can get all the information about joining and what it means to join and pricing and all that good stuff. You can see what you get when you come in, the features for the guides here. And then you have the options of joining as the All Access Pass or as a founding member annual pricing here. You can come down for the guides. We've got the inspiring, the emerging, and the all in. And then you also have that all access pass ticket here. You can click on what option best suits you. You also have that as a yearly option. So if you are all in, my friend, I'd highly recommend it doing that. And then if you continue coming down, you will see right down here, we've got the free gift, download, Bring in the Light meditation by Melody Long. So you can go there, download that. And then we also have this, and I want to point this out, if you want to make a donation to support this Connected Soul Network. So maybe you're not ready to become a member, but you love everything we've done today. You love the mission and you want to support the cause, then feel free to make a donation here. And then I believe we come all the way down, you get to see the upcoming events. So we do have some events coming up this coming week. We are still in open house. So you can see we've got Melissa's Release and Rise group coaching on Monday night at 7:30. We've got intuitive card pulls with Kat Heber, who you heard from earlier. We've got the angelic blessings with Rachel Cooley. We've got our social circle for explorers and guides Wednesday evening. And then we've got cosmic marketing with Danny Simoniz on Thursday, which will be, those are all open house. You can come to any one of those events.
Thank you, Danny. It wasn't showing at the beginning, so they missed the beginning of it, but they get the point. They can go to the website and see everything. And if they have questions, they can. Ascension Enrollment Room is now closed, but you can contact me personally, and I'm happy to hop on a call, minus the time that I'm at the pyramid tomorrow walking. So, oh my gosh, Melissa, I went and totaled it. This is a little off because we have some prize changes and everything else. And I want to say that Melody's meditation is a $15 value, and she's offering that to everybody for free. And it's really beautiful. I listened to it yesterday as I was working. I was meditating while I was doing that. Maybe that's why I wasn't getting frustrated, because usually I get frustrated on the back end stuff. No, I just really think that this event was in alignment. Like, I feel like it was a calling from my guides, and it was like, do this Connect-A-Thon. And I've been so excited about it. And even though I've been tired and struggling with like some maybe nervous system stuff after my subconscious releases, it's like I still was so excited for it, and I just felt like it was just going to be divine. And I was like, what could go wrong, right? I mean, we're just putting this cool thing together, and it has been freaking magic today. So anyways, let me get to, can I get a drum roll, please, on the value of the prizes? And again, this could be give or take a little bit. Lori's not on here. Yamadi's changing, but $6,329 worth of prizes.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy? I did not realize that. I'm so happy you asked me to do that, because holy crap, that's insane. I'm like, that just blows me away, because I just really feel like that shows how much, to me, it really feels like people really believe in the network. And to me, that equates to believing in me. I know that we're two separate entities, but yeah, wow. I'm just blown away. I'm like, I just want to cry, but it won't come out. Oh, it's so amazing. Thank you, everyone. That's awesome. All right, well, our time has come, and it's been a lot of fun. I don't even want to say goodbye, like Michael said.
I know.
Just wait until you all come to Mount Shasta and we all meet in person. Like, you legit do not want to go home, because it's so amazing. I can't wait to just start planning that next, so that we can get it finalized and open for registration. I did say earlier, and I already cried after Melissa's and Dean's such a great release. Oh, that's beautiful, Michael. Thank you so much for sharing that. If people want to join the Mount Shasta waitlist, it is on the website all the way at the bottom, and you'll be the first to know when the registration opens. Maybe I'll do something special. I don't know. I just always have ideas coming. The donation button. Yeah. So, I thought about that a long time ago, because I have a lot of people in my network and in my realm that are not really spiritual or into personal growth and development, but they want to support me. And so I was like, I should have a donation button just in case anybody feels so inclined. And then it came up again last night, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take a minute. And I was able to put it together pretty quick, because there are people that might see this and they're like, we don't want to join, but you guys are doing magic. So here you go. And I just want to say that all donations for that would go to all the back end costs of what it takes to have the network, getting some support and some help, some much needed help and support, and then expanding as well. There are things that I would like to expand upon, and finances would definitely do that. So if it's meant to be, maybe an investor is just going to call me up and be like, Jen, this is awesome. And we are going, oh my God, I don't even know. I got to go back and listen to a reading from like 7 years ago. And she said, you're going to do videos, and it's 11/11. And she's like, you're going to do videos, and then someone's going to find you and they're going to invest or something like that. I have to go back and listen now. And then it just hit me, like, as I was saying it, I was like, oh, it's coming into real time. So that was so interesting. Okay. Well, I can keep talking. So we better just say goodbye, everybody.
I think we should end on 11/11 here.
Yeah, I love it.
It's 11/11.
Okay.
So I
just wanted to put out there that I had this idea earlier, like Connected Soul Secret Santa. So anyone who's going to be who's a member, it's happening, because we were looking at that list of prizes and we were like, oh my God, that's incredible. And then we were thinking, wow, like imagine if you get the one that you're meant to receive. So yeah, it's happening. We're gonna make it happen.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
It's gonna be incredible.
I already wrote it down somewhere. Oh, here it is. Actions from Connect-A-Thon. Here it is. In one of many thousands of papers on my desk. And we've already passed 9/11 now. So 9/11 here, 11/11 there.
11/11.
Oh, you're all amazing. Thank you so much. We love you all. We will see you in the network. And if not, thank you for your support of being here and watching, and say hello. And we'll see you soon. Best wishes. Happy 11/11 portal. Make the most